All right, good morning. The time is 8:45 a.m. So let's continue this meeting for the second day. Are there any administrative announcements from the FVA staff or committee members this morning?
No, ma'am, other than we should probably talk about some stuff before we get to agenda item 7. So actually, yes, I will yield the floor back to you for some administrative items.
Okay, so to my committee members, I want to go over the next important steps for us. So on 31 March, you need to put your rankings in on the Excel spreadsheet. So that's 31 March, please. And then usually the way it is, we get the okay from the Excel spreadsheet and then we can put into the portal. Is that still the way we're doing it?
We will most likely just take a quick review and but these scores are your own. If you would like for us to review them, just to make sure that you have what you need in there, we can, and that will be Irv Leos. But for the most part, that is your score sheet. And when you are confident in your ranking, you should then go into Flux and enter your scores into your rankings.
Right. So I think what the real issue was, some people, had 2 5s in there or something like that. And when the second scrub went through, hey, you need to go back and look at your Excel spreadsheet, because if you put that in the Flux, it becomes permanent and it's pretty hard, from what I understood.
Yes, ma'am. So you first do your rankings in Excel. Right. You have to be confident in those rankings. And then once you go into Flux to input your numbers, that is when it becomes concrete.
Right.
And we pretty much cannot change it because that is you attesting that that is your ranking.
Okay. So I would recommend to any committee members that would like a second look at what you entered into the Excel spreadsheet, please go ahead and send them to Irv. He'll take a look at them. And then from there, go ahead and then input into Flux with the end state date or suspense date of March 31st. Okay. All right. Then our next meeting, recommendation meeting, this is a second call, Wednesday, April the 10th. I do understand life presents challenges sometimes. That is hard to make it here. But I would just say that if there's a meeting that is really most important to have your presence here, is the recommendation meeting, which will be on Wednesday, April the 10th. We'll start at 8:30. So the travel day would be
April 9th.
Tuesday, April the 9th. Okay.
And I would be prepared to, so compared to the minutes of last year's recommendation meeting, it was cut short. Remember, last year y'all went through the ranking for a certain number of organizations and then did a, by vote, the last portion of some organizations. And this year we're asking that you go through each organization to rank, because we're estimating a little bit more money coming in. So we will have more than what you will be ranking for. And so that we do ask that you rank every single organization this time. And with that said, your meeting lasted till about 5 o'clock last year and you didn't finish all of them.
Right. So
I would be prepared to stay here probably till 6 that day.
Concur. You'll be we're in day 2 of a 3-day, or 3 days that we stay very late. So I would say to especially the new members, it's going to be another long day on Wednesday, the 10th. As I did put out yesterday, and I want to reiterate, we will rank all 151 applications. correction, 152 applications. Every one of them will be ranked.
And I could give y'all an option of us doing a 2-day meeting, so it's not so jam-packed all in one. But that is for the committee's discussion.
Well, let's is there any discussion on splitting this out to 2 days,
Madam Chair,
Mr. Ball?
I think we can do it in one day. I know, we have always ranked all applications in the spreadsheet from 1 to completion. And the voting process has been, as we will vote in tranches, sometimes if everybody agrees that this one particular application, everybody agrees should be approved. I don't think it's going to be that much different than we have done in the past.
I hear your comments. Yes, we did rank every application was ranked, but we stopped at a certain tranche.
Sure.
So I will re-clarify. We are going to go all the way down the line, and every 152 applications will be in a tranche, okay? So it's going to go all the way that way. So it's a clarification.
I think the clarification is every tranche will have a vote.
Yes.
Yes. Agree.
Okay.
I think we can do it in one day, Madam Chair.
I'm all for just making it a late one, and
You can't get out of Austin anyway with traffic, so you might as well stay at work till the traffic clears.
All right, Mr. Delgado, Ms. James, Mr. Perez, Mr. Rispoli, Mr. Delgado, any comments?
Just for context, ma'am, and for the record, this is Ms. James. Just for context, when we submit our rankings, is the TVC staff going to be consistent with prior years where they're going to show us which ones we kind of all agree on so that we're only focused on the exceptions and not the total bucket? So for example, if we have 100 applications and the first 20, whether they're a mixed component, but the first 20 we all agree on, are we going to vote on those 20 and order those, or are we going to vote on the exceptions, which are the ones that are not agreed upon?
Well, we have to vote on them all. So, sometimes, as you well know, we do wind up talking about one in particular. And that would be, I believe, what you're saying by exception. And we'll do that as that exception appears.
Yeah, I guess for clarification, I guess what I'm asking is, when we say we're going to vote on each application, are we literally meaning we're going to call each name one by one? Or are we saying if we have a bucket of 100 and the first 20, every single person on this committee agrees that those first 20, based on our rankings, are in the top 20? So we can say there's no dispute in the top 20, right? Really, it's when we go to the 21st item that now someone actually does not agree that this should be number 21. I guess that's kind of what I'm asking.
Yes, that's correct. That's how we're going to do it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we just knock it out in one day.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, any comment?
I'm the new kid on the block, as y'all know, so I'm gonna defer to those that have been around. I think by just the way we're moving, and as previously mentioned, if we do this in groups where we all agree and just focus on the time on those that are in question, or those that we all don't concur on, then I think we'll get through this just by hearing my fellow committee members, commission members. I think we should be able to knock it out in one day.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rispoli, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I agree. One day would be my vote. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Perez, are you there, sir? Okay, well, I think then we have a solid 9-0 vote that we are going to just do it all one day on April the 10th with the travel day on the 9th. Is there anything else, Ms. Zavala, that I've forgotten?
No, ma'am.
Oh, for you all that are here, and you have travel vouchers kept with Miss Gilbert, and she will take care of your travel vouchers.
And receipts.
And receipts, yes. And then if you are, she does the hotel reservations, then that would probably be a good time to tell her, and email her for you out in virtual land, that you'll need a hotel reservation. All right, everything else?
Yeah, I think we're good to go to agenda 7 again.
Okay, so with that said, that's fine. That's fine. Mentorship. I'm all for it all day long. Okay. All right. So we've concluded our administrative announcements. Now we'll continue with agenda item number 7 is the 24-25 eligible applicant presentations. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Zavala, Director of the Fund for Veterans Assistance, to review how the presentations will proceed. Ms.
Okay.
Zavala.
Thank you, Carrie. All right, so today we have a total of 57 organizations to go through. 57 general assistance presentations are scheduled for today. And as you noted, we will be hearing from eligible organizations that have applied for the 24-25 request for applications. Each organization will have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. If your organization submitted slides, Ms. Ileana Vasquez and Noah Mitchell, you can speak to them through our mics and they will be advancing your slides. So you must tell them verbally. Nobody in here will be advancing your slides. They are the people online. So Mr. James Murphy right here, he's only going to be running our timer for our people that are presenting here in person. For those that are online, we will have a clock that shows up on the screen for you. And I'll try to remind myself to say that over and over again when I bring people up to advance your slide verbally, please. And so, of course, I'll act as our moderator. We'll be bringing up presenters to address the committee per the schedule. If you don't have a schedule, you can find them outside at our registration table. And just please try to keep your comments to 5 minutes. For those online, we will kindly give you an interruption as far as muting your mic. And for those here, we will ask that you finish your presentation. So committee members will have an opportunity to ask questions after your 5-minute presentation. And for online presenters, if you are muted, we will send you an unmute request. So keep an eye out for that if you are muted. And then for presenting organizations, please keep your answers brief to the committee so that we can give everyone the opportunity to present their projects today. And just keep in mind, I mean, yesterday we had our first full day of presentations. We had a fire drill. We had a technical difficulty where one of our computers just went completely black. And thank goodness we have backups for backups, just be patient with us. We had, we kind of had like a delay of about 5 minutes just trying to get the PowerPoint back up. But everything ran pretty smooth other than those blips. But be patient with us. Today is very fluid. Hopefully we are ahead of schedule, but of course things can happen and we may be behind schedule. So we appreciate everyone's ability to be flexible today. And that concludes my remarks, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so 2 very quick things. Please silence your cell phones. And number 2, for the record, we have 8 of 9 committee members present, so we do have a quorum. So Ms. Savala, would you please call the first presenter?
Yes, Chair. We have Honor Veterans Now Supportive Services Grant, and it's going to be a remote presentation. Mr. James Simons should be online. And then on deck, we have the Houston Area Urban League. It's a financial assistance grant that is in person. Glenda Kizzy and Sheldon. All right, great. We have them ready. So you're on deck, and let's go ahead and get started with our first remote presentation. James?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Very good. Well, good morning to everybody. My name is James Simons. I am the grant writer for Honor Veterans Now. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. All right. I'm not going to go over too much of this in detail, but I did want to mention that we anticipate serving at least 300 beneficiaries divided into roughly 240 veterans, 55 dependents, and 5 surviving spouses. Those estimates are based on prior data. Currently, we're able to serve all 254 counties in Texas, either by FedEx or UPS or Pony Express or whatever it takes to get the meals to the veteran. Currently, we are serving beneficiaries in 50 counties in Texas. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. At the inception of Honor Veterans Now, our meal services, the Meals for Vets program, were provided without TVC funding. But as our demand increased, we saw the need to add the TVC General Assistance Program to our strategy to provide meals to veterans, their families, and surviving spouses who are suffering from food insecurity. We can provide our services without TVC funding, but it would be in a much reduced volume than we currently are serving. We ensure a beneficiary is a veteran by requiring they provide us a copy of one of the following documents, and that would be the DD-214, the Department of Veterans Affairs Summary Letter, the National Guard Bureau Form 22, the National Archives Form 10308, Certification of Military Service, or the E-Benefits Summary Letter. And the Meals for Vets program is the only program that Honor Veterans runs, and it currently represents about 92% of our total operating budget. Next slide, please. Okay, for this go-around, this proposal, we have chosen to fund only meal reimbursements and indirect costs with this grant, as the demand for our meal service is very high. Our staff and other expenses would be funded by other revenue. Our veteran support coordinators are the folks that interact directly with our beneficiaries, either by phone or email. Only rarely do we get a chance to actually meet our beneficiaries in person. We have actually met a few of them here in Fredericksburg, and we did make a trip to San Antonio where we met a number of these beneficiaries in person. The Meals for Vets program is set up so that the veteran or surviving spouse contacts us and then fills out an online application. Once we have the application and we vetted them and approved for our program, we arrange for a meal provider to deliver the meals to our client, or in some cases, the meals are provided in a congregate setting. Our meal providers include Mom's Meals, which is a national organization. We also work with a lot of local Meals on Wheels programs and dining service providers at trade schools, colleges, and universities. Next slide, please. So currently, in order to meet our benchmarks for services, we would need to serve 25 beneficiaries per month in order to reach our 300 beneficiaries. And we would need to spend $41,667 per month to reach our $500,000 benchmark. And currently, we're serving 251 beneficiaries, and the demand has been very high, so we do not anticipate any problems reaching our goal of 300 beneficiaries and the $500 expenditures. And as a matter of fact, on this current grant that we're working on, we have already served 393 unduplicated beneficiaries. So we're well above our 300 benchmark. Next slide, please. Okay, we inform the veterans community and others about our Meals for Vets program through multiple avenues. Our website is one of our key components of that outreach and also houses the application portal for our services. We also rely on social media such as Facebook, X, which is formerly Twitter, and Instagram. In addition, referrals from veteran serving organizations, for example, Combined Arms. We also attend community events such as county fairs, motorcycle rallies,
Sir's up.
you name it, all different kinds of events.
Sir,
across the
time's
state.
up.
Pardon?
Time's up, sir.
Okay, all right.
Do you have any questions? Any questions out in virtual? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
All right, so next up in person, we have the Urban League. Next on deck is the Transition Skills Training. That is a remote presentation. Julie Niehoff, please be ready online. Thank you. Glenda, please make your way to the podium and please begin your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry, Glenda, it's going to actually be the podium. The taller podium. Thanks, James. Thanks, Tessie.
Thank you very much. My name is Glenda Kazee. I'm the director with Houston Area Urban League, and here with me is my counterpart, Sheldon DeBrain, who's the coordinator for our Veteran Support Program. Thank you very much for having us. We've worked with TVC for a number of years, and it's been a wonderful relationship in helping veteran families. Houston Area Urban League was actually co-founded by a veteran, and so it was really wonderful that we were able to have a partner that served the entire family because our approach to service delivery is holistic. Houston Area Urban League is an affiliate of National Urban League, United Way. We're also a HUD-approved housing counseling agency. And so we look at servicing our clients both virtually and in person. And we're here today to ask for an expansion of our services to statewide so that we can continue to service. COVID really gave us an opportunity to expand our capabilities. And so we're looking to enhance our veteran support services as well.
All right, good morning, Commissioners, Committee, and Madam Chair. I want to start by thanking the Texas Veterans Commission for making the resources available for organizations like ours to help and serve our veterans, surviving spouses, and dependents in a multitude of ways to help stabilize them. My name is Sheldon DeBrain, U.S. Army veteran, where I served as a cannon crew member in Germany, Field King of Battle, Field Artillery, HUA. And I then also transitioned in my career as a personnel administrative specialist there at Fort Bliss, Texas. I am happy to serve and work as the program coordinator of veteran services for the Houston Area Urban League. And as you know, that Ms. Kazee had stated, that was co-founded by a veteran, Mr. Quentin Meese, who served in the United States Army Air Corps. The Houston Area Urban League is committed to serving our veterans by taking them from homelessness and preventing them from becoming homeless. This is done with financial assistance and helping with deposits, rent, and mortgage assistance. Our focus is to serve our veterans and surviving spouses through the state of Texas. As per the Housing Assistance Council, the following has been documented. Approximately 904,000 or 8.8% of Texas homes are occupied by veterans. Approximately 227,000 Texas veterans live in homes with one or more major problems of quality, crowding, or cost. Housing affordability is the greatest housing problem among veterans. HUD estimates that approximately 1,700 veterans are homeless. 6.6% of Texas veterans live in poverty. All these are factors that have impacted our veterans greatly, and we can help alleviate a small bit of that with financial assistance to help stabilize our veterans. We accomplish this through our partnerships statewide with our partnership with United Way Texas, the Texas Workforce Commission, the Workforce Solutions, the Regional Workforce Boards, and of course, the Texas Veterans Commission, the VA regional offices, and of course, the Texas Veterans Commission's funded organizations that we can partner in delivering services for our veterans. Again, I thank you for your time. My name is Sheldon DeBrain, U.S. Army veteran. Boy.
Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Now, it says in your organization's outreach plan, you're going to have monthly hall activity events. How's that going to be when, what activity events you're going to have for rural areas? Because you're going to cover all statewide. So, rural Texas, what are you going to do for activities?
One of the elements that we were able to establish during COVID was to establish relationships with the Texas Workforce Solutions, and they have a veteran component. And so we went out to rural areas and actually partnered with them for in-person as well as follow-up virtually.
So, reading your application, I see that the discharge status is what you listed here is only honorable and general under honorable conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
So if someone comes in with a dishonorable or
If someone comes in with the dishonorable, what our plan is and in what we are currently doing is that we do refer them to see whether or not that's something that needs to be addressed, because many veterans said those were they were barriers for them and were questionable. And so they were entitled to at least check to see if there was anything to change that. If that's not the case, to further help the veterans, because we believe in housing first, is that we look within our Houston Area Urban League to provide support for them, as well as with our partners or with other TVC grantees that don't have that limitation.
okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
I have one, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead, Mr. Rispoli.
Yes, you mentioned about housing assistance. Can you just give us an example, maybe an average per veteran? How does that look? Or what's the average assistance you provide?
We provide assistance up to $2,400. That increase was because of the gouging of some landlords and increasing rental rates. Many veterans may come with housing barriers that require them to pay additional deposits or additional fees to the landlord because of credit scores. And so that allows us to accommodate all of those additional fees that are now being charged.
Terrific. Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Any other questions? Yes, Dusty.
Good morning.
Morning.
You were saying that you're going to go statewide when before you were just in the Houston area. And I guess there's a certain amount of money that comes with going more
Yes.
that comes with going statewide. Is it your plan to, with that additional money, be dedicated to the statewide then?
Yes, it will be dedicated to the statewide. In addition to that, within the last 2 years, COVID has been an education for us. Because of the need, we have always reached out to get additional support funding to support our work because it's needed.
But you sort of earmarked that
Yes,
for
this is
outside.
earmarked for statewide.
All right. If there are no other questions, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, we have a remote presentation for transition skills training, Julie. And then on deck, we have bring everyone in the zone, also a remote presentation, Maureen Jewett. Julie?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me come today. My name is Julie Niehoff, and I'm a co-founder and outreach and programs director for Transition Skills Training. Next slide, please. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and we are focused on transition skills, workforce development, employment, and job skills training for veterans and their families. And specific to this particular grant request, we are asking for $50,000 to train 1,300 people, 900. We've broken it into 900 veterans, 200 dependents, and 200 spouses. But if we weren't sure if this program would allow us to train dependents and surviving spouses, so our number is 1,300 over the year, and we would give them entrepreneurial training and supports. It's in virtual and live classes. Some can be in person. We will cover the entire state. And we've been doing this for a long time in the for-profit arena and for the last 5 years in the nonprofit arena. And it is something that's become sort of the mainstay of our program. It's where we're seeing the largest impact on the veterans' lives and their families' lives and their ability to shift to civilian life after service. Next slide, please. So our classes are generally an hour and a half to 3 hours long, depending on the topic. And every time we teach a class, we are also giving a toolkit that includes free software, templates, guides, and additional coaching one-on-one with the instructor if those participants want that. We provide these services with or without this grant, but this grant would help us reach many more people in the state of Texas who need this kind of coaching and training to grow their businesses or even to just start their businesses. We do also include nonprofit training. Nonprofits are businesses, as you all know, and so as long as they are accepted into the entrepreneurial program at TVC, we would include them in this program under this grant funding. We make sure they're a veteran in general. Outside of this grant, we accept all forms of their DD-214, their discharge papers, whatever format they can provide. But specific to this, we will ask them for their verification letter from TVC that proves that they're in the program and actually planning to run a business or start a business. The budget for this, the way that we've broken it out, 78% is literally specifically for delivering the classes, 22%, and this is 22% of the 50,000, not of our operating budget. 22% is for software and supplies that is needed to provide these additional services, but 100% of that $50,000 is going to provide these direct services for veterans and their families who are in the program at TVC. Next slide, please. So we do have 2 full-time and, oops, I think we skipped one slide. We have 2 full-time and 1 part-time staff, and we have 6 instructors who are all from military backgrounds in military families. We also have a large advisory council of veterans who are providing insight on the curriculum and helping us test curriculum when we have new curriculum, things like that. Our instructors and our staff will interact with the participants. But I want to be clear that the $50,000 is not paying salaries. It is paying for the direct services and providing those programs. All of our coaches have successful small businesses themselves and have been through what it takes to build a small business and to grow a small business and to sustain it. So it's something that is important to us that they are from military backgrounds and have real world, feet on the ground experience, doing the things that they're teaching. Next slide, please. So in 2024 to 2025, this says 900, but we will train 1,300 from this $50,000. We would like to include dependents and surviving spouses, but if that is not part of the policy at TVC, I wasn't sure. So well, I just want to be clear that we can teach 1,300 veterans. I don't want to give you a per month because there is a seasonal nature to this kind of work. For instance, in December, fewer people participate in classes, but in January, lots of them participate in classes. But if I had to break it down as an average, it would be 75 veterans and 33 dependents or surviving spouses per month, and it will fluctuate slightly during the year.
Okay, ma'am, time's up.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am, I
Ball?
have a question. Julie, thank you for coming this morning. Just one quick question. You guys are statewide. You're
Yes.
asking for $50,000. And when I look at your grant request, I see your name across every position. How do you manage to spread yourself so thin and with such little money, go across the board and train 1,300 people?
Because the day that we entered our application, there was a glitch in the system that would not allow us to add multiple people. So I was instructed to add myself as those people, and then later we would fix it. And it was a glitch in the system. There are actually 3 staff and 6 trainers, and it's not just me.
Super. Thank
It's
you,
a
ma'am.
fair question, though.
Yes, Ms. James.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you give us an idea of what you're defining as a direct service in the context of delivering this education?
Absolutely. A direct service for this specific request for funding is teaching a class and providing coaching after that class, but we will only count in that number of 1,300 them participating in a class. And on average, most people who come to one of our classes end up attending at least 3 or 4. That's just about 80% of them do that. But we will only count them once in that 1,300.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
then secondary question, so the ask is $50,000 and the number to be served is 1,300, which would round out to about $40 per person for the year. Is this grant being supplemented by something else? How are you able to deliver these services, which sound like it's predominantly people's time in such a cost-effective way?
We've been doing it for many years, and most of the classes are offered virtually. So, and the curriculum is already created. So it's not something that we have to build. We are already doing it, and we're only delivering it. So we are able to maximize the impact as much as possible. It doesn't cost that much to train if you have people that are willing to do it for not a lot of money.
And then my last question is, like, what do participants kind of get at the end of this? What does like graduation look like? Do they get a certificate? What does completion look like?
Actually, each class has its own completion. They get a certificate and they get a toolkit, which is not something that's, time limited. It's an online resource, a gallery of tools that they can use. If we do have a program that we can install if TVC would like us to, that after 6 classes, they would earn a business skills certificate. And that would be something we would do in partnership with TVC. And it's up to you if you'd want to have TVC's name on that certificate or not. But that is a standard that we do with a lot of organizations.
Thank you. But just for clarification, I'm just asking questions for myself. It has nothing to do with the grant writing process.
Oh, no worries.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Omar.
I have a question. So Julie, thank you for your presentation. During your presentation, you mentioned that majority of the courses are offered virtually, but there are opportunities to conduct the training in person. So, this is a statewide grant.
Yes.
And with that, there may be, as far as the virtual training, how do you navigate reaching out to veterans who may be in communities that have limited access to internet? Do you, sorry.
That's okay. That's a good question. I can answer it. Would you? Was that the
Yes.
whole of the question? Did you want to, was there another
Well,
part?
we'll start with that part of the question, and then there's a follow
Okay.
up to it.
We have longstanding relationships with all of the SCORE and Small Business Development Center organizations across the state. So we have physical spaces that we are able to use in partnership with those different organizations and to co-host events. And we will very often go to, and we would probably map this out with the entrepreneurial team at TVC to decide which corners of the state or which rural areas or largely underserved areas we would go to. And we would host a sort of a regional gathering and probably do 2 or 3 classes in a day so that people could come and also get to know more about the program. And then we also, because of our work with SCORE and the SBDCs, are able to have people who can't get on the internet in their home situation or whatever their living situation is. They can go to the SCORE office and use a laptop there to log in, and they'll have help from the coaches at SCORE to get into the class to participate.
Thank you. And actually, you addressed the second part of my question there. I was going to follow up and ask, well, how do you navigate the in-person meetings? Are they hosted regionally or specific times throughout the year? But you addressed that. Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Martinez.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So my question is just basically on the classes itself, comparing the in-person to the online classes. We all know how the online classes work, but is it to where you have an instructor online teaching the class itself, or is it video led to where the veteran can go back and say, watch the videos at their leisure?
It's actually both. We believe strongly in a live virtual situation so they can ask their questions specific to their own situation. And also because of the built-in community that creates, we invite all participants to join our online community so they continue their conversations. But we record the classes and make it available to them so they can watch it as many times as they want. If they want to show it to their spouse or someone else, we have no problem with that.
Awesome. And then do you guys also partner with like workforce as far as like WIOA or Chapter 31 with the Veteran Employment Liaison after they graduate to offer additional services, or is you guys just on your own?
No, oh no, we're not on our own. We in that toolkit, they get the resources for next steps if they want to go further. There are a lot of cities around the state that will provide veterans with one-on-one coaching with local coaches so they can go and meet in person and sort of build that relationship in their area on a stronger level, a deeper level for their business. But we also are happy to nurture them in continuing classes beyond just these 1,300 people. If they want to come back 6 or 10 times, they can. We have more than 35 topics that we teach, and they're welcome to come back all the time.
And then when a veteran graduates your program, do you still keep in contact with them like a year, 2 years down the road if they ever need more assistance?
Yes, we do. We actually check in every 6 months. We used to do it every 12 months, but just this past January, we changed that to every 6 months. We're finding that sometimes their business situation changes, or their, with life, your goals change and you shift your mindset. And sometimes they want to make a change in their business and they need more tools and resources to do that. And we stay with them to do that.
Now, do you wait for the veteran to contact you, or do you have your reps reach out and say, hey, how are you guys doing?
We reach out regularly, and we do it in a one-to-many, like with mass email and into our online community. But we also track who's not responding, and then we individually reach out to those people by phone and email to make sure, just to keep track.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Thanks, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Thanks.
Okay, so now then we have bring everyone in the zone, remote presentation, Maureen Joette. Online, Maureen, I see you. And then next on deck, we have USA Cares in person, Matthew Castor. is here to present. So Maureen, take it away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I want to thank the committee for your service and also for dedication to the state of Texas. And thanks for the opportunity to let us present today. So we're asking for an increase in our amount from 150 to 200,000, and it increases the amount of money that goes direct client services from 84,000 to 119,000. We serve basically all the counties that are within 45 minutes or so of Fort Cavazos. We have consistently met our goals and objectives each year. Next slide, please. So this is just a pictorial of funding. You gave us the blue part, 50,000, and we were able to leverage 80,900 from other sources. And so having this money is really a good thing for us. I don't know if we would get that other orange part if it wasn't for your funding. We accept anything except dishonorable discharge. And as I said earlier, we're going to increase the amount for direct client services to 119,000 because we have seen an increase in rent and other expenses as a long-term result of the COVID pandemic. So next slide. And in the remarks later, there'll be some direct responses from some of our customers that show, how the impact of the current financial condition is doing. So we have 2 part-time staff members that work on the grant. I work about 40% of the time, actually more like 60% of the time on the grant, but paid for with you for 40%. And then Tanya works, she's my resource manager. She works, her total job is this grant. But because we do leverage those other resources, we don't have y'all pay her whole salary. We get part of the money from the City of Clean Community Development Block Grant. So we work with the needy veterans, dependent surviving spouses. We provide the intake screening and all that stuff for the basic financial stuff. We don't have contractors that work on the program. We don't have any contractors, but we do have other employees that work for us that help us with outreach. So the results I'm showing you right now on these slides is just from July till January. So these are current stuff, current, experience as of right now. So next slide. So this is another thing that shows the numbers of people that we've seen. 257 is the goal, and we've seen 268 so far this year, as I said, from July to January. Expectation is 37 per month and a little under 10,000. And in January, we're boom, right on it, 58% of time, 58% money, 58% of the amount of people served. So the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. So there we are. Next slide, please. Okay, so we get the word out. We're really fortunate. We're located at Bell County Help Center with the Bell County Service Officer and Hill Country Community Action. So lots of people come by our place. We're across the street from the courthouse. The county, the Justice of the Peace, if they're evicting someone and they're a veteran, they'll send them over to see us. We get a lot of referrals from word of mouth, VSO, social workers at the VA. We have pro bono on television and radio, and we do a lot of outreach at events. And as I said, I have 2 other employees. Our main function when we first started was peer-to-peer support, but we found out we couldn't take care of people's psychological needs if their physiological needs were not met. So we started to do the financial assistance. But our main program is outreach to get veterans from suffering into a meaningful life with a purpose. So we have lots of programs that allow for volunteerism, for mentoring, for peer-to-peer support, for group, for one-on-one. We have a free counselor that comes in by appointment on Monday. So we offer a lot of things just besides the financial support that the TVC doesn't pay for, but the TVC benefits from. Okay, next slide. So these are people's actual experiences. And if you notice here, that people experience a lot of really bad difficulties from COVID, and we're able to leverage the funds. So we got money for the first person, almost $1,000 from other sources, but we had a match from the Fund for Veteran Assistance. Same thing with every one of these people talking about you know, what's happened to them as in the recent past and how this grant was able to help us. So unfortunately, a lot of our people lost everything during COVID and they're in trouble. So thank you for the time. I appreciate it. And thank you for
ma'am.
the
Your
years
time's
of
up.
giving us the grant.
Any questions? Okay, ma'am. Thank you. There are no
Wow, that was
questions.
great. Thank you again for your service, y'all. It's not easy. Bless you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a good day.
You too, bye-bye.
Matthew, and then go ahead and remember just to let our people online know to advance your slides, and James going to be your timekeeper. Let me announce the next presenter after you, Matthew, is Span Incorporated. That is a remote presentation. Max Calder, please be on deck. Thanks. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Matt Castor. I'm Vice President of Government and Corporate Relations for USA Cares. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here. It's really an honor to share a little bit of our story and what we hope to accomplish here in Texas. So USA Cares we're in our 21st year of serving veterans throughout the country. We eliminate the factors that often lead to veteran suicide. So we take calls from veterans throughout the state when they are at a rock bottom moment, when they are on the verge of eviction or foreclosure, if their vehicle is on the verge of being repossessed, if they're just in those very vulnerable moments, particularly when veterans are in transition from military to civilian life, and they're kind of in that danger zone when they are the most vulnerable. So we step in and we work with landlords, mortgage companies, to make payments on those veterans' behalf, and then put them into follow-up services afterwards to make sure they don't find themselves in that same situation again. So we're requesting $500,000 to expand our reach within Texas. And by that, I mean to be able to help more families. So we have a program that is proven effective. We can typically stop an eviction or foreclosure in less than 48 hours. So we can work very, very quickly and effectively, and we want to be able to simply help more. So we are, the vast majority of USA Cares is funded privately. There are corporate sponsorships, there are other initiatives there, but we're looking for a boost to be able to help more families in Texas. Please advance the slide. Would you advance the slide, please? So we have a process where each veteran family that comes to us, we can vet them very quickly. We seek their information through their DD-214. We have a team of case managers who are either veterans or family members of veterans very familiar with the military community and can do the necessary background checks to make sure that each person is who they say they are. Unfortunately, we do get a number of fraudulent claims, so we have to sift through this and figure out to verify the individuals. But we've been very successful in identifying those in urgent need and to be able to step in and help very, very quickly. As an organization, more than 87% of all the funds that come into USA Cares go directly towards our program. So we run extraordinarily lean. Nationally, we have 23 employees who can assist. Next slide, please. With these particular funds, we want to restrict all of them, 100% of these funds to be used on families in Texas. So we do not necessarily need to use these for administrative because we already have the team in place. We already have the program working. We already have the veterans calling us, having received more than 1,000 requests last year unsolicited. A lot of our veterans come to us through referrals through the VA system, through other nonprofit organizations. And we simply want to be able to help more of them. And we were inundated last year, like I said, more than 1,000 requests. And these requests can be as much as $4,000 a piece. When you figure in utilities, mortgages, sometimes it's a car payment. So we want to be able to increase the number that we can assist. We don't need to market. We don't need to hire more people. We simply just need to help more of them. Please advance the next slide. So what we anticipate is being able to help 20 more veterans per month. We get on average about 84, 85 calls each month just from people.
Time's up, sir. Are there any questions?
I have a question, ma'am.
Mr. Ball?
Hi, Matt. Thanks for your presentation this morning. You're a national organization, correct?
That is correct.
And in your application, you say you help 1,000 people, but only about 240 of them are from Texas, correct? Am I reading that right?
Correct. So we had 1,000 requests. Actually, we helped. We had enough funding for 135. We hope to increase by 240.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. So then how do you, in your financial paperwork, if you were to receive a grant for $500,000, how would you allocate those funds or track those funds so that they are going to Texas recipients as opposed to your national organization?
Yes, thank you for that. So what we want to do is work with one of our case managers to make them Texas specific. So that one case manager would handle the workload for Texas. We also use a Salesforce program that can identify and decipher these to narrow them down to just the Texas veterans.
I hope you have more luck with Salesforce than I do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Mr.
Hey, ma'am.
Delgado?
Thank you. So along those same lines, you said you were receiving referrals from Texas, from various organizations. Do you have a waiting list? And if you were unable to serve them, did you use other money, or you just unfortunately told them that you were unable to help them?
So the answer varies to that. It's case by case, but there are situations where if somebody comes in with a specific need that maybe is a little further outside of our scope, we will refer them to another organization who is a better fit to help them quickly. We don't ever want to say, sorry, we can't help you. We always want to refer them to somebody else. I wish we could help them all. We simply just don't have the funding to do that. But we will find a way to get them to somebody to help. But like I said, we're just inundated right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Going back to, was it you were referring to someone else? Do you have a follow-up program to where if you do refer someone to another agency for assistance, do you follow up to make sure that they did get that assistance?
We do. So we do follow-up surveys with these individuals and follow-up phone calls to see, because if funds come in later and they're still in need, maybe there's a way that we can still help them. We don't ever want to just drop them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So, okay, we take care of a month's rent or a month's mortgage, but what's happened is there's to the left, there was a string to the left that got them to the, so what do you do about like stabilization so that you've given them this 1 or 2 months rent, whatever you average out, but where's the stabilization so the person doesn't get themselves back into this?
I appreciate the question. So one thing we want to be is more of a bridge and not a Band-Aid. So we don't ever want to enable these men and women by just simply making payments for them and then best of luck and then send them out in the world. So we work with financial institutions to put them into financial training that they're required to take if they accept our help. And we're going to put them through these courses so that they don't find themselves in another negative financial situation. They can learn from this situation and they can move on going forward.
So do you ever see where, okay, they've gone to you and you've helped them out for a month or two, and then as you look back historically, oh, now they went to X organization. So they've kind of, and you've gone through financial training, but if, again, the scenario Band-Aid.
Right.
So how do you find that part? I mean, you're not going to turn them away. I get that.
Yeah.
But
we work with, I mean, we have a vast net. And after 21 years of doing this, we work with so many other organizations and we can vet them fairly quickly. Our team is very experienced in this. to identify those who are potential repeat offenders going from organization to organization. So they're always on the look for that. And unfortunately,
Okay.
fraud is a very real part of this whole process. And so it has been ingrained in our process to look for red flags like that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right. Thanks. Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, Span Incorporated, you're going to be online, Max Calder. And then on deck, we have Texoma Area Paratransit System. That is a remote presentation. Shelley White, please be ready. All right, Max, it's all yours.
Wow. Oh, thank you very much. I am Max Calder with Span Incorporated, Director of Operations. It is an honor to be here with you all and want to say thanks for previous year's funding for our precious Texas veterans midday run down to the VA from Denton County. SPAN is a 501c3 nonprofit. With this funding cycle, we are requesting $150,000 in support. That is for overall, we do transportation for people with disabilities, older adults, and veterans. Historically, with veterans, we've provided services from Denton County to the VA in Dallas, which is a valuable and very hard to get service outside of SPAN. This particular funding cycle, we're continuing to look for transportation assistance, doing it a bit differently. As opposed to just getting veterans to the VA in Dallas, we are looking to support them and get them to any medical purpose trip. That could be something life-sustaining like dialysis. That could be something routine preventative health. A number of counties primarily served as Denton County, but again, want to mention we do take individuals to Dallas County to get them to the VA. Advance the slide, please. This particular request trip rate is calculated at $43.48 per one-way trip for these, again, medical purpose trips, which for us, it's automated system, straightforward to track. We can identify and itemize proven reimbursable one-way trips, $43.48. $3 of that is the fare. So this would be a 100% subsidized trip unit of service for the veteran being served. This funding would also support a veteran coordinator position that SPAN would hire if funded, and then be able to outreach and support, track, quality assure the service being delivered to veterans, and also engage in the larger veteran community in a more robust way than SPAN's been able to do with staffing, and get more involved with the TVN, Texas Veterans Network, Denton County Veterans Coalition. Just yesterday, I participated in one of the focus groups with Texas A&M about needs assessments for veterans and a lot of that activity. So the new position would be 100% dedicated to veteran services provided by SPAN. Advance the slide, please. The wonderful drivers are what primarily lead to what drives the cost, pun intended, of the unit of service, which is true in any public transportation service. And then again, it also supports the, in addition to wages and fuel, it also is covering the fare, which is $3 per one-way trip for the public. In this case, the veteran would have the fare paid for, subsidized by this particular grant. And the veteran coordinator is a new position. Again, 100% dedicated to veteran services provided by SPAN. Advance the slide, please. Quarterly benchmarks for service, we are looking at about 1,955 free trips for medical purposes per year. So about 500 trips, 488 to be exact, per quarter. And the salary and benefits is stated there for reference as far as how much that would be per quarter to support the new position that, again, would support this program and all veteran services provided by SPAN. Next slide, please. Outreach plans, this would be supported by myself, other team members, but primarily, exclusively focused will be veterans for the new veteran coordinator position. And that would be, their role would be outreach and quality assurance of the program being offered and how well it's going for veterans. So it include local groups, websites, social media, all the logical means by which we would outreach and engage, and then a lot more direct personal involvement with local community events throughout the North Central Texas region. Next slide, please. And just closing with a veteran that we proudly served, as a person, nice image there, who has served in Vietnam and is one of the many individuals this last calendar year, January 1, 2023 through December 31st, 2023, we served 61 unduplicated veterans getting down to the VA on the midday run supported by TVC in Dallas. And again, Max Calder, Director of Operations with SPAN. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Raw.
Sure.
Sure. Thank you for your presentation.
Pleasure.
You are a returning grantee, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you received how much last year?
Was approximately $20,000, and that
Okay, sure.
supports the midday run, the unit of the service being delivered to the VA from Denton County in Dallas.
And that was, you anticipated serving 150 veterans and spouses?
That is correct. Yes, we
Okay.
do. And this would be a more robust service for additional medical purpose trips all throughout Denton County.
Okay, and you're increasing your clientele of veterans and spouses up to 200 for this year?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
That would include surviving spouses, rough figure 50, and then veterans served, unduplicated veterans served 150. That is correct.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Or anyone else out in the virtual land? Okay, I have a question for you. So
Sure.
Carrie needs to go, I'm in Denton County and I need to go to the VA. What does that look like for me? Do I call you
Yeah.
48 hours prior or?
Yeah, good question. And yes, you could. You can actually call up to 2 p.m. the day before the trip, as far out in advance as 14 days. And
Okay.
the trip would then be confirmed as far as the actual pickup the day before the trip. There are locations from Sanger to Justin throughout Denton County, several that people can be picked up central to get to the VA in Dallas, or a person with a mobility impairment and a need can be picked up point to point. So that would be getting picked up at a time that they would know about in advance from home all the way down to the VA in Dallas.
Well, I'm glad you brought up that mobility issue. So,
Absolutely.
I have a heck of a time with stairs. Is
Uh-huh.
your, like the lady you have in this picture, your employee, is she, allowed to assist me?
Oh,
or
yes.
do I have to, okay.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
have to
and
figure it out
unlike
myself.
many, that's a great question. And it's public transit. I've been in that industry for over 20 years. Many programs comply with the ADA, and that means to comply origin to destination. Level of assistance is door to door in cases. SPAN proudly offers for everybody using the service door to door service unless that's declined. So it's not just assistance onto and off of the vehicle, and certainly with the securements, either the ramp or the lift, all vehicles 100% accessible, but assistance from the door, quote unquote, of the vehicle to the door of the location that the person's accessing.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
So, a question about the vehicles. I know that when you pick up an individual in a wheelchair or motorized chair, you're going to have a certain amount on the bus. Do you have bus or vans that are dedicated just for wheelchair veterans, to where you can take more than one?
We do have multiple securement positions in some vehicles, and if there were multiple people on a group trip going, we would use a vehicle with a higher capacity rate. The smallest vehicles we have, and there's two minivans, have a single wheelchair position. Those wouldn't be used on any service other than, let's say, a unique trip, let's say to dialysis at a time where no groups are riding, hypothetically for a veteran using a device. Most people traveling with devices are riding in the larger minibuses with multiple securement positions, where you can take two in a lot of cases and up to as many as 4 wheelchairs on a particular trip. So yes, the configurations vary, and we use the vehicle based on the groups that are traveling, so we get the right fit for the right group.
You get a lot of calls for multiple wheelchair access vehicles, and you have like a long waiting period between veterans to be picked up.
No, we don't. We do have a number on the public at large of people that on a given day we aren't able to fit into a schedule. It's a denial rate, but with veterans and getting to the VA, we do not have any denials that have come up that I can think of from Denton to the VA. The buses are big enough and the volumes right-sized enough, so we have not had to deny anybody any service. And there is no wait list. Anybody eligible for SPAN is able to call and book trips, and then the reservationist will end up confirming a time for that person to get picked up and find a way to make it work out to get them down to either the VA, or with medical purpose trips, then it would be a matter of more based on their appointment, what time they need to be there by, and then getting them fit into the system to get served.
Okay, anyone else? Thanks a lot, sir. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Max. All right, Shelley White, you are up next. Next, we have Trinity County. After that, that's a financial assistance grant. It's remote, and we have Vicky Branch online already. So Shelley, take it away. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm Shelley White. I'm the general manager at TAPS Public Transit. We are a 501c3 nonprofit public transportation that is fully funded through grants and local contributions. Our federal funds require a 50-50 match. The more local funds that we receive, the more federal funds we can use. TAPS serves 6 counties in North Texas: Grayson, Cook, Wise, Clay, and Montague. We are currently serving 285 veterans, and we just started tracking the veterans that we serve a couple of years ago, so I'm sure that number is probably more than what we have updated. I'm a veteran myself, so I've really been pushing the agency to serve more veterans, and I've gotten them in contact with other veteran organizations, and we have some that call us all the time wanting us to transport their clients. We have requested $8,000, and with that, we should be able to provide 1,600 trips for veterans at $5 per trip, and that is the basic fare amount. TAPS currently makes weekly trips with 5 to 10 veterans from the Bonham VA to the Walker House in Denison, and they just go there and hang out for the day just to get them out of their rooms. We do not require a DD 214 since we are public transportation, but we do ask our clients if they are veterans, and we just use the honor system. We don't track spouses or dependents. And we've actually applied for the TVC grant a few times in the last few years, and this is the first time that we've actually been asked to come and do a presentation. So we're very excited about this, and that's all the information that I have. I'm a quick talker.
Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
so-
Ms. James.
So you said that you're kind of using an honor system to determine who's eligible. And given that these funds are earmarked for veterans or dependent surviving spouses, is there something that you plan to put in place to be able to track and make sure that these funds are going towards the intended population?
Well, they're not going to know about the funds. I mean, we will use them as we do the trips, but we don't have special prices or anything for veterans. And that's why we kind of use the honor system, because they have no reason to lie to us, because we're not giving special fares to veterans. And most of these funds would be used with people that are at the Bonham VA, going to different social activities like the Walker House. And we get calls from them all the time. And, I have a lot of contacts with the veteran agencies in our communities because I am a veteran. And so we have lists and stuff that they send to us.
Okay, so basically you're saying that when the person in your intake process, you're not identifying based on veteran status, you're basically saying, hey, we offer these services if you fit, I'm guessing, the overall organization's needs. And then on the back end, when you ask that question, then you're allocating some part to this veteran fund.
And we do not, sorry if I interrupted, we do not have an intake process. We are public transportation, so we're open to anybody. And when the client calls in to get a ride, if they're a new client, then we ask them if they're a veteran.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Thanks a lot. Have a great day, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. All right, Trinity County, Vicky, you are up next. And then on deck, we have Combined Arms, John Smith, and that's going to be a remote presentation. Thanks.
Hi, how are you?
Good morning.
Next, please. My name is Vicki Branch and I'm with Trinity County. I am joined today by our Veterans Officer. We are presenting our veteran grant and we are very pleased to present. This is the first time that Trinity County has had the opportunity to apply. We are asking for $180,000 to benefit at least 40 veterans, 5 dependents, and 15 surviving spouses. Next, please. Trinity County is a very rural area. We tend to lean towards the food, ordering online, picking it up, having fresh produce. We want to look at the utilities, the installation and the monthly support for our veterans, and then assistive technology. We feel like glasses, wheelchairs, repairs, assistance with it, and hearing aids are one thing that may get pushed to the side that hinders our veterans for being more successful and being out in the community more. We are advocating for self-care and short-term financial needs, which the short-term financial needs has been addressed by the Texas A&M completed needs assessment that was done last year. Next, please. These grant funds will be used 100% for grant services for our veterans and their family. They will not be used to subsidize salaries or other services. Currently, our veteran officer, the people come into the office, she does intakes with them, she helps them with paperwork, and she hears the stories and the needs of these individuals and contacted me. At the present time, she helps them find organizations that are outside in the community where they can be assisted. Transportation is a major issue for Trinity County, and so is the medical care for our veterans. Our closest veterans facility is in Lufkin. Next, please. We do plan on supporting a maximum of 10 individuals a month for financial assistance. We want to support 2 people a month for some type of assistive technology items. Now, at the end of the first quarter, we would really have to evaluate this. With the economy, it would be hard to say that, oh, the food is only going to be $200 a month. It may actually be a little more. There is a limit on what we will spend on utilities and on food, so we'll need to manage it and watch very closely as we move forward. Next, please. If Trinity County is fortunate enough to receive the TVC grant, we will be posted on the Trinity County website. It'll be posted on Facebook. It'll be published in the local paper, the Trinity Standard. The brochures will be made, they will be printed, they will be placed in all the local offices and our local clinics. And then we have a Trinity County Veterans Hall, and they will be notified and they will be told how you can go about getting our services. One of the things that we plan on doing is putting all of the applications online. The people would fill the application in online, or they can come into the office and fill it out with our veterans official. The two people will review the application, get back with them in 48 hours and set up whatever is needed. There will be required documentation, and all of that will be listed very plainly on the application on what they would need to provide to us. Next, please. Thank you.
Time's up. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. Okay, John Smith from Combined Arms should be online. Then after that, we have American GI Forum, National Veterans Outreach Program, also a remote presentation, and we have Monica Alexander. She has been direct messaged. Monica, if you can hear me, please go ahead and let our folks online know that you are ready and able to speak after the next presentation. Thanks, John. You have the floor.
Good morning, and thank you very much. My name is John Smith. I'm representing Combined Arms and the Texas Veterans Network, specifically the Southeast Texas region. And today I'm presenting and requesting financial assistance to provide food assistance for veterans in our area, specifically in Harris, Montgomery, Fort Bend, and Galveston County. Next slide, please. So with Combined Arms, we are a technology-based nonprofit that we're able to see the emergent needs of the community. And within our community, since COVID, we see the increased need of food assistance. And with that, we were able to partner up with many other agencies to start food pantries. And we actually launched our first full-time pantry in Galveston County in early 2022. And then we later opened up a in-house food pantry at our Houston Transition Center. And so in total, each month, we are actually offering 6 different opportunities for veterans to access food each month. And these are not only veterans, but active duty service members, because one of the food distributions is held at the Ellington Joint Reserve Base. Next slide, please. The funds will be used to support 2 of the staff members, partially funding their salaries. Grant will cover 50% of our community outreach coordinator and the community outreach manager. These positions are responsible for the day-to-day operations and oversight of our 5 different monthly food pantry locations. They are also on site at each pantry serving our veteran clients. Now, both of these individuals are veterans as well. And so being veterans, serving veterans makes it a lot more comfortable for them. Additionally, these 2 positions attend other community events in the greater Houston area to raise awareness on the food pantry program that we have here. Next slide, please. Combined Arms will need to serve approximately 180 each month or 540 per quarter in order to meet our goal. And with the 6 different food pantry or food distribution opportunities happening each month, to be able to serve the 30 clients, based on the current levels of clients served, we're confident that we're going to be able to achieve these metrics and in order to spend down the TVC grant funds. We will spend approximately $5,200 each month on salaries and $500 on the food costs each month, because there is a cost associated with getting these food for the food pantries. The remainder of the costs will cover travel, the rent for the in-house pantries, and pantry supplies. Next slide, please. Combined Arms will share the information with the community regarding our food pantry program, both via social media platforms, which we currently have over 42,000 filers, and through targeted emails to over 71,000 contacts. Additionally, our Southeast Texas outreach team will share about our food pantries at all of our community events where Combined Arms has a presence. We will ask clients during the registration process where they heard about the pantry to access what outreach methods are most effective and adjust where needed to ensure we are driving members and the veterans community to our pantries. Next slide, please. I believe that should be it. Yes.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, I have one for you. So you talked about you now have a food pantry down there at Ellington, is that correct?
Yes, we are operating a food pantry down there.
Are you having to pay rent, or is someone giving you per gratis office space and pantry space?
The pantry space is being utilized at the Lone Star Flight Museum. And as of right now, they are comping that space for us. The space within our transitional center, because each of the offices are rented out, we are subleasing it to the program to have the pantry in-house.
Well, that's okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions?
I got a question.
Sure, Mr. Delgado.
Thanks, ma'am. So in looking at this grant, so most of the money you're asking for is for the two positions, not so much getting the food. Is there a backlog of folks asking for food?
Not really sure what you mean about a backlog.
Okay.
I can tell you that there's an increased number of participants going to our food distributions as it sits right now. Over the past year, we've seen a 78% increase just in Montgomery County. And so the fees do cover salaries, covers the cost of food because there is a fee that is associated with the food. And then, of course, the rental vehicles to be able to transport the all the equipment, stuff for the volunteers. Does that answer the question, Mr. Delgado?
It does, and let me clarify. So yeah, I know there's a cost with working with food pantries, and food insecurity is a big thing here in Texas, well, nationwide. So with the cost of the food, are you just paying for the food, or are you paying for the food bank to deliver the food and set it and set up the distribution, as most food banks? Can you answer that? Clarifying
Yes,
question?
no, that's a great question. Because we are set up in different locations, we have different partnerships which have different costs associated with that. So for instance, the cost for our Midtown and our Ellington one are different than our costs for, let's say, our Galveston County Food Bank. So the costs vary from each distribution. On average, it's about $500.
And that's per veteran, correct?
No, $500 per location for the food distributions.
And how many food distributions or how many veterans
We're
do you
doing
serve?
we're doing 6 per month.
Okay. And how many veterans are served at per distribution?
Various at each one. The Montgomery County one, like I said, is a lot bigger. We see on average around 200 veterans at that one. The ones at Buffalo Soldier Museum, it's a little bit smaller and intimate. So we see anywhere from 25 to 30 there. Our in-house pantry, again, is a little bit smaller and intimate, but that's why we have it twice a month. And we're seeing between 50 and 75 per month at that one. The one in Galveston County, we're seeing about 200 at that one as well. And at the one at Ellington, we're seeing on average around 150.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions? Thanks a lot, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, John. Monica Alexander, are you online? Hey, Monica. I see you. Okay. So we have American GI Forum up right now. Then next we have Foundation Communities, and that's an in-person presentation. Sophia, I see you right there. Thank you so much. All right. Monica, take it away. Thank you.
GI Forum National Veterans Outreach Program. Next slide. We are a 501c3. We are requesting $500,000 for homeless veteran support to provide services in transitional housing, rent, temporary housing, facilities or motels, utility payments, transportation assistance, assistive technology, restorative dental care, household goods, food hygiene pantry, and beneficiary identification documents and food. We will serve all 254 counties in Texas, and we are looking to serve 375 veterans. Next slide, please. Currently, American GI Forum National Veterans Outreach Program provides rent, temporary housing in transitional facilities or motels, utility payments, household goods, assistance with ID documents, food hygiene in Dallas, Fort Worth, El Paso, and San Antonio. We also provide employment services in all of these locations and Houston and Austin, Texas. With the additional funding that TVC would be providing, we would be able to assist veterans in counties that we're not serving in the remaining Texas counties. We would also be able to provide restorative dental care, assistive technology in all Texas counties. We were actually, our inception year was 52 years ago, I'm sorry, providing services to veterans, and we verify veteran status by using the DD2 Form 214 or the VA Square system that we already have access to. So of the $500,000 requested, $171,565, which is about 34%, is directly allocated to the direct client services. But for full transparency, there's another 57% that's going to be allocated to other direct costs, which is the staffing and rents and things like that. And only 9% of the budget is for admin costs. Next slide, please. So who's funded by the TVC grant? We have 4 intakes at 20% in El Paso, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin. We would have 3 case managers at 50% in El Paso, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, and 1 at 100% in Austin. All the staff directly funded by this grant are directly interacting with the veterans of this grant, and there will not be any subcontractors. Next slide, please. For our plan measures, of course, our total is 375. So for each quarter, our goal would be 94 veterans a quarter, and our expenditure goal for each quarter is 125,000. Next slide. How would we outreach our community? Currently, in all of the cities that we're in, we promote grant-funded services at shelters, job fairs, community resource events. We also use social media to alert the community. We also have the Veteran Family Wellness Program that is currently funded through TVC, which offers mental health services in all 254 counties, and they also have referrals for this program. All of our intake staff are required to maintain logs that identify the veterans that would go through our process that can be referred and helped through this funding directly. And we adjust our outreach strategies based on continuous improvement, getting feedback from the clients. I'm sorry.
Go ahead and continue, ma'am.
Noticed that the meeting was being recorded, that stopped. The management also ensures our outreach plan is modified and implemented accordingly. So we are constantly looking at, how many people have come through the services and our outreach from our methods. Are there any questions at this time?
Yeah, do we have any questions?
I got a question.
Mr. Delgado.
A question. So I see in looking at your application how you're in, Dallas, Fort Worth, El Paso, and San Antonio, but you say you're going to extend throughout the state of Texas. How do you plan on doing that with, the dedicated staff in those areas?
So all of our staff currently, as I mentioned, we do already outreach for our Veteran Family Wellness Program, which is a mental health program that we serve all 254 counties. And they also have referrals that would go directly into this program. They're already working with clients that have these needs. I got a call yesterday from our online efforts and our contact us from Yoakum, people from Corpus, from Midland that tried to contact us.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Okay. That try to contact us for these services specifically that we only offer in, El Paso and San Antonio and Dallas, Fort Worth. So right now what we do is help those individuals by looking for the resource within their city. So of course we never turn anybody away empty-handed. We reach out to our local chapter of American GI Forum and other VFWs in their local area. And the staff, again, would help all the veterans that contact us because they are helping this program directly.
And then one follow-up to that. So how would you, I know how it works here in San Antonio, for example. Follow-up is key when it comes to the transitional piece. How would that play out in a rural area where, you don't have staff? really to be there and walk the veteran through the process or support them.
Absolutely. And because the staff are directly, again, funded through, not all of them are 100%, but again, we do have staff that are allocated to this grant specifically. We would be able to call them directly. We could set up, an interactive site like Zoom or Teams to help them walk them through whatever process we need or to obtain any information that we need. We have an intake. All of our processes have been outlined for the services that we provide already. So there isn't anything that will be new to us. The only thing that the veteran might need help with, we can directly help them with the staff available to the grant.
All right, thank you.
And that includes follow-up. So we would definitely follow up to make sure that there are no other assistance. So not only the gap in that service, but following up to make sure that there are no other needs that they have.
Are there any more questions? Okay. All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Foundation Communities, Sophia, and then I believe we will be taking a break after yours. All right. Thanks for being ready.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophia Barbado, and I am a proud Marine Corps veteran and the Director of Housing for Foundation Communities. So we are a 501c3 organization based here in Austin that provides affordable housing and supportive services. And we're requesting $100,000 of financial assistance to serve 40 veterans of all discharge statuses in Travis County. Next slide, please. With this funding, we will be providing direct client services. That is really the focus of this grant. Rent and utility payments, transportation assistance, food vouchers, assistive technologies, and restorative dental care for our veterans. This is an expansion of current services that we do, but our needs are just highly outpacing our current funding. We're a very data-driven organization. We use an online HIPAA-approved case management system named Efforts to Outcomes. And so in that, we'll collect eligibility documentation such as DD-214s, as well as noting case management notes and all of the things to make sure that we're not duplicating any efforts. This is a really lean grant that is focused on direct client services. So 89% of it will be going to direct client services. Next slide, please. And in order to focus on those direct client services, we are not funding any staff or contractors through this grant. We will use other funding to pay for our personnel costs for our on-site case managers. These case managers will be conducting outreach and engagement, providing intensive case management services. They'll be screening veterans for unmet needs and determining amounts of assistance that are needed. And of course, providing that coordination of care that is crucial for veterans to receive those things like dental services, rental assistance, assistive technologies, and transportation. Next slide, please. We will enroll more heavily in the first and second quarters to make sure that we meet our quarterly benchmarks, but at minimum, we'll enroll 10 veterans per quarter and spend $25,000 per quarter. Of course, our spending will be determined by veteran need and will be reasonable and allowable. Next slide, please. Foundation Communities is the largest nonprofit houser of veterans in the Austin area. We currently house 141 veterans in our supportive housing communities. We're opening a new community in June of 2024, and we'll add at least 25 veterans to that community. We are aware of the outstanding veteran needs that we have of our residents, but we also will continue to do outreach via flyers and newsletters, as well as individual outreach by phone, email, and door knocking. We have a good sense of, we know who our veterans are who reside in our communities. Obviously, if we're not hitting our benchmarks, we'll adjust our outreach strategies. Foundation Communities feels very strongly about gathering client feedback, and so we will do that via phone or in person. We also have a written comments and concerns and an online grievance process. So if folks want to tell us what they think that we could be doing better, that is very easily done. Next slide, please. And finally, what happens if we don't receive this funding? Well, with this funding, veterans' health and quality of life will improve. But without this funding, this sounds very dramatic, but veterans will be hungry. They will be in pain and poor health because they cannot get to doctor's appointments. They cannot get that restorative dental care or those assistive technologies that they need. And because the majority of our veterans do come into our housing out of homelessness, we would fear that they would return to homelessness without those rental assistance payments and those other supports for them. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Okay, I got a couple. Restorative dental care. By the time they walk in your door, it's pretty magnanimous, right?
Yes, as you know, dental care is incredibly hard to come by.
Yeah, I can talk about a couple things. Yeah. So, are you partnering with UT Health or whatever's around here?
Yes. So Buen Samaritano is a place that we have worked with. We try to work with some other partner agencies, but mostly it's individual private dentists that we're trying to work out a deal with. It is just really difficult to find dental care.
Yeah. So how many are you really, besides, if you're lucky, it's just to fill in or something, but the really heavy stuff. I mean, how many are you really doing a year?
It depends. So we could, the limitation is always that there's a cap that TVC puts in place that's $2,500.
Yeah.
That's tough because most people need more than that. So we get the dentist to prioritize. We're also helping the resident to try to, or the veteran to try to maybe save some money, get on a payment plan. For those who have insurance, sometimes it's a little bit less, but obviously most insurance doesn't cover this. So it sounds strange to say it depends, but it really depends on how much we can pay for it. This isn't just a huge need. Like so many people are needing this.
I can believe it. So really your bigger bulk is what? The rent, utility, transportation, and food voucher, isn't it?
Yes, I think that rent, specifically rent and dental, are going to be the biggest.
1 and 2.
Yes, by far.
Anybody else? Okay, thanks a lot. Have a great day. So with that, it's 10:19, so my cell phone is the official timekeeper, okay? So it's 10:19 and I'll see everyone back at 10:29, okay? 10-minute break. Thanks, see y'all then. And next up would be Central Texas opportunities when we get back. Okay. If you're wet.
No diet restriction.
Okay. Ma'am? Mrs. James?
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Delgado. Mrs. James?
you.
Perfect. Mr. Rispoli?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready to go with the next presentation, Central Texas Opportunities. Thank you, sir.
Hi, good morning. My name is Todd Liebum. Good morning. Good to see everybody again for day two. I am the Director of Development. We are now Cornerstone Community Action Agency, formerly known as Central Texas Opportunities. I'm here for our presentation for the General Assistance Grant. We're requesting $300,000 to assist up to 300 beneficiaries, 200 veterans, 70 dependents, and 30 surviving spouses in the 11 counties that we service. Next slide, please. The services will be for mortgage, rent, utility assistance, transportation assistance, and dental assistance. For verification purposes, we will use the standard military documentation of the DD-214, any type of military ID card that they might have. Funding sources for this, for our programs in the past, have come from TVC, the General Assistance Grant, as well as the Community Service Block Grant. But without the TVC funding, there is going to be a reduced number of veterans that will be assisted. Just to put it in perspective, here in the month of January, or in last month, in the month of January, our organization received over 620 applications for utility assistance alone from the general public. That was just for the month of January. So without TVC funding to help assist the veterans, there may be a number of veterans that won't get the assistance they need because it would fall under the general service block grant. Budget allocation for our 300,000 request, 67% of the budget will be allocated for direct client services, totaling just over 202,000. Next slide, please. The staff members associated with Cornerstone is our community service director, Shanika Arredondo, and her staff. I would be remiss if I did not point out that these 4 individuals take a huge vested interest in our veterans, and that's how they refer to all the veterans that they're assisting. They all refer to them as my veterans. Next slide, please. Our objectives to keep us on track is to serve 25 clients per month, with our budgeting putting us over just over 16,900 per month. That'll get us to our goal of 300 beneficiaries in our area of responsibility. Our outreach to get veterans in our doors is Shanika and her staff have a wonderful relationship with all the veteran organizations, our community partners that also assist veterans in other capacities. So they work together. We work with each other on our outreach events. We attend each other's outreaches events. Our community partners will have all of our information, the services that are available to the veterans at their disposal to hand anybody that comes to them, as well as local radio stations. A big part of our 11 counties is very rural, and small radio stations are vital. And it just so happens our board president is a DJ on one of the radio stations. So we don't have any problem getting airtime on radio stations as well. Once approved and we're ready to start, a social media campaign will be put out there periodically on getting the word out. So word of mouth spreads through social media as well. For the effectiveness, our effectiveness for our outreach method will be measured by new numbers of beneficiaries served. Our software, the Shaw system, allows us to pull unduplicated count on the weekly and monthly basis tracking. And also for our strategies, outreach is going to be based on the needs of the client and the community. When we get unduplicated data is reviewed, it will show the counties that may be underserved. And so we'll know that we need to readjust our outreach programs for those. Next slide, please. And if we'll go to the next slide, please. And if I could just say thank you very much for allowing me to speak on these last 2 days to apply for these. And I also want to say, as a veteran, a 25-year retired chief petty officer, I want to say thank you for the assistance that you guys provide for all of us to be able to assist veterans. By the grace of God, I've never had to utilize any of these programs, but you never know. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do I have any questions? Okay, do you want to do a clarification?
May I address the committee? Yes, ma'am. So Central Texas Opportunities is also named Cornerstone. And Todd, can you please clarify that? I know we talked about it yesterday about the branding change or the name change. And again, this goes to a lot of the organizations out there. We must go with the name that you provided to us in Flux so that we do not confuse your grant with any other grant. But then again, right, when we get into these presentations and talking about you all, it gets a little confusing for us to keep track of that. So hopefully when and if you get awarded, we will actually change that. James, our compliance officer right here, shaking his head. Yes. We work with all of our organizations because the 9 months, it takes a while for this application process to happen. Therefore, a lot of things can happen like name changes.
Sure. And it's been a process that we've been going through. Officially, the state of Texas is an official name change. We have all the documentation where it got into Flux as CTO. Our end, no idea and stuff. But it's a problem that we've run into. But we used to be DBA Cornerstone Community Action, but now we dropped the DBA because the name change is official.
Okay.
Mr. Ball.
Love it. No issue what you want to call yourselves, but whatever you call yourself, it's got to be in our database, and neither one of those names is in our database.
Yes, sir, because we cannot change the application as it is right now. So I would recommend, I did recommend, Todd and I talked on the phone, and I did recommend that he use the name Central Texas Opportunities because that is what we have in our Flux system.
No, ma'am.
Central CTO?
It's not in this spreadsheet, so
Well, it's not in Flux either.
Oh, I hadn't gone that far, but okay. So which means it's not in either places, so we need to.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yes,
my point.
that is a problem then because then you don't have his application, correct?
That would be correct.
Right.
Okay, then we will get this together. Thank you. Unless it's another name. No, I don't think so.
No,
but it's a very good presentation, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. So next up, we have Veterans Stand Together. That is employment. John Alvarez, are you online?
Yes, ma'am. I am online.
All right.
Good morning.
Great. Let me announce the next one after you. Central Texas Council of Governments. We have Meredith Donovan. Bobby, are you going to be speaking? Okay, so please get with our front desk. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna announce the name that we have in our spreadsheet, and y'all can bring up whoever you'd like. So let's go ahead and do Veterans Stand Together. John Alvarez.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Good to
morning.
see everyone here. If we can go to the first slide. So we are Veterans Stand Together. We are an expansion out of Los Angeles. Started here about a year and a half ago. This will be our first time coming for a grant with the TVC. We are a 501c3. We're requesting $145,000 for general assistance for employment support. We aim to serve approximately 100 veterans within the year within Harris County. If you go to the next slide. So since this is the first time I did a presentation, I wanted to make sure I hit all the different questions that you guys had put up on there. But just to go ahead and read this out real quick. Armed employees dedicated to supporting Texas veterans in their transition to civilian employment at any point in their life. One second. Or their lives. Our comprehensive program offers career assessments, personalized resume writing assistance, interview preparation, and job placement services. We specifically focus on veterans who are navigating the challenges of shifting from military to civilian work environments. Our goal is to align their unique military skills with the current needs of the civilian job market. We do offer these services individually, but we do not have concentrated workshops. And we believe that this will make a little bit more of an impact within the community if we could start bringing more people into these types of services. And we will verify with DD-214s, and we also do an intake assessment when veterans come in, so that if there are any other supportive services that need to be addressed as well, we want to make sure that we address any kind of barriers. The budget direct client services will go about $48,600. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the TVC grant funded staff members and their roles, obviously we have our executive director and chief academic officer who will be fully overseeing. I will be the program director. The fully funded members of the team will be a job developer and a business services representative, one for the employers and obviously one for the veteran to get them placed. My salary will be in kind, so it will not be part of the grant. And the job developer and business services rep will be dealing directly with the veteran at the proper stages. And there will be no contractors involved in our project. We can go back to go forward to the next one, please. We're going to meet our quarterly benchmark for services provided to clients. We utilize a combination of self-reporting and completion reporting to monitor the program outcomes effectively. So we have a 30-day and quarterly checks. So the program facilitator conducts 30-day and quarterly checks with the participant after they complete the programs to validate their placement and deployment and to offer job placement assistance, such like supportive services if they are needed. Hybrid outcome measures, it's basically self-reporting that the veteran completes a survey with the standard data tracking questions, completion reporting to ensure comprehensive overview of the program outcomes. And then we utilize metrics, specified metrics from the graduates, including the length of time that it took the veteran to complete, if the veteran was employed, how long were they employed, retention, and things of that nature. And we plan to serve at least 8 to 10 veterans per month, holding one workshop during that month. All the other time will be about getting them placed, about basically following up and getting them hired into employment. Approximately about $12,000 a month is what it'll cost to have this run. We can go to the next slide. Our outreach plan to get veterans in the door, obviously partnerships, collaborating with like Veterans Affairs, TVC, and any other key organizations. We've got establishments with like Baker Ripley, Career Recovery, and obviously the bigger ones. Direct outreach when we go out to stand downs, when we go to any other veteran service events. We sign people up, start helping them out as well. The comprehensive services we support, including, peer mentorship, mental health services. We have partnerships with different veteran service organizations that we can go ahead and refer to that obviously have their expertise in those realms to help the veteran the best as possible. Community engagement, being part of community events, being part of veteran events, and just being out there, and also with the social media, doing social media blasts, also Indeeds and things of that nature. Incentives.
Sir, time's up.
Oh, sorry.
No, we're fine. Is there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Ms. James.
Thank you, sir. So in one of your slides, it referenced financial literacy, measuring it before and after. Is that a requirement for the program, or is it optional?
No, that's the financial literacy is the courses is one of the courses being given. So it's not going to be, it'll be more of like a questionnaire, what their knowledge is prior to, and then what their knowledge is after.
And then you talked about keeping track of them after. How long after and I know you haven't done this in this specific geography, so I guess I'm kind of asking you to use LA as kind of a benchmark.
Right.
How long after are you keeping track of the clients? And then what do you have in place, like if, I don't know, they fall out of that time window for remedial training, for example?
Okay, so what we do is we have a 7 milestone system within our organization, and it deals with many different barriers within it. And so we don't exit anybody out of our programs or out of our organization until they reach the final milestone, which means they've dealt with like homelessness, unemployment, peer support, mental health, any kind of supportive service they need. And the final milestone is to get them a VA home loan or an SBA small business loan, because they've dealt with all the barriers before and they can be good stewards going forward. So with that model in place, we stay with the veteran until the veteran's like, either I don't want any more services from you, or they finally get to that final milestone and then they're able to become prosperous for themselves. So we follow up with them all the way till the end.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
So how long does that model actually take that you just described? You know, where the final, you know, you've gotten them through mental health and, you know, all the different things that you put in that 7 steps, but how long does that normally take to get to that SBA loan or?
It really
BSA?
depends on the individual veteran, because certain people have different barriers that take longer than others. And we've dealt with people that, you know, were homeless on the street and, you know, they had mental health issues. And so they needed to go get the mental health help. Then we could start working on getting them, you know, housing and then getting them employment. And then some people will jump into a different milestone, but maybe they have a job and stuff like that. And they just need to have more income. So they're underemployed. So they need to reskill and get placed out. And so that could take, you know, however long it takes them to do that. So it really depends on where they step in at the time. So it's really hard to judge. Like we have people in for like 2 to 3 years with us, and then, you know, then they get their home loans or whatever. But I couldn't even give you an actual number because everybody's case is really different.
Well, that's fair, and I appreciate that. So on the gift cards for professional apparel, what does that look like? Is it a specific? I don't want to name different entities out there for, you know, but you know what I'm talking about.
Right. Yes, I do.
So what does that look like? How much is that
So
gift card going to be for?
So the idea of the gift cards are for incentives to finalize the end of it, but those would be more like grocery gift cards. The interview clothing would be a full separate thing that we would have, because I know in Los Angeles we have like 3 different organizations that we can get, you know, cheaper suits and things of that nature. And so we want to create we'll have a relationship with another organization out here that would be able to do that. I understand there are a couple of organizations, which I know you're not trying to name other ones, but I won't name it either, but like I just referred somebody to that organization actually this morning.
So you have a referral process.
We do have a referral process, but
okay.
Being able to, you know, do it in-house, that's part of the direct services that we're requesting as well.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I speak on Central Texas Opportunities Cornerstone? Okay, so our staff looked Central Texas Opportunities General Assistance Grant up, and this organization is actually up for renewal this year. So that is why they are not on the application. They did want to come and speak to announce that their grant to the committee, but the committee does not provide any discussion on renewals. That goes straight to our commission based on performance evaluation. So that was a courtesy presentation. Appreciate you, Todd, for being here and doing that. Sorry for the confusion, but for the record, that organization, Central Texas Opportunities General Assistance, is up for renewal.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, all right. So Central Texas Council of Governments, and forgive me, it's Urian Nelson and George Lasoya. All right, sorry to give y'all some heartburn back there. Oh, and then up next, after Central Texas Council, we have Communities and Schools. Mr. Michael DeWeese, we see you online, so be ready. All right, take it away.
All right, we're good to go. Good morning, everybody. My name is Urian Nelson. I'm the Director of Planning for the Regional or Central Texas Council of Governments. I'm also the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization Director and Rural Transportation Planning Director for the Central Texas Council of Governments. We serve 7 counties, 32 cities, including Fort Cavazos, and just a population of just over 500,000 people in our region. This is a pilot program that I'm happy to be here presenting to you today as a veteran of 2 different branches of the service. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I'm going to transfer over to George and Bobby to actually speak to the specifics of the program.
Esteemed committee members, online and in person, thank you. Bobby Eric, I'm actually an advisor on this application. So are you on the first slide? Can you go to the first slide, please? Oh, okay. So we're asking for $300,000 to serve at least 135 veterans and their families with a transportation pilot program in Central Texas. Covers 7 counties. The average distance for a one-way trip to the local VA, which we only have one of in Central Texas, is 20 to 30 miles, and that's on average. And as you see, cars are still a luxury and not something that everybody has, especially in that area. Many are on fixed incomes. Average age of our population right now is 50 to 80 in Central Texas, and that is based on the information and data obtained from Georgia's Aging and Disability Resource Center, ADRC, which is basically a call center and benefit counseling program that's already in operation. Next slide. Okay, that's not it, but okay. Can you go back one? I think you missed it. I'm going to keep on talking so I don't run out of time. The program will focus on providing multiple options for transportation, including weekly and monthly bus passes, as well as individual ride payments for unique situations. That'll help ensure that we do not limit the transportation asset, since we are in a highly rural area adjacent to a local VA facility. Person with mobility issues will be coordinated with accommodating transportation and drivers who are trained in assisting persons with disabilities to safely access and use the transportation being provided. Our team will also assess other needs and connect veterans with other community partners for their known problems through our benefits counseling team and experienced staff that have more than 155 years of social service and military experience. Riders will be assisted through relationships or partnerships for the current emerging regional transportation provider. Potential new transit providers already working to support needs, kind of in a Lyft or a Uber style approach, and several plans in the works for building the other transportation partners. Next slide. It's the wrong slide. You're missing a slide. That's okay. All right, I'm going to go through. You guys got the slides. I know that. So staff members for the families who have served go from Vietnam to the current generation. This will partially fund 2 team members, both of which are already on board and working in what we call the Veterans Directed Healthcare Program that we have in the call center. Benchmarks will be met by ensuring full implementation on the first month in the grant award. We've been working on this issue for more than 5 years now, so we're confident that we'll actually exceed the goals that we have on the presentation proposal for the grant. We expect to have at least 11 to 12 new riders enrolled per month, but will not limit the number of ridership that we do have. The adjustment will be based on the demand as well as the need in combination with the amount of funding that's available at the time. Our early established programs and partnerships reduce the normal ramp-up approach that grantees take when starting a new program. So we have more than 70 years in the region doing this, as well as over almost 200 partners throughout the area, including local homeless coalitions, transportation providers, and other different partnerships in the social service field. If you go to the last slide, at least I know that one's right. Eligibility. So I appreciate that there is a broad space of eligibility here, but we are focusing on honorably and generally discharged veterans and their family members as part of our focus to respect those heroes. Questions? Take them all. Sorry about the slides. They're a little.
Go ahead, Mr. Ball.
Bobby, thank you for your presentation this morning. You're a large organization and only 19% of who you serve are veterans. How are you going to allocate this money to ensure that the money, if you receive a grant of $300,000, will be going to veterans only?
So Georgia and I very specifically had the first transportation grant ever issued by TVC in 2011, right? Yeah. We actually operated that in San Antonio as a pilot. We connected 17 different transit providers. We're doing the exact same thing in Central Texas. George, although not a veteran, has been helping veterans for almost 20 years. As early as him helping when I was a wounded warrior in San Antonio being treated. So those numbers are purely based on the statistical information we currently have from the last several years. That's going to obviously go up and be more robust because of the fact that we actually have a tangible product that we can support the veteran community with.
Thank you.
So, Bobby, how do you connect with that veterans, that counselor? You know, they go see that has an intimate knowledge of all their different issues that are going on with them. Do you connect with them for rides back and forth, or is that too narrow of a focus? And I don't mean that derogatory.
Madam Chair, the difference is since I know you are from San Antonio, we have a more robust network of connectivity down there. I can safely say without a doubt that there are probably only about 40 organizations specific to the Central Texas area, providing any services of any kind across the social service landscape. So we already work with veteran groups, veteran connected groups, people who are supportive and help veterans in their population. And we're trying to change the dynamic to ensure that they can reach Georgia's call center anytime for those resources, since they are also going to be our conduits to provide the additional supportive services that might be identified in each client.
I'd like to also add that we have current contracts with the VA. So we are administering the Veterans Directed Program under my ADRC. Also, under SITCOG, we also manage our VASH vouchers. And so our partnership with our veterans endeavors, one of our other partners is in our building. So that connectivity, we have a VSO that's stationed in our office. So all these partners are already a part of us. And so this is just more to add to the dollars for the transportation needs, which has been a critical issue in Bell County and in our surrounding counties.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I got a question,
Mr.
Chair.
Delgado.
Hey, excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Hey, team. So I know you mentioned a little while ago, so this is a pilot. Have you started talking to the veterans that you're currently serving and finding that need already?
So, sir, the identified need was started about 3 to 4 years ago. I ended up in Central Texas in 2021. George has been there for 6 years now. We have already been identifying the need because his call center operates as not just an information center, but a benefits counseling service as well. So we have the data and the information that shows the need. As I mentioned too, is the 135 is modest because it's based on ensuring that we have adequate transportation assets. The COG itself is not providing the actual transportation per se, but we are managing it much like we did in San Antonio, utilizing a network of providers that we basically turn into a giant hub and spoke model.
And thank you for that, because that was going to be my next question is the network, the lessons learned, as y'all mentioned, y'all did this here in San Antonio, the lessons learned in San Antonio, how is that assisting there with setting this up? Are providers already on board to help facilitate that?
Yeah, so we've been working with providers for about a year now because we had planned to apply for this grant program. The challenge was that in Central Texas, unlike, South Texas or even El Paso or Houston or Dallas, the social service landscape and the providers are limited. So we've actually been working with them and kind of prepping them for this effort. And they are also involved into integrated transportation network with Ryan does as part of his effort with the COG for the region. One of the other things that we also learned was cost. Since COVID, everything has gone up, which is why that number, again, we're not trying to overshoot the expectation because we can only control the cost of offering to reimburse for based on the providers being serviced. And again, depending on whether or not they're a super small transit provider or a large one, we just don't have the assets yet. But we hope, and we're continuing to build the assets right now with several other persons that are going to come on board.
All right. Thank you for that.
Dusty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so the you lessons learned from San Antonio and giving transportation to veterans to their, I guess, medical to the VA, or is it all to the VA here? Or
no, so the priority is obviously on medical need.
Sure.
And is not all VA. Not every veteran that we serve anywhere in this state has VA care. So it's any type of medical need takes priority. VA obviously is priority because they already have connected services. And it's also not the folks who would get reimbursed for transportation from the VA as well.
Okay, so and there's other rides that they need if they just do the call center. I guess my question is lessons learned. You average about $2,200 in transportation costs per veteran per year. Is that kind of how?
Yeah. So the intent,
how does that, can you break that down for me? How that's?
Yes, sir. So the intent is to base it on eligible approved veterans. The average ride we expect will be a $50 negotiated rate with the providers. We expect most veterans who need transportation assets throughout the state, but especially in Central Texas, have multiple needs. It's not just a once and done type thing. It's not just one medical appointment. Generally speaking, is they literally have no car, no friends, and no other transportation asset that's paid for free. Rural transit, regional transit in the area has been broken for a decade. They've been trying to fix it. They're going to be part of that effort, but they just don't have the experience or capacity to overcome those things.
I'd also like to leverage that for our funding initiatives, when they call for services, we're also looking at other, like if they're on Medicare, because Medicare also has some transportation initiatives. As an area agency on aging, I have some funding. So not only will we look to the TV some funding, but we will also look to other funding initiatives for transportation to layer with this.
I mean, you're suggesting it costs more per veteran to get transportation when they don't have any, more than $2,000 a year.
Overall, it does cost more.
Sources to get it.
Excuse me?
If you're going to add other funding sources to help in this area.
Yes. So what we do is we initially, George's experience has been in aging programs throughout the state, which is how we met. What we do is ensure that there are no other already established assets that a person can leverage in order to get transportation paid for. Number one. Number two is that, for example, on Medicaid services, generally there's a limit of either a dollar amount or number of rides that can be paid for. That's where this program can come in and help supplement that.
Yeah.
And again,
I'm kind of new here. I don't know what, I'm kind of learning. I guess my sense is once a veteran establishes that they have a need for transportation, then his transportation needs are being met, whatever they are.
Yeah, so there is a limit to the service, which is why we're at 135 right now and not 200. We expect that we would be able to provide about 200 individual unduplicated persons. But again, understanding that most veterans, regardless of if you have VA care or not, have chronic conditions that require multiple trips. One good example that most people understand, and George has educated me on, is dialysis. Dialysis, to get a ride to dialysis is not guaranteed. And we have a lot of veteran families that are needing dialysis, have no VA healthcare, have very limited Medicaid or other transit providers. And because it's a rural area, it's not San Antonio, it's not Austin, Houston, Dallas. There's a limited number of assets available to actually help and assist them, even though that is literally a critical life-changing need. So again, we're not referring to people with the VA who may get reimbursed for mileage based on that. And there are not, let's say, for example, where Mr. Martinez is, there are not DAV vans that have dedicated drivers who are paid to do that as well. But we are utilizing every one of those assets as part of this network to attempt to build the network out as we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so peel this back for me, Bobby. I call you up. I don't have a car. I don't have anything. But my husband, he's always got to go with me. Okay, and I've got to get to whatever grocery store because, I call you up. How fast are you going to come over and get me? Obviously not in 10 minutes, but with your racking and stacking of all your priorities, or as you rack and stack these phone calls, what's going to happen next? And I can't ever find, truth of the matter is, trying to find my DD-214 every once in a while. Yeah, it's registered at the courthouse, but, I don't have a car to get down there and go get it. So how do we figure this out, Bobby?
Sir, go to the last slide, please. If Irving, someone. Okay. You can go to the last slide first. I'll use it as a reference. Okay, wrong slide, but it's okay. Okay.
This is our older slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got a new slide deck. Let me go over it though. Eligibility is easy. We have an income eligibility. We have a veteran status eligibility. We have network services with people in the VA system who are willing to help out with verification. Or we can also use providers like Endeavors who also provide services a lot of times for these low-income veterans and have the status eligibility. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel by saying, hey, you don't have a ride. Why don't you find a ride to the courthouse, get a copy of 214? That's number one. Number two is ensuring we can do this all electronically. George's staff is trained to do benefits counseling and case management. So that's very easy for them to assess, triage, and expedite a request within less than, I would say, 20 minutes. We used the same model in San Antonio where we had a workflow, which even educated non-military people who are helping in the program get through the eligibility and assessment very quickly, again, in less than 20 minutes. And then they are registered and on the roster. And then the transportation coordination literally begins with one of the staff members that's on the team who's going to be majority of their time coordinating those assets for them.
And I think you're asking more about once we cleared this hurdle. So transportation demand response requires you to schedule. If you're going to call and say, hey, I need to be here, doctor, today, 24 hour, is not a viable service because it's very difficult. Now, there are some works with our transportation provider providing Uber style rides that's in transition right now. So how we're going to work that in is going to be one of the discussions, because right now, traditionally, I have transportation dollars for my seniors under my other programs. It requires them to schedule an appointment, a week in advance out, to whatever those needs are. Hopefully with this transition with our transit provider, we'll be able to be more responsive to a faster need if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, everybody thinks their issue is, but it's got to be taken care of now. And I know there are steps, but sometimes I just like to understand what it really means. But the other thing is, you did state it. I just say this, and statistically, and the data's out there that when you get out there in those rural areas, very few people have the internet anyway, especially your older, and what I'm
More
talking
mature individuals.
So anyway, thank you for your time. Is Miss James, did you have a question, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then Mr. Ball after Miss James.
Thank you, ma'am. So just wanted to clarify, because you've mentioned dialysis several times. Do you have like an idea of what percentage of this you're estimating towards things like dialysis, which tend to be you have more frequencies, right? So it's not like you go to dialysis once a year. It's typically something that's repetitive. Do you have an idea of what percentage of that this is? Or and other services like it?
So I can tell you from our aging grant money that we're working with right now, I would say 60% of our need has been for dialysis. What happens is that we're allocated a certain amount of dollars to help them with, for their cost. And then after that, our funding is gone. So it is problematic. We do give a higher reimbursement assistance to our dialysis patients, but at the end of the day, the challenge for those dialysis patients, they have to find other ways to pay for those rides. And that's been the issue in our area.
When it comes to talking about dialysis and those special medical needs, this is only a supplement. This is not a solution to it. It did not work as a solution when we did it in San Antonio. What it did do, though, is brought more providers to the table after the first year, because they found that as we managed the actual program, all they had to do was provide the ride and get paid. So that incentivized many other providers. By the time we were done with the pilot in San Antonio, we had 37 different providers providing service anywhere from South San Antonio all the way up to Kerrville. So it was basically ACOG's region and then the 13 counties.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you why I asked that question. I think this is the question that was being asked earlier. It was around why would the dollar amount per veteran or client be so high? So I did just some rough math here. 228,000 of the grant was allocated towards transportation services. You estimated $50 per ride at 135 clients, which would mean each client would get roughly 34 rides. So the reason I was trying to understand the services that are underlying is to try to understand, why would someone need 34 rides?
So again, to the information on the slides, the proposal is based on getting it moving. We actually expect to serve about 200 riders. So if I did my math on the phone at the same time, that's an average of 34 to 40 rides per person before we actually go up from 135. The problem you deal with is, and again, unlike you in Dallas, Jamila, there is less of a distance to cover. 90% of the COGS region in Central Texas is rural. Fort Hood does not count. It's its own little bubble. It's active duty troops. They don't necessarily need any help. So you take that out. And again, the average ride to the only VA that they have, and they only have a couple community-based outpatient clinics and 2 vet centers, is 20 to 30 miles one way. So to get a transit provider willing to do that, again, for, let's say, for example, for dialysis, what's the farthest one out? 45, 50 miles, right?
Oh, 70 miles.
Yeah.
for one.
So they cover a 7-county region. If the person who has to come 70 miles has one asset, it's only going to be this program because there are 0 assets right now. So the cost goes up based on that rural area exposure versus a per person per number hard number that you're dealing with. So that's our initial expectation, because we may have to negotiate a price with somebody that's going to do a 50-mile one-way trip.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying that the estimated dollar average per ride might actually be higher than the 50 that you were talking about.
It could be in some cases, which we kept it down to about 2,200 available per rider. And again, that's going to fluctuate because we already expect to do at least double the amount on there if things work out. But again, it really has to do with the actual availability of the transportation asset, not the need, not the eligibility, and not the location. It's literally the asset of giving the ride itself.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ball.
Team, I got one follow-up for you guys. Looking at your area of operations, you're really focusing west and northwest of Fort Hood, but yet you got one county, Milam County. If I'm not mistaken, that's east of 35. How does that tie in?
So the Council of Governments are broke down structurally as a statewide asset. Much like homelessness is done in the same way, much like some of the presenters that you provided today, they have a certain coverage area, a certain area of operation. The COG here, that's their area of operation. They have to stay within that county area. So we're following those parameters on to be able to easily apply this with their support and their robust relationships throughout the area.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Martinez.
So, and I understand that for some areas, not necessarily yours, that some veterans have to travel an hour one way just to go to a specific facility. So I understand the cost of that. But do you also have it to where if need be, if a veteran's got to go from your area to an area that's outside your area, do you still take them?
So what we're trying to do logistically with those riders is coordinate with other providers. So again, COGS are just an easy example to understand that they're broken down by regions, but the DAV transit vans that they were given, same idea. I know people, for example, when I was in New Mexico, that the DAV driver was going 6.5 hours of driving every day. And we had to work with our other partners and companies I ran to provide an overnight stay so they didn't have that burden. But we didn't have to pay for the transportation. They were already covered. So we're going to do the same thing here is, let's say they have to go to Austin. Again, I don't know. We'll just call it Austin and say that they're going to some other specialty appointment. We will work through the networks we have in the veteran world, also Georgia's networks in the disability world, and try and overlap the service so it's a handoff. So if we got to do a battle handoff on the middle of I-35 next to us, a Buc-ee's, love Buc-ee's, we're going to do it. Sorry. So that's what we are doing is, yeah, we are coordinating those in those unique situations.
Okay, are there any more questions? Gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you all for your time. Good seeing you.
All right, thanks. Next, we have communities and schools, remote. Michael, I see you online. After communities and schools, we have Salvation Army Waco, that's remote. And then that is Meredith Donovan that I said earlier. So Michael, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you, Elaine. Thank you, panel, for being here today. My name is Michael DeWeese. I am the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of Greater Central Texas. If you would, advance to the next slide, if you would. Okay. We're also known as CIS, our initials. Anyway, just to let you know, CIS is the nation's largest and most effective dropout prevention program. CIS of Greater Central Texas is just one of 28 affiliates within our state. Our goals are to improve academic performance and to provide access to basic necessities so kids can focus on school. And if you look at some of the data there, you know, between 60 and 70% of the students we serve face some pretty serious issues there. I just wanted to let you know that. Our TVC project is Project MAP, Military Assistance Program. And it's a special CIS program that allows us to focus our services on veterans and veterans' families, specifically the children of military veterans. Next slide, please. Okay. Our request is for $300,000. We respectfully request that, and that would be to provide support services to 1,340 beneficiaries. Next slide, please. This is a list of direct services that will be provided under the TVC grant. These are basically our 6 components that we rely on. That's supportive guidance and counseling, academic support, parent and family engagement, enrichment activities, health and human services coordination, and college and career readiness. Now, CIS will not only provide case management services and integrated supports for students and families, we will also connect them with outside resources they need by bringing community resources into the school. This TVC funding will ensure that 770 military children and 570 veteran parents will receive CIS support services for the upcoming 2024-25 school year. Now, this arrangement is unique because although there are community resources available to the military population, sometimes struggling parents often have a hard time accessing them. Because we are located on the school campus, in many cases, students can receive academic and social assistance without having to even leave the building. So that's what makes us unique. Next slide, please. Okay. The TVC grant that we're asking for will be used to partially fund the salaries of 20 CIS site coordinators. That's what we call our folks, and they'll be housed on 19 school campuses. These individuals will be the ones who will have the direct interaction with veterans and dependents. They will identify students at risk of dropping out of school, as well as the challenges being faced by the student and their families. The site coordinator will then customize a case management plan with services designed to address both their academic and non-academic needs. Next slide, please. Just for us to stay on track, we would need to serve right at 112 clients a month. And also we'd have to expend $25,000 a month to stay on track. And we're able to do that. We're doing that with pretty good success. Next slide, please. Our outreach plan includes our website, press releases we put out, social media, brochures, and also presentations that our staff give to the community and also at the school. Next slide, please. And as you can see, our services range from academic assistance to food, clothing, shelter. And over on the right side, our amazing partners enable us to meet the needs of our students and their families. You know, we work with our partners. We create a safety net, bridging the gap between the schools and the community resources while providing solutions that address the holistic needs of our military families. Next slide, please. And I believe, yeah, just a thank you. I appreciate your time. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer as best I can.
Ms. James?
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, I was wondering if you could give us an example, since you serve both the veteran and typically the veteran's children. Like, can you give us an example of how, in this one example, you would be serving both the veteran and the child, for example, at the same time, like in a case?
Yes, ma'am. I guess an example that comes to my mind right away is food and school supplies. You know, perhaps some of our junior enlisted. By the way, we're here at Fort Cavazos, formerly known as Fort Hood. I think y'all probably knew that, but I wanted to throw that out there. But say we have some junior enlisted families that are large, and they just need a little support with the school supplies. Now, granted, the school supplies go to the student, the dependent, but that does assist the veteran in a roundabout way by making sure that their children have school supplies, or even in clothing or food or things like that. That's an example that comes to my mind right off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate the question. Thank you.
Dusty?
Yes, thank you for being here. So I mean, I understand it to be a support for, you know, the struggling military family needing academic support. What is the benchmark, or the beginning of, you know, how it can be judged, your success in these, with these site coordinators and the achievements they did? How do you measure that you've provided such value added that it's, you know, compared to this, look at what we have done, sort of deal?
Yeah. Yeah, great question, and I sure appreciate that. We the benchmarks that we use, we focus on academics, behavior, attendance, if they're struggling with any of those. And then we at the beginning of the year, or when the student enrolls into our program, we do a measuring stick, if you will. Where are they at right now? And then as we continue to provide services, we do a service delivery needs plan, you know, finding out what is causing, what are the challenges in the student's life that are causing them to struggle in this particular area. We come up with a service delivery plan, we provide those services. And then as the grading periods continue throughout the year, we'll look at report cards, behavioral referrals, attendance reports, and what have you. And again, focusing on academics, behavior, and attendance. And then at the end of the year, we look and see if the improvement is made. And we typically have pretty good improvement rates, usually in the 85, 90 percentile range and higher for those areas. And we do have to measure those. We do have to report on those to our stakeholders as well as the Texas Education Agency. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Mr. Ball.
Sorry, I have a quick question for you. You mentioned quite a few of your unique services, and that 94% of your grant will go towards site coordinators. So that doesn't leave a lot for these unique services. Is it fair to say that with your partners, you are outsourcing quite a bit of your unique services?
Well, again, the site coordinator is there. They are a mentor, there to provide a one-on-one caring relationship with the student. Sometimes teachers can't do that. Their workload is too great. We're there to provide that mentorship, one-on-one relationship. So yeah, they're on salary. As far as outsourcing, some, but no, that the grant that we have here, the TVC grant, goes to pay a portion of their salary, and they're there to perform their job, to be that mentor and problem solver, if you will, and then look for solutions to assist the children in need. And I hope that answers your question.
Well, not really.
No.
So when we talk about your unique services, if your slide prior to your thank you slide, if we can call that up. Boom, right there. Your unique services, and I can't see too far and I can't see too close. So I got to go right here and get it just right. I got the individual case management of students, and that's great. And I'm not arguing the salaries for the site coordinators. I think they're extremely important because teachers can't do it all. So I appreciate that effort. But when we talk about academic assistance, we talk food, clothes, shoes, eyeglasses, mental health, hygiene items, referral to shelters. Your site coordinators are not doing that. You are outsourcing that to other partners in the community, correct?
Yes,
there's not a lot left in the budget.
Yeah, I guess I kind of was a little bit, I didn't understand completely, but yeah, we rely on a lot of donations throughout the community with regard to clothing, shoes, food bank, again, the site for students, the VSP site for students. So yeah, so if, again, it's in partnership with our partners, and we provide that web, if you will, of support. So forgive me, I think I misunderstood your question. I guess maybe the word outsource kind of threw me, but yeah, we partner with them, and a lot of them are donated. A lot of them donated items.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Sorry about the confusion on my end. Thank you for the question.
So, are you actually located within, I might have missed it, and I'm sorry if I did. Are you actually located in one of the schools, the high school or middle schools or elementary on base?
Well, our 20 site coordinators are located on 19 different campuses in the Killeen and Coppers Cove, Fort Cavazos area. 2 of the campuses are on post. The
Okay.
others are in Killeen ISD and Coppers Cove ISD right here adjacent to the post with high percentages of military students.
Right, right. Okay. All right. I just thought I'd ask that question. All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank y'all for your time. Appreciate everything y'all do. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Bye-bye.
All right, online we have the Salvation Army, Waco, Meredith Donovan. I see that you're green on our spreadsheet. And then after Salvation Army, Waco, we have Project Amistad, Zadie. Are you online? Please be ready. So Meredith, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So today we're here to talk about our application for our General Assistance Financial Assistance Grant. And this year we're shifting our focus from homeless veteran support to general financial assistance because we can hit a broader set of services for the veterans in our community. We find that our veterans need more housing and rental and supportive assistance than our shelter currently needs. And so we are going to request $250,000 to provide mortgage, rent, utility, and transportation assistance as it's outlined in the RFA. And our minimum goal is to serve 60 beneficiaries, 40 of those being veterans, 15 dependents, and 5 surviving spouses. Next slide. And then the next one. So we will be providing, again, rental assistance for these families. And we do have additional housing programs that the Salvation Army provides. But without TVC funding to specifically serve the veterans with this program, those veterans have to compete for priority with the other people in our community who are homeless and who need housing assistance. Our program does coordinate with our local HUD continuum of care, and they create a coordinated priority list that all of the housing providers in the community can use to select clients to work with. And right now there are over 316 households waiting for housing assistance on that list, but only 40 of those are homeless veterans. And so those get priority for this TVC funding, and they don't have to compete with the other 270 families on that list. And then we, of course, will be completing screening processes to verify veteran eligibility and income eligibility. And then as requested, about 79% of this budget is to go to direct services for these clients. Next slide. We will have one partially funded case manager assigned to work with these clients. She has been working with the TVC program for the last 2 to 3 years, and she has a well-established rapport in our community, both with veterans and with all of our veteran service providers. She is part of a referral network. She meets weekly with our veteran service providers to work through our referral system, both to give and receive referrals for services, because sometimes our program is not the best fit, and we need to make sure that those veterans are getting the best assistance that they need. Next slide. Again, our goal is to serve 60 clients, starting, of course, we'll serve them as they come, but at a minimum, we need 5 clients a month, and then to continue serving previous clients, but add 5 each month to make sure that we hit that 60. We do expect that most of our clients are going to need more than 1 month of assistance, but as outlined in the RFA, no more than 6 months for any service. And our goal is to spend it right around $20,000 between case management, administration, and direct client services, which should not be a problem because we have so many families who currently need to be housed and receive assistance. Next slide. As part of our referral network, again, we are part of the Heart of Texas Homeless Coalition, which is a cohort of all of the homeless and housing providers in our community. We also are part of a veteran service provider network. And then we also have a full-time public relations person on staff in order to get out the message about this program so that we can get referrals in the door and make sure that we serve all the clients in our community that need our assistance. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Meredith. Okay, Zadie from Project Amistad, you are presenting right now. Then we have Veterans Center of North Texas remotely, and Anna Marie Welch, you are on deck. Thanks.
Good morning,
Zadie?
everyone. Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. So Project Amistad, of course, is a 501c3. We are requesting a total of $300,000 in financial assistance to provide mortgage, rent, utility payments, and transportation assistance. We propose to serve 350 clients, 310 of them being veterans, 25 dependents, 15 surviving spouses within the 6 counties listed, which is Brewster, Culberson, El Paso, Hudspeth, Just Davis, and Presidio. Next slide, please. So Amistad has been serving the community of El Paso since 1976, and through TVC funding, general assistance has been made available since 2014. As Veterans Capital of the nation, Amistad is committed to continuing to serve veterans, dependent, surviving spouses who demonstrate financial need. Our motto here is to provide families with a hand up and not a handout. To help with their empowerment of veterans and their beneficiaries, we will have the opportunity to receive the following wraparound services, which is benefits counseling, mental health services, peer support services, housing navigation services, which is where we help them find affordable housing, homeless prevention for those that are on the verge of being homeless through rapid rehousing, health insurance application through the marketplace, application assistance through TANF, SNAP, CHIP, Medicaid. We do all of those services in-house. Job readiness services, which is resume writing, uniform assistance, forklift, CPR, food handler certification, job leads, job placement, document assistance, birth certificate, Texas ID, driver's license, and ID. Again, all of those services are offered here in-house. We do not refer them out. We do not recognize common law marriage because it is not recognized through the military, but we will serve honorably and dishonorably discharged veterans. Eligibility is confirmed prior to the veteran receiving services. And Amistad, we propose to utilize 60% of the funds for client services. And of course, as a nonprofit agency, there are no other funds available to continue providing these services, the services made available through the GA. Next slide, please. The grant will fund 1.49 FTE, 1 full-time veterans navigator responsible for the delivery and navigation of services, 0.25 of an FTE of an intake specialist, to complete the needs assessment and collect the eligibility documents, 0.24 FTE of a program coordinator for outreach education, delivery of quality assurance satisfaction survey, delivery of services, and deliver services as a backup for either the veterans navigator or intake specialist. The support is needed by the named roles for the success of the program. This will allow the veteran navigator to provide quality service in helping clients find additional resources available to them. And we do not have any paid contractors through this grant. Next slide, please. Amistad will serve approximately 29 clients per month to meet the proposed number of 350 clients per year, and will have a monthly budget of $15,083.33 to meet the proposed client services budget of $181,000. Next slide, please. Amistad periodically hosts resource fairs and donation drives to help bring community awareness, to help address other needs faced by veterans and their families that are not funded by this contract. The agency also hosts workshops concentrated on money management, financial literacy courses, budgeting, job readiness, mental health groups, and peer support groups. Through content marketing, and we do have a full-time community relations manager on site, Amistad will bring awareness by social media campaigns, PSA, public service announcements, brochure, flyers, website, and of course, our community partners through referrals and word of mouth. We do work very closely with the VA, Workforce Solutions, Emergence Health Network, Endeavors, County of El Paso, homeless shelters, local mass transit, school districts, etc. Through the administration of the client satisfaction survey, Amistad will track the effectiveness of each outreach method being used to allow us the opportunity to adjust and reallocate funding accordingly based on the community responses. And I do want to mention that Amistad holds its title as the best nonprofit in El Paso and has been for the past 3 years, as we provided services during the darkest times with the world faced back in 2020. Through the COVID-19 pandemic, Amistad kept its doors open while others completely shut down or worked remotely. This helped us to gain the trust of the community as a trusted source, which is why Amistad has held its title as the best nonprofit for the past 3 years. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sadie. Okay, we have Veteran Center of North Texas, Anna Marie Welch. You are online. And then we have Wheelchairs for Warriors. Heidi, you are here with us in person. So great. Thanks.
Hello, how are you? I'm Anna Marie Welch. I'm the site coordinator for the Veteran Center of North Texas. We are in our reapply year. And our current grant, the way it's set up is that we have 150,000 to help 158 beneficiaries. Out of those, it's 105 veterans, 50 dependents, and 3 surviving spouses. However, with the way the economy has been continuously tanking the last couple of years and the influx of veterans moving to Texas, we are receiving a lot of requests for assistance. So we're requesting 300,000 to help 350 beneficiaries instead, which is, you know, an 100% increase on our budgets, doubling our budget, but it's 130% increase on the amount of people we'll be helping. So we'll actually be helping more people with that money. In addition to helping more people with the additional funds, we'll also be expanding the number of counties. The DFW Metroplex has now expanded out even further than it was. So currently we have 10 counties that we're covering, but we are adding 4 to include Ellis, Johnson, Parker, and Wise. We had already covered the others, and we've been covering all 14 of these counties, but through other discretionary funds. Next slide, please. So, you know, we pay rent, mortgage, utility payments, car payments. We buy bus passes for people. For the next grant cycle, we plan to spend 198,640 of the requested 300,000 directly to client services. Currently, we have about 90% of our, or 90,000 of the 150,000 designated to client services, which is a 60% of our grant. With this new grant, it'll be 66% will be designated directly to client services. So more of the grant will be going directly to veterans. And right now, we're spending about $569 on each assistance on average. For 158 people at 90,000 is $569.62. With what we're applying for, it would be $567.54. So it's like $2 less, but we're basically going to be spending the same amount, just helping a lot more people, like 200 more people a year. You can go to the, well, actually, to make sure that they're a veteran, we use anything that's on your list. So typically they have their DD-214 or their service letter, or we help them log in and get their service letter, or their driver's license has the veteran designation, and all of that's accepted. If they don't, if they have one of the other options on the list, we will accept it as long as they have proof that they are a veteran or a surviving spouse of a veteran. If they're a surviving spouse, we have to have the marriage license and the death certificate. Next slide, please. So we have 3 part-time positions for those, and we plan to keep those positions. They are the ones that answer the phone calls. They're the ones that help the veterans fill out our application, the budget worksheet, the verification of income, everything that involves getting the paperwork together or getting them set up with the resources they need are done by these 3 part-time staff members. We're wanting to bump them from 32 20 hours to 32, 32, and 32 hours though, to help with the influx of people if we get the grant. We will not have any contractors on this. Next slide, please. So we're already hitting those benchmarks whenever we have the funds available. In January, we helped with $17,000 in assistance. To hit the $300,000 benchmarks, we have to assist 15 to 16 veterans each month with about $16,500. We did that in January. We helped 18 people. It was no problem to do it. We have the people coming in, the request for assistance. However, looking at our budgeting, we have to help them find outside resources. We have to refer them to our partners to get their bills paid and things like that. And everybody's running out of funding by the 10th, 11th, 12th of the month. And we don't want to see veterans going without. Next slide. And then to outreach, we continuously attend job fairs, visit shelters, work with our nonprofits in our community, and advertise on social media. And that's it. Do you have questions for me?
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. All right, Wheelchairs for Warriors. Heidi, you are up. Then we have Katie Christian Ministries. That's remote. Carolyn Chandler, you are on deck. Heidi, so James will be your timekeeper, and then Ileana and Noah are online for the PowerPoint. And give it 1 second, 2 seconds, but just keep going through your presentation. They'll hear you.
Okay.
All right, Heidi, thanks.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank the committee members for allowing us the opportunity to share our mission. My name is Heidi Hansing. I am a former Army officer and the co-founder of Wheelchairs for Warriors, and I'm currently serving as the operations. Next slide, please. We are a 501c3 nationwide organization, but we are based in Galveston County. The amount that we're requesting from TVC is $150,000 to support our primary mission. What we do is we provide veterans who've been critically injured in the line of duty with customized mobility solutions. Those are wheelchairs that fit their lifestyle needs, their physical needs, and this will ensure that our warriors can rejoin their lives and their communities at the highest level of independence and freedom possible. We anticipate, on average, and at really a conservative number, that we'll be able to serve 60 Texans, and that's including 12 veterans and their spouses and dependents. The reason we include families in these numbers is because the mobility or lack of mobility for our veterans impacts the entire family. We are available to serve veterans in any county in Texas, all 254. But just to put some numbers up there, we wanted you to know that we have served veterans in 24 of those listed counties just last year alone. Next slide, please. The direct client services that we provide are we start with an in-home complex rehab seating clinic. From there, we move into the design and build phase of what it is that they need. It could be an adaptive sports wheelchair. It could be a daily living wheelchair. It could be an outdoor all-terrain wheelchair. And it might even be a custom motorized wheelchair through our redistribution program. All of these are one-off. They are completely customized to the veteran. Now, the recipients or the applicants need to supply us with their DD-214. And we have a committee of 4 veterans, including myself, who vet the applicants and verify their service. Based on our past years of service, we account for 88% of every dollar donated goes directly into our program, which is Wheelchairs for Warriors. Next slide, please. We have 2 full-time employees in our organization, including myself as the operations director and Crystal Larimore, our co-founder and executive director. We also have 5 contractors, and of these, there's several of us who directly interact with the veterans. Myself, Paul Morgan, Lonnie Trevino, and Sean Dominguez. The contractors that are included in this grant project and their roles include Paul Morgan, who is our licensed complex rehab seating specialist. We also have Lonnie Trevino as a seating specialist and technician. Sean Dominguez is our communications director, and Savannah Pena is our veteran outreach. Growth Force is a third-party financial oversight for us. Next slide, please. Now, in order to meet our quarterly benchmarks for services provided to our clients, we have to serve about 1 to 2 veterans per month with this grant money, and that includes about $12,500 to $25,000 per month, depending on the complexity of their mobility equipment. Now, the possible consequences to our veterans if we don't receive funding is that some of them may be left behind, and that creates isolation, depression, and it sometimes leads to suicide. I want to come back to that point after my next slide, please. Our outreach plan to inform veterans of our services is tried and true. We currently utilize radio, PSAs, our social media, our website, which is also an applicant portal, our community outreach, and we attend events and speaking engagements at VFWs, American Legions, Lions and Rotary Clubs, etc. We measure the effectiveness of our outreach by a very simple metric, which is the number of applications that we receive. We adjust our outreach strategies based on feedback from our applicants. And the next slide, please. All right, this is Jacob out of Walker County, and he is the reason that we came to realize how immobility and mobility actually affect. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Mr. Ball.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am.
Yes.
Quick question, just for clarification, you said that you would support veterans in any county, but yet you didn't offer statewide or go for a statewide grant. Why is that?
We do operate statewide.
Well, it shows on your grant application that you do not operate in the Panhandle and more closely to home since you're headquartered out of Galveston in South Texas. So those are 2 regions in Texas that your grant's not covering.
Okay, I will look into that. I wasn't aware of that. But we are statewide. We are nationwide, actually, and we go to the veteran wherever they call. So there is no oversight. I mean, there is no way that we would turn down a veteran because of being in a different county. And I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that shortfall in our application.
That's okay. Have you ever given a wheelchair then to somebody in South Texas or in the Panhandle that you can recall in your time of service?
Let's see.
You don't have to have a positive answer to that. It's fine.
I can't think of one right off the top of my head.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go with Ms. James, and then after that, Mr. Delgado, you'll be next. Ms. James.
Thank you, ma'am. On this slide, it mentions that these recipients are critically injured in the line of duty. So I'm not talking about the dependents now or the surviving or the spouses rather, talking about the veterans themselves. What gap is this filling that perhaps the VA is not filling because I would assume that those critically injured in the line of duty would qualify for VA.
Yes, in a perfect world, they would be. These are the ones that are slipping through the cracks. They've either been delayed or denied care. In a perfect world, we wouldn't even need to exist. None of us really would. But we are filling in those gaps of care because they have been delayed or denied care. And by critically injured, I don't want to relegate that only to combat-related injuries. Many of these that we serve have been injured on the job or have degenerative issues, which was the story I was about to go into with Jacob, degenerative issues due to toxin exposures.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry,
Mr. Delgado.
I have one follow-up question.
Sure.
You use the words delayed or denied. What percentage would you say are delayed versus denied?
That percentage has increased in the years since COVID. When they shut down many of the government facilities, that burden of care shifted into the private sector. They were delayed. Many of them had appointments that had been set for 6 to 9 months. Sometimes in order to get a seating rehab clinic at the VA, they sometimes have to wait up to 18 months to be evaluated, to even be assessed for a wheelchair. So if that kind of delay in their lives, they could be at a very vulnerable point, which was the story I was going to share with you with Jacob, because it does impact their mental health. When they feel trapped in their home or in their chair, it does impact their mental health because it isolates them. It keeps them away from their children's activities or grandchildren's activities and out of their community. And we want them in our community. We want them to engage. These are the citizens that we want to pull into our communities.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Delgado.
Yeah, along those same lines. So as a national organization, how, I know you said you're focusing on those that are delayed in the process, but I know in Bexar County, for example, you have Center of Intrepid, the CFI, you have the VA. How are you differentiating to make sure that these veterans are not in the same pipeline compared to organizations that are already doing this here in some of those counties?
Okay, so that's a really good question. One of the very first things I do when I'm in a phone consult with the veteran is find out what is their working relationship with the VA right now. In fact, we've gotten phone calls from the VA referring their patients to us for immediate care because they're not going to be able to get to them too soon. And so that's one of the very first things I establish right off the bat is who else are you working with? Could it be Medicaid? Could it be Medicare? Could it be the VA? Are there other sources that they are going to be able to get mobility equipment from? And I have actually closed out cases where I was able to help them get help through another assistive program. But what we do, we have one mission, and that is to provide mobility equipment. And we do that one mission very, very well and very, very quickly.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so I understand the wait time for VA process. Sometimes the wait times are extreme. And I know that when the doctor says, okay, this veteran, he or she needs a chair, it's got to go to prosthetics, then you got to have the time for them to see prosthetics. But there's even where the veterans just don't feel comfortable going to the VA for whatever stigma reasons, right? Because we still have that stigma of the VA. Is it one chair per veteran or do you give multiple chairs? Because you get some veterans who maybe like the individual you were talking about, Jacob, that is not only mobile to go to kids events, but let's say he likes to go hunt. Do you give special adaptive chairs for that as well too? Or is it just like one, you get everything?
No, we tell them all the time, and I'm sorry if I interrupted, but we tell them all the time, you're part of the family now. And we know that there's going to be different lifestyle needs at different points in their life. So to give you an example, we did some adaptive sports chairs for some para athletes that needed the chairs for their competition. But later they came to us and they said, just privately, one of the wives came to us and said, my husband is sitting on a towel. There's not even a cushion on his 12-year-old wheelchair that he was issued by the VA. Is there any way you could help us out with a daily living chair, not just an adaptive sports wheelchair? And he was embarrassed. He was like, no, we've already taken so much. You don't need to say this, honey. But she came to me privately and immediately we had the opportunity to jump on it. So yes, he is a competing athlete in the DoD Warrior Games, but we are also providing him with a daily living chair.
Awesome. And then, so I know you said 30 days from the services requested, but how fast do you get a veteran, maybe not necessarily an adaptive sports chair, because that takes time, but just a motorized chair for regular life? Like how fast is it?
Okay, so if we are custom designing something, we've sometimes been able to get And because it is one-off, and each one, it could be manual or it could be power, it could be all-terrain, depending on their lifestyle needs and their choices, it can range from as fast as 2 weeks if there's very minimal customization that's required or requested. And it can go up to, on average, 6 weeks, which is an average. And then during COVID, we had some supply chain issues with parts that slowed things down to about 4 to 5 months.
Okay. And then if you have a veteran that comes in dishonorable discharge, because we all know that happens for whatever reason, and they are in the same situation, says you don't take care of them. So where do you refer them to?
I'm sorry, could you?
So if you have a veteran comes in dishonorable discharge, right? Because and I'll use scenario from my caseload. You have a veteran who is wounded due to combat, but then goes to substance abuse for treatment, and then gets kicked out, gets a dishonorable discharge, right? So then your grant, you don't cover them for dishonorable discharge. Do you refer them to other agencies to get still assistance?
Yes. In fact, we've spent a lot of time networking and building relationships with other nonprofits that we can refer those types of cases to. That's really important to us. Other organizations that can fill those needs that we're not able to fill according to our charter.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So I have a couple questions here. So you got a couple scenarios here, and I just want to make sure you're peeling back the onion on the left and right. You've got your rated, you got your non-rated veterans, and then of course we talked about the discharges. And I'm intimately aware of how complicated and to the point now these motorized wheelchairs are. But there's other things to the left and right on this. Is the house, can it take that accommodation? The car or the van, there are other accommodations here that once you get them seated in these wheelchairs correctly, it's okay. What's the follow-up on, so it's a multifaceted question. What's the follow-up? Because they tend to, technology's great, but I've seen it where so how do you handle it from the time, okay, motorized wheelchair, yep, you're non-rated or you're rated. Let's make sure your house can accommodate this, because that's a whole nother span to, okay, do you actually, I'm assuming, unless these cars have changed, that it's minimum got to be a van, you're putting a motorized one in. And so how do we then tackle that?
Well,
Please.
we do have other organizations that provide home modifications and vehicle modifications, and sometimes even vehicle provision. However, I'd like to go back and we do sometimes get requests from our family of veterans that we've already served. They come to us because they know that we're quick and that we're on it. And they say, I need help with this, or I need a vehicle that will accommodate, or a lift on the back of my vehicle. What can you recommend? Our engineer will always answer those calls and answer those questions. Our engineer, Paul Morgan, or myself. But part of the home visit is assessing those needs up front. That's why our engineer actually goes into their home to make sure that what he designs and builds will fit into their home and fit into their lifestyle. He always asks if they intend to transport the power chair, which could be up to 350, 400 pounds. How are you going to transport this? And if they need advice on the type of lift and even the type of vehicle that can handle that kind of weight on the hitch, we supply that just freely, just in an advisory and in a consultancy role. But we don't actually supply that equipment. We will refer them. We had a young man that we served over near Lake Austin, and he already had a vehicle that was modified for a chair. So our engineer needed to design a chair that would fit into his vehicle that had the whole block and lock system that his wheelchair could lock into. And so he designed a wheelchair that would fit into the vehicle, the SUV that he already had.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Heidi. All right, online we have Carolyn Chandler with Katie Christian Ministries. And then in person, we have the TBI Warrior Foundation. I think I see Victor in the back and Roxana Delgado, you'll be presenting. All right, thank you. Carolyn?
Hi. Okay, good morning. I'm Carolyn Chandler with Katie Christian Ministries. I'm the Director of Programs and Grants. KCM has been in business for 40 years, providing services to the community. We are in our third year of the General Assistance Program with the TVC. We are requesting $230,000 this year to serve approximately 160 veterans, although that number, usually we go way above that number because we leverage other grants that we have to provide some of the assistance. The services we're going to provide are rent and mortgage assistance, including late payments and deposits, utility assistance, transportation assistance with the veterans vehicle providing fuel, cell phones and internet service. And we provide this financial assistance one time per year per item area. We service 3 counties, Harris, Fort Bend, and Waller. Next slide. So as I said, we will provide rent and mortgage assistance, utility assistance, transportation assistance, cell phone, and internet service. And because we have several other grants, often if a veteran comes in and they say they have like a $2,000 mortgage, we will leverage funds from another grant to make sure that their mortgage or their rent is fully covered. Additional services that KCM provides that are not funded through TVC so that we can provide wraparound services to the veterans is they have access to our food pantry. They can receive food 2 times per month. We have a program, it's a resiliency and self-sufficiency tools, which they have group sessions that they can attend and learn about financial goal setting, life skill classes, that type of thing. We also have a Ready, Set, Go program, which is really an employment coaching program that they can attend to learn about resume writing, interview skills, job search, and that type thing. And we also have a licensed professional therapist on staff that they have access to for free counseling. Next slide. So when a veteran comes in, we usually ask for the DD 214 is the standard, but we will take any kind of documentation that verifies that they are a veteran. We also have, or we ask them for proof of where they live, proof of their rental lease and that type thing before we provide any kind of financial assistance. The budget for this year for the ask is $230,000, and direct service to the veteran is $157,250, which is about 68 to 69% of the total budget that would go to the veteran. Next slide. So currently we have a veterans full-time case manager, which this grant funds. She is a veteran herself. Her contract finished 8 years ago. She was a combat veteran. She's been with KCM for 6 years and been administrating the TVC grant since 2020. So she's very familiar with the grant and has really grown the program. Like from 2022 to 2023, there was a 15% increase in veterans being served. Next grant, next slide. So approximately what we do is she would see 12 veterans per month, and give and take, that is flexible, and we spend approximately $20,000 per month through the veteran grant. And again, we have successfully administered the TVC grant for 3 years and spent all the money and we're always on time with our grant reporting. Next slide. And one of the big things that our veterans case manager has done is she's been very instrumental in doing collaborations with other agencies. She works with the Katy outpatient clinic out here. She meets with the VFW and the US Vets and the American Legion anytime they have meetings. Okay, thank you.
Time's up. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks, Carolyn. All right, bringing up TBI War Foundation, Victor and Roxana. On deck is Community Council of South Central Texas. That's in person, Kenneth Glenn Loy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Dr. Roxana Delgado, and I'm the co-founder of TBI Warrior Foundation. My husband, Victor Medina, different last names, but we married 24 years. TBI Warrior Foundation is a grassroots organization. We're still small, but we're completely operated by veterans and caregivers, family members, and people who are really invested in the care of veterans. So with the TVC grant, we're proposing serving 195 between veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses. Veterans may have to be 30% of disability because we serve veterans with disabilities, specifically those who have cognitive disabilities due to traumatic brain injury, PTSD, and other brain health conditions. You may look at the list. We have 40. We currently serve across the nation because we can do things online. But for the TVC grants, we serve all these 40 different counties. And you may ask why El Paso. We do have a satellite office inside Fort Bliss at the Warrior Care Clinic. Next slide. So we asked for the typical veteran status to look at if the person is eligible, like the D214, the driver's license, and all this different documentation. Whenever it's a survivor, a spouse survivor, we want to look at the death certificate. We have done that in the past, and then we also look at any other documentation that they can provide in terms of being a survivor. We provide assistive technology. We provide a variety of different conditions. We know that when a person survives a traumatic brain injury, they have cognitive issues, they have other mobility issues. So what we try to do is that we tailor and customize the need. But basically, a rehabilitation counselor, what that person does is that they look at the disabilities, they go into the workforce, they look at what are those accommodations that needs to happen for that person to be successful, going back to school, going back to work. And this is what basically we do at the foundation. Next slide. I should say that we have been providing these services since the inception in 2018. And with the TVC grant, 85% of the funding goes directly, of the $150,000 goes directly to services. We have a variety of team members. This is not all the teams that are in the program, but these are the ones that we're proposing to cover. It is more cost effective to have the psychologists as a fee for service than having them on board. We already collaborate with them. And what they provide is not so much the mental health, typical behavioral health intervention. What they work on is the anxiety disorders that come from workforce. We know that 70% of veterans, it is not difficult to get a job, but it is very difficult to maintain a job and retain a job 3 to 6 months. So that's the mark. That is the cutoff of veterans being in the workplace, especially with when they have disabilities. So this is what we're proposing to cover. The two psychologists, Dr. Martinez, he is a retired VA director for the behavioral health unit at Audie Murphy. And Dr. Hunter, she's a retired lieutenant colonel, also a Bush Institute scholar, where she worked tirelessly to create programs for veterans to re-enter the workforce in a successful way. Next slide. We look at our numbers in quarters, but basically to get to these quarter numbers, it's technically between 16, 17 beneficiaries a month. We do more than that. We actually run, not as part of the TVC, but we run monthly groups with veterans and caregivers, and we have a very good number between 20 and 30 participants every month. We conduct those at the Ecumenical Center in the San Antonio area, and we are very hopeful that we're going to be meeting all those quarterly numbers. We actually had the TVC in 2021, and we were extremely successful. We kind of like stepped back a little bit last year to redesign the program to include the psychological aspect of it, because that's one of the things that we found out that veterans were having a hard time to go back to work because they were insecure and the anxiety was terrible to go back to work. Next slide. We have a number of very strong partners. These are just a few of them. Some of them, they lend us space so we can be mobile and we can be at their different facilities. Some of them, we have a direct referral system, not just a phone call. We do have a computer referral system where they put in the referral, and then we're able to deliver the care. Next slide. We're very successful when it comes to all the
All right. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. So with this program, it sounds somewhat similar to the VA's voc rehab program. Now, is this population, specifically in Texas, is this a population of veterans that's continually missed, that's not being captured by that program that could benefit from this?
Well, that's a great question, and that's a question that's many times we get asked in the community. The big difference is the community we serve. They typically, I would say, not over 95% of them that come for this service, they have severe cognitive disability. In those cases, the VA rehab will deem them as they're not going to be successful in pursuing education or work. In those cases, regardless, we see their desire to go to work. We see not only the desire, the importance of them returning to work. In many cases, like myself, I was wounded at 34. Many of these our clients, they are young, and regardless of what the VA says, regardless of what a clinician may say, if the person desires to go back to work or go back to school, it is our duty to make sure we provide a platform so they are successful at transitioning and helping them redefine the goals. However, is it that they feel their goals should be? It's not. We don't direct their goals. They come to us. We help them define their own goals, and let's let's support you to get you to transition into work, into school. Like myself, the VA rehab would not serve me. Well, I went back to school. I acquired a master's, became a rehab counselor, and look what I'm doing today. So with that I say, our population is different. Our population more likely will not be served by VA voc rehab. So that's why we stand ready to receive anyone that has a brain illness and wants to go back to work or school. That's what we're here for.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Sorry, can I add to that based on the grant, we also serve those who were discharged with less than honorable discharge. Those will not be served by the VA. We have a good 7% of the beneficiaries, but we know that with traumatic brain injury, many times, so in the PTSD, many veterans were discharged with less than honorable discharge between 2006 and 2011, and those have been reevaluated right now by the DoD, so we don't turn them away, and we are part of those who are serving them.
And if I want one more thing, we let's not I know you saw VA voc rehab in our program, and through our TVC funding in 2021, we not only serve the veteran, we have served children of veteran. And we have had great success stories of with the right supports, whatever ever felt or could be seen as impossible, it has been possible. So we serve the children, the family members, and the veteran. So.
Mr. Delgado.
Hey, thanks y'all for the presentation. Are you, so I know Voc Rehab's one, so are you getting, is there a relationship with the Voc Rehab counselors for those, getting those names that maybe they're not served? Second part of that question is the follow-up, and then, you know, are you working with Texas Workforce Commission to, you know, to get these into sustainable employment? What does that look like after they complete the course?
Can you repeat the first question?
Okay, so first question is there a relationship with the VA for those veterans that are denied Voc Rehab?
So we don't personally work with the VA for those that have been denied Voc Rehab. I think in our case, that's what we are here for. We're not here to investigate why were they denied or the, you know, the reasons of, or I think it'd be a disservice. We will wasting time in engaging those line of inquiry. We're not investigators. We are here to provide that service. We see because we've been doing this for many years. We see the reason why the VA would deny them for service. However, we see the potential and possibilities that can be achieved, and many times we have had many success stories on our closure, and because we are a small nonprofit, we are not in the case closing business. We are in the service business. We are not if a veteran just taking back that most of the vets we serve has severe disability. We are not into providing a rush service that we eventually result in a frustrated effort. We are here to provide the best quality effort that can sustain the employment or the return to school, and we're successful at that. So when veterans get connected to us, Mr. Delgado, they don't exit our foundation of sorts. We do a soft exit, but we always remain connected because challenges may come up in the workforce, and we wanna avoid underemployment. So if there's new accommodations, we always follow up. There's new accommodations to be done. We go ahead and fund them many times because we think, oh, we're gonna get them employed big company names. Many times we can get the vet employed in mom and pop shop, and that's a success story. But mom and pop shop to provide accommodation for $500. It may be too much for them. In those cases, we step up and we provide the funding for that accommodation. Is it a ramp? Is it a special chair? Is it accessibility on a computer? Is it a headset to avoid for noise cancellation? Needless to say, we don't our job placement. We follow up for new needs, and our placement, we don't require it to be a big name company. It can be any job if it feels, if the veteran's happy, if the client is happy, if they are off the couch, to say it as it is, if we get them off the couch to get productive, we're gonna do that. So.
I'm sorry, can I just address the first question? Because we don't have, due to HIPAA laws and all that, we try, but we cannot establish a direct relationship with the Voc Rehab program in that sense of being a passive, transfer of information. But we do collaborate with the Audie Murphy, the polytrauma, and the medical directors know about us. So whenever they have a veteran that has been denied this kind of like a pathway, they provide the veterans with our information, and they also do a referral to us. So it's not directly with Voc Rehab, but it is through the Polytrauma Center at the Audie Murphy.
All right,
And
ma'am.
that was, let me
Mr.
clarify
Del-
my question.
Yeah.
Let me clarify my
No, I
question.
was still recognizing you.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Let me clarify, because that's what I mean is not that the VA is going to share all the information, but as a resource, because coming from higher ed, I spent 15 years in higher ed, and the majority of those veterans that were denied for various reasons, they're handed a reference or a brochure of other opportunities so they can continue their path to success. That was my question, not so much of, hey, they're going to give you the case file. We all know that they're not going to do that, but using y'all as a resource to fill that gap, because veterans do leave there sometimes brokenhearted. So that was my question of teaming up with them. So there's another option for these veterans. So thank you for the information.
And no, thank you, Mr. Delgado. The other thing, and you, since you're in higher education, you're gonna be appreciative for this. We also have a presence in the UTEP, UT El Paso. That's one of our strong partners through their military center. We do have also presence at the UTSA Military Center. So many times veterans comes to them saying, hey, I wasn't, eligible for Voc Rehab and things like that. So that will be some of the referral systems that we have when it comes to those who have been denied by the VA.
Thank you, ma'am. And we have another question, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. So, yeah, and I understand everyone assumes that most veterans who have a TBI or some disability automatically qualifies for Voc Rehab, and that's not necessarily the case, which you stated. So with that frustration, when the veteran be like, okay, what is there available to me? They get your information, then they get enrolled in school. Do you actually help them with the ADA accommodations within that school as well too?
Yep, we are many times, and what we have seen, and just not know the beauty of certainly we are bad, so we establish rapport right away. And I say that because veterans, when you tell them up front, you can get accommodations to get in the workplace, to go to school. They feel bad because they feel they're getting over. It takes a professional rehab counselor to tell them you're not getting over. We're leveling the playing field, so you have the same chance. In our case, we sit down with them when it comes to the brain. There's a million accommodations you can get. So what we do is we sit down with them. All right, let's look at your challenges. Let's look at what accommodations can we request for you, and when they leave our office that day, they're going to have a letter of accommodation request that they can take to school and request it. In the event that I need to step in, or anyone in my team to talk to an employer, or to talk to the education facility, we gladly do that.
That was my next one.
Professors and teachers are not you. This is not common,
right?
Especially for big colleges, it is. For smaller places like veterans looking for recertification as skill training, this is not as common. So we are always glad to step in and advocate for them.
And then you also said you also help them with the employer as far as ADA accommodations as well too.
That's kind of like one of our main services. So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Victor. Thanks, Roxana. What do you suggest, Madam Chair? We have Kenneth Loy coming up.
Yes, so what I'd like to do is go ahead and listen to Mr. Lloyd's presentation. Is Caritas of Austin in here?
Caritas, Salvation Army, Amarillo, and Panhandle Community Services, they have all checked in online.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, I think, is go ahead and listen to this next presentation. And then the last two will, since they're virtual,
The last three.
correction, last three, since they're virtual, it'd probably be easier. We'll go ahead and push them to after
lunch.
lunch.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
To be respectful of everyone's time.
That's great. So, okay, for the record, Caritas of Austin, Salvation Army Amarillo, Panhandle Community Services, you all will be pushed back after lunch. We will give a time for that, that time that we come back. And right now we are presenting Community Council of South Central Texas, Kenneth Loy.
Thank you very much for taking the time to hear me today. And thank you for not pushing me as big as I am. I get hungry. So my name is Kenneth Loy. I'm with the Community Council of South Central Texas. I'm the Veterans Resources Coordinator. And this year we are happy to say that we are applying for our 5th year in this program. It has been unbelievably, exceptionally, very, very busy. But my director wanted me to convey one thing before we got going. We've had a veterans program since 1966. It was a good program. This program has made that program an excellent program. So it is really the icing on the cupcake. We're requesting $300,000 in financial assistance. We assist in mortgage, rent, utility payments. We expect to serve 130 beneficiaries this year. As you'll see, there are 6 new highlighted counties. We have successfully served 21 for the last 4 years, but we were recently awarded the Community Services Block Grant over 5 new counties, and we added an additional county. So we'll now be serving 27 counties under this grant. We serve veterans and their families. We verify each veteran with a personal interview. That interview takes place with me. Because of the openness of this grant, it is important to me that we make sure that the money is going to the right place. Next slide, please. I was in the military. When I got out, I was a homeless person with my wife and 2 children in a car. So coordinating resources for people who could lose their homes or people who have lost their homes is very important to me. We'll need to serve about 11 veterans a month. We go find them. We have a physical presence in all of these counties, either full or part-time. You don't need to drive 130 miles to San Antonio to fill out an application. We use social media, broadcast, media, email, ccsct.org, the people we have in the counties, and the most important of all, the Grandma Network. We have a group of people that we have used for many years. You get the word out to them, and within just a few hours, everyone will know. How do we address changes? The same way the veteran does. He adjusts his life. He makes changes on the fly. Now, under a grant process, there's only so many things that we can do. But we're there to meet the needs of the veteran, not the needs of community council. Next slide, please. In closing, last year or 2 years ago, I bought a whole bunch of slides and I ran out of time and I said I wasn't going to do that this time. We have physical locations. That is our biggest plus. We just received a national award for our response to the Uvalde crisis. We were there within 1 day. Many of our veteran brothers and sisters were affected during that crisis. We have networked with over 250 community partners. I have ongoing conversations even when I don't want to have them. Call on a Sunday afternoon. Why? Because it's important. When I first started this grant 3.5 years ago, the gentleman talked about our need to grow an ongoing organism of veteran services. And that's what we have done. Good old-fashioned word of mouth will help you find veterans because most veterans are reluctant to seek services. I love serving these people. I hope that you will allow me to continue to do it. This grant is supported by community services block grants, private donations, community services, electrical assistance, water assistance. So we want to continue to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Okay. Appreciate your time.
Someone watch
So,
that phone here.
sir?
It's coming.
He's coming. Okay.
So, as Ms. Zavala had announced, it's 12:30. So, correct. We'll reconvene at 1:15 for lunch. And I just want to re-verify Caritas of Austin, the Salvation Army, Amarillo, and Panhandle Community Services. You will be pushed with Caritas of Austin being ready at 1:15, and you say Ms. Zavala ism here. The Salvation Army Amarillo will be on deck. Thank you.
Thank you. That makes sense. All right, so we have lunch outside.
Okay,
There we go.
Mr. Delgado, you're on. Miss James, are you on?
I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Rispoli?
Yes.
Awesome. Mr. Vice Chair. Get used to that. Woo! Okay, we have everybody here from our team here at TVC. So let's go ahead and call our first applicant.
All right, great. The time is 1:17 and we have Caritas of Austin, Jimmy Washington online. On deck is the Salvation Army Amarillo. Major Andrea Ellis is on deck. All right, Jimmy, I see you online. Go for it.
All right, thanks so much. Thanks for having me again. I'm Jimmy Washington, Program Manager at Caritas of Austin for a Veterans Program. Next slide, please. So Caritas is a 501c3 organization. We've been providing services in Austin since 1964, providing veteran services since 2011. I know this is the general assistance portion of the meeting, so I'll stick to the general assistance. Sorry about the PowerPoint. So for general assistance, we're requesting $125,000 around the service category of financial assistance. I'll talk a little bit more about the categories we aim to provide services in on the next slide. We're hoping to impact about 75 clients, 70 being veterans and 5 being dependents. We work in about 3 counties, Travis, Bastrop, and Williamson County. So as it relates to eligibility and direct services, we aim to allocate 100% of our funds for general assistance to direct client services. We get our referrals in through our lead agency, ECHO. And so typically our veterans are already vetted and they're whether they're eligible for our services or not, but we also run a squares. In an instance where we need a DD-214, we'll request those as well at entry point. So the direct categories that we aim to provide assistance in is transportation, childcare, medical assistance, primary care assistance, rental debt, late fees, security deposit, application fees, utilities, utility debt, and utility deposits for general assistance. Next slide, please. So all of the staff member who will be working with our clients will not have any funds tied to this grant. So 100% of the allocation will go towards direct client assistance, but a veteran can interact with either our case manager, who are their first point of contact when they enter our services, who provide their housing stability plan, their healthcare navigator, who kind of can help them connect to benefits, healthcare providers, mental health providers, and also connect them to SNAP or food assistance. And then our community housing specialist, who works with them on housing search. We aim to get our veterans housed within 90 days if they come in unhoused. And so the community housing specialist works with them to get them housed. And if a veteran comes in for employment or education service or need that additional support, we connect them to our employment and education specialist and also our peer support specialist to help with that crisis response piece. Next slide, please. So quarterly benchmark. So we aim to serve about 75 clients. So that means we need to serve about 7 clients per month with the general assistance funds, spending about $10,000 per month So in order to make sure that we're meeting those benchmarks and we're spending down like we need to spend down, we'll set clear matrix for the number of folks we need to serve in each category. We'll also look at some of our key performance indicators, which means we need to provide on-time direct service delivery each month. We'll also make sure that we're complying with the monthly reporting compliance. That way we can use that data and track where we are on meeting those benchmarks. And then, of course, just continuing improvement, continue to communicate with our stakeholders and our clients to make sure that we're meeting those needs of the clients and also addressing any shortcomings if we're not meeting those benchmarks. Next, please. So outreach strategies. So we have both internal and external outreach strategies. So beyond our social media and our webpage, we have an access point where anyone in the unhoused population can come into Caritas to either eat lunch 4 days out of the week through our community access or through our kitchen, or to our front desk to pick up hygiene packets or use the phone or take care of the business. So we make sure that we have our front staff trained on our program in case they hear or mention a veteran, unhoused person coming in saying that they're a veteran, they can get connected to our program, as well as in our kitchen dining area. We try to have a program staff in there to provide assistance to anyone who may mention that they're a veteran. And as far as our outreach strategies, just so we're clear, everyone on our team is responsible for outreach, from our program manager to our community housing specialist. So our community housing specialist may work with our landlords and property managers, train them on our program eligibility and our program requirements, put on presentation for those landlords. Also, we may have our health and wellness partners, such as emergency rooms, different providers who may interact with veterans or unhoused populations, so they're aware of our service that we may provide as well. And then we meet with our other providers or other veteran organizations who may assist our population as well, to make sure that they're up on abreast of our eligibility and our program requirements, so we can gain referrals. Next slide. I think that's the question and answer slide. So thank you all. If you have any questions, I'll stand by.
Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you.
All right, Major Andrea Ellis for Salvation Army Amarillo. Then on deck, we have Panhandle Community Services, Melissa Darcy. Be ready. All right, Major, all yours.
Good afternoon. We're applying for homeless veteran support for $105,000 to assist 100 veterans, 30 dependents, and 10 spouses. The 5 counties that we service are Potter, Randall, Armstrong, Carson, and Oldham. Next slide, please. $54,000 of this grant would provide for veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses to receive rent and utility assistance in getting housing established or facing imminent homelessness. They would be provided temporary shelter in our shelter that already operates 365 days a year and has dedicated veterans dormitories and a family room for veterans for up to 6 months. Case management and transportation assistance in the form of bus passes would be provided to support these veterans as well. To determine the veteran status of an individual, all participants would be verified by our HMIS system in collaboration with the VA and our local Veteran Resource Center. Next slide, please. This grant would provide a dedicated part-time case manager for our veterans and their families in working with assessing their needs, processing paperwork, and making necessary community referrals, as well as advocating for them. It will also cover a percentage of our social services manager position, which will oversee the services for these veterans, grant oversight and reporting, as well as 15% of 2 of our 6 shelter monitor positions who work directly with our veterans and see to their care while they're staying in our shelter. Next slide, please. We plan on serving at least a minimum of 12 veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses with shelter or financial assistance, providing 35 nights of shelter and spending approximately $8,750 a month to meet our budget benchmarks. Just to give you an idea, for our current program year, which began in October, we have already provided shelter to 46 veterans with 1,176 nights of shelter for them. If we're struggling to meet our benchmarks, then we will look more in depth at the counties we are not having as big of a response in, and up the amount of time we spend in reaching out in those communities to make them more aware of what we're able to provide. And next slide, please. So our social services staff and public relations staff will work on educating the community about the resources that we're able to provide through media, social media, signage, brochures, informing area agencies, 211, and speaking regularly with our shelter participants. We do have a dedicated public relations community outreach coordinator on staff already that will be instrumental in assisting us with getting information on our services out in the community. And the effectiveness of our marketing will be measured by the number of veterans seeking assistance through us. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. How effective is that 211?
Very. We use it as a regular referral source. We update our actual services with them about every 6 weeks so that they're constantly aware of any changes we have in services that we're able to provide. And that's our go-to when someone calls. We ask them to try with 211 if it's a service that we're not able to provide at first.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Okay, next we have Melissa Darcy, Panhandle Community Services, Family Pathfinders of Tarrant County. You are on deck, and that's Toby Savitz. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Darcy, and I am the Director of Outreach Services here at Panhandle Community Services. Next slide, please. We are requesting $300,000 for financial assistance. We expect to serve a total of 175 veterans and 25 surviving spouses. We will serve the top 26 counties of the Panhandle. Our service categories will be mortgage and rent, utility payments, transportation assistance, and restorative dental. If funded, this will be our 3rd year with TVC. We were awarded $200,000 last year, and it is almost March 1st, and I am about to submit an amendment to move some money around to client services because we are almost out of funding. So this has been a very successful grant for us, and we look forward to serving more Panhandle veterans. Next slide, please. PCS will ensure that all clients are veterans by requiring them to present any acceptable eligible documents outlined in the grant program requirements. Approximately 187,000 of the 300,000 will be dedicated to client services of those previously mentioned. We are a community action agency for the Panhandle. And so we do have multiple funding sources for utility assistance and rental assistance outside of TVC funds. When possible, every effort is made to utilize TVC funds in conjunction with other funding sources. We get a lot of requests for application fees and rental deposits because HUD funds will not cover those. So if they are a veteran, we do have a HUD VAAC program, and we work closely in conjunction with that to provide application fees, funding for application fees and deposits. Next slide, please. I am in charge of the program. I manage the funding and reports as well as interact directly with veterans. No contractors are necessary in the financial assistance program. Next slide, please. We will need to average 16 to 17 clients per month, a total of $16,318.75 in client services must be spent monthly. And as I mentioned previously, I am in the process of submitting a budget amendment due to running low on client services funds for this grant cycle. So we will more than be able to meet those benchmarks. Next slide, please. What is our outreach plan? The community is notified of services in a variety of ways, including social media, local news stations, radio stations, and public events throughout the 26 counties of the Panhandle. Salvation Army did mention 211. We have a close relationship with 211 and update them on all the services PCS provides quite frequently. The effectiveness of our outreach is measured by the number of clients that request services. All PCS staff members are well-versed in promoting all services we provide, including TVC throughout the top 26 counties. If I cannot travel for outreach, we do have offices in all the counties of the Panhandle, and those staff will promote all PCS programs, including TVC, within their local areas. Next slide. And does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? No, ma'am. I think no one has a question. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Melissa. All right, moving on to Family Pathfinders of Tarrant County. Toby, you are presenting right now. Then we have Phoenix Mobility Rising. This is an in-person presentation with Jonathan Braddock. All right, thanks.
Hi, I'm Toby Savitz. I am Director of Programs with Pathfinders. We have 27 years of experience serving very low to moderate income families and individuals in our community. We have had a dedicated veterans program since 2017. And although our service provision occurs in Tarrant County, some of our justice involved veterans may live in contiguous counties and be traveling to Tarrant County to meet their legal obligations. Next slide, please. We offer veterans a menu of services. They can opt into 1, 2, or all 3 services, depending on their individual needs. Our mentoring services is Pathfinder's core component, and it is designed to assist veterans in addressing barriers on their path to self-sufficiency. Our mentoring services include both small group mentoring and individual matches to our volunteer veteran mentors. Our financial coaching services include small group sessions on our core curriculums of budgeting, banking, borrowing, and credit, with the additional service of meeting one-on-one with a financial coach to set goals and address financial barriers. Pathfinders brings to the table leverage funding that allows us to provide a dollar-for-dollar match savings to veterans opting into our financial coaching services. And we also have a zero fee, zero interest, small dollar credit building loan that assists veterans in improving their credit. Our employment services focus on connection to skills training and assistance in translating military experience to civilian employers. In addition, we have a strong focus on training on how to discuss criminal histories with employers. And our program also offers emergency assistance to stabilize veterans while they're receiving our services. So those emergency services include housing, utility, critical documents, transportation, and a few other various needs. Next slide, please. Our TVC funding would allow us to bring an additional veteran specialist to our team, and it would provide some minimal percentage for oversight from our senior accountant, director of programs, and director of development. Next slide, please. I see there's a typo here. We plan to enroll an additional 6 clients per month. Our program is longer than most in that we serve our veterans from 4 to 12 months. The typical time in the program tends to be the 8 to 12 month period. So although we're enrolling 6 a month, those clients are rolling over from month to month as they complete their time in the program. So each month, the total would include both new and existing enrollments. The veterans are able to stay in the program as long as they need to attain stability. Next slide, please. Pathfinders has got a really long history of collaborating and partnering with other nonprofits in our community, and I'd like to just provide some examples. Pathfinders has been a partner with the Tarrant County Veterans Treatment Court since its inception, and our agency has provided both the financial coaching and mentoring services that assist those justice-involved veterans in meeting their court requirements. And in addition, Pathfinders has been providing financial coaching, employment coaching, and mentoring services 1 full day a week inside the Tarrant County Jail to the Military Veterans Pod since that pod was created. Next slide, please. I just wanted to share some of our recent outcomes from 2023. Our mentoring clients have been able to improve their self-sufficiency by 95%. The domains that are tested under self-sufficiency include housing, employment, income, food stability, childcare, adult education, time management, family and social skills, transportation, community involvement, and substance abuse. Our financial coaching services have a large domain of outcomes that we track that include things like creating a budget, designing a savings plan, increased confidence around managing. Oh, I see my time is up.
Time's up, ma'am. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. Okay, so Jonathan, you are up right now. Then on deck, we have Houston Volunteer Lawyers online. That's Jessica Houghton-Stoll. Please be ready. Jonathan?
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Braddock, and I'm the Community Development Manager for the Phoenix North Texas Transportation Assistance Hub, or TAH. We're requesting $150,000 to serve 125 veterans with transportation assistance targeted at 12 rural communities in North Texas. Next slide. 108,000 or 72% of the funding requested will be for medical rides for eligible veterans accessing specialty care services from rural into suburban or urban counties in North Texas. On average, these trips are up to 90 miles one way and can cost up to $150 per leg, depending on the level of service. It's important to target this service because very few coordinated options exist for non-service connected rural veterans in need of long-distance transportation for specialty care. Additionally, a portion of the funds will provide a part-time mobility navigator and will support our Community Operations Support Center. Next slide. Mobility navigators will review and connect with inbound referrals, verify eligibility using income, veteran status, and home address. All interactions and documents will be logged into a secure database. Now, Phoenix is a national nonprofit able to provide transportation services without TVC funding. However, subsidized ride funding is limited, especially for rural veterans. Next slide. Mobility navigators are our missing link in the social service and mobility ecosystems. They provide mobility resources, guidance, referral, and planning for any rider experiencing high transportation barriers. Our support specialists assist riders, our community organizations representatives, and transportation providers with their mobility needs, from booking a ride to questions about ride details or assistance with on-the-spot logistics. The specialists are available almost 24/7 and can assist people with over 300 primary languages. Next slide. Instead of hiring Phoenix drivers, we leverage the power of the existing ecosystem using mobility as a service technology. The North Texas TAH includes options for transit, rideshare, volunteer drivers, taxi, and non-emergency medical transportation. 10 transportation service providers are currently available for booking rides with the TAH. Next slide. An important piece of a TAH is community support. We'll meet our quarterly benchmarks by tapping into our Mobility Leadership Circle. This is a group of individuals, stakeholders representing healthcare, education, employment, nutrition, housing, and other areas of need, as well as philanthropic and government representatives. We'll seek inbound referrals from our community-based organizations that already provide transportation assistance to their own clients in need and use findhelp.com. These efforts will help us average 11 veterans served per month with an average total monthly spend of $12,500. Next slide. In the fall of 2022, $50,000 in unlimited rides to veterans were provided throughout North Texas. This was through our AARP ride program, where we connected with several social workers at rural VA clinics to provide direct referrals to veterans in need. Additionally, AARP is currently providing $25,000 through March 31st of 2024 with a focus on rural veterans. With the new TVC funding, we'll continue to provide ride funds to eligible veterans throughout all of the North Texas VA service area. Next slide. Steve is a veteran who was recently found semi-conscious on the floor of his bathroom. He had massive bleeding on his brain and his doctors didn't know the cause, but he required immediate surgery. He is less than 70% service connected, so his social worker was able to book round-trip rides from Hunt County to Collin County for his appointments. Our mobility navigator continues to check in and reports he is progressing in his recovery because of the transportation assistance he's already received. Bill is an older, unhoused veteran living in Hunt County. His social worker said he needed critical medical care and had to be transported immediately. Phoenix coordinated with a local transportation provider in the TAH for some same-day service to pick him up and take him to the Dallas VA Medical Center. A Phoenix support specialist kept in contact with him throughout his visit during a Friday evening and was able to book a return ride the following day upon his release. He's grateful for the attention he has received so far. Thank you very much for considering this grant proposal.
Okay, any questions? Sure, Dusty.
Thank you for being here. So serve 11 veterans with $11,000 or some odd $12,000.
$12,500.
So that's $1,250 a month for a individual. So you're sort of exclusively those individuals that have those long transportation costs. I mean, is that
correct? Yes. So those again, that $150 amount is up to, right? So depending on the level of service, most likely that's a one-way fixed wheelchair ride versus a non-emergency medical transportation curb to curb ambulatory. Then we have our volunteer driver program, which will over the course of the program, we'll be able to average out and certainly get below that $150 per ride number.
Okay.
That's not the question you asked?
Sort of. I mean, yeah, your math was a little might have been consistent with what I was thinking, but for every veteran, they get $1,200 worth of rides a month.
Yeah, this is total monthly spend. So that includes our.
I thought it was all for transportation. Okay.
The ride spend, the ride funding, part-time mobility navigator, a new position, and then also supporting our support center, which does all the logistics ride support. So it's 3 areas of funding. They're mostly for the ride itself.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Delgado.
I'm going to piggyback on that a little bit. Excuse me. Can you talk about your volunteer drivers? I mean, if they're volunteer,
yes.
Tell me more about that. Just have some concerns.
Absolutely. Yes. So what we do is we recruit within our communities or our transportation assistance hubs from the community. So we reach into all areas of service and we find individuals who want to help specifically drive. Phoenix holds a national insurance policy to run volunteer programs in multiple communities. The driver provides their own vehicle. We go through the onboarding, we do the training with them, we handle and support the tech for them dispatching the rides, And so a volunteer can pick and choose when they're available to go and pick up a ride that is available for, on their own schedule. What that does is it actually helps to bring the cost down because we charge a very low subsidized rate for each trip. It's $1.75 booking plus 65 cents per mile. So what that does is if I don't have a volunteer, then I always have a provider available to go do that ride because we can't let that ride fall off and be canceled because that appointment is so important.
So you charge veterans a fee? Is that
No,
what you just mentioned?
we charge the general public, but when we use subsidized funds, of course those rides are free. But again, we will leverage the power of our volunteer program to potentially conduct some of these rides when there is a volunteer available.
And is the agency covering training? I mean, I know you mentioned
Yes.
small volunteer
Yes.
training, but when you're, if somebody's taking me, I'm a veteran, somebody takes me, where's the liability lie if something happens?
Yeah, so like I said, there is a general liability insurance policy covered nationally, and then each driver has additional insurance on that as well as their own personal insurance. So you're required to have an active insurance policy on the vehicle that you use to drive.
All right, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay, I got a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, you have a veteran that needs a ride and is comprehensive. They've got a motorized wheelchair or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that? How many vehicles do you have to handle that?
How many?
Because I doubt your volunteers have got them.
Exactly. And that's where the power of the mobility as a service works, right? So we have over 10 providers, meaning companies that we can tap into.
Okay.
Rideshare companies, non-emergency medical transportation companies, if available, transit, right? But in these areas, there are no connected transit available into and out of these rural and urban communities as of yet. So what we do is we have those non-emergency medical transportation providers. They have levels of service, whether it's curb to curb for an ambulatory rider or veteran, to someone who has and needs more assistance. What we call that is door to door, right? So we're doing a little bit more for that rider to get into and out of the facility, or if they have a service where they have vehicles that have rear or side entry ramps for fixed wheelchair. Now, if a veteran is in a wheelchair but it's foldable, that's a door-to-door ambulatory trip. And so if you have a mobility aid like a foldable wheelchair or a cane or a walker, that type of thing, we have any type of provider service available for that veteran.
Okay, so if they have a tough time walking, they will actually help them on the bus or car and, okay.
Yeah.
So I think you said what, some of these rides potentially could be like 90 minutes?
90 miles.
The 90
One
miles,
way.
okay,
Up
thank
to
you.
90 miles. That's the service. That's from, just for example, Greenville to Dallas and back is roughly 85 to 90 miles one way.
Yeah, so 2-3 hours round trip.
Yeah.
So, once you drop the veteran off, you're gonna stay there because that would seem.
No. So what happens is just with any of our trips, they're dispatched either as one way or round trips. right?
Okay.
So once they go to a provider, that provider is responsible for both round trips. What
Okay.
they do in between the trip is obviously going on to another trip, but it's all, they handle their own manifests through our booking platform. So they all have accounts where they can see all their rides, and then they can either handle them externally or just handle them internally in the booking platform where they manage.
Okay, so this booking platform is also an authenticator. Yep.
That's correct. I'm taking this ride.
Yep, and then I'm heading to X,
Ma'am.
and then I'm going back to X and X,
That's
and it's authenticated by you guys.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I manage the funds internally as well in mobility wallets. So we can allocate budgets for each rider that is eligible, depending on the level of service they need and the distance required to those facilities.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Do you also have the availability in case a veteran's got to go outside of your AOR? So if the veteran's got to go more than 90 miles,
Yeah.
do you take them that entire way, or do you partner with another organization and say, hey, we're going to drop them off here. This is where where we stop. You take over.
We handle the trip entirely, regardless of if they need to go outside of that night. Again, this is our targeted area, right? So, but if a veteran has to go from Greenville all the way to, let's say, Waxahachie, okay, that's a huge area. And most likely, again, we're targeting specialty care services. So these are going to be in the core 4 counties of North Texas: Tarrant, Denton, Collin, and Dallas. Yes, we will do whatever we need to do to make sure that the veteran gets to and from the location they need care for.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jonathan. All right, we have Houston Volunteer Lawyers Remote. That's Jessica Houghton Stool. Then up next is Adult and Youth United Development Association. That is also remote. Juan Garcia, be on deck. Jessica, we'll get you unmuted. There you go. And a clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jessica Houghtonstool. I'm the Executive Director with Houston Volunteer Lawyers. While Houston Volunteer Lawyers has served veterans throughout our over 40 years of history of providing free legal services to individuals in need, we have had a specific dedicated Veterans Initiative program since 2008. We are asking for $200,000 to serve 400 veterans a year in their civil legal needs, 15 of whom are surviving spouses. And we focus on 15 counties, but mostly Harris County and the greater Houston area, specifically also looking at the service area of DeBakey VA Hospital. Next slide, please. The services we provide include direct legal representation and also advice and counsel to veterans. We do this through a variety of ways. One of our main services that we provide is a weekly in-person clinic at the VA hospital. This way, if a veteran is seeking medical treatment or is at the VA for a different reason, they can also seek assistance with any legal needs that they have. And so we accept walk-ins at that clinic. We also have a 24/7 online application site. And so you do not have to come to the VA to seek our services. You can apply anytime online. We also do weekly phone appointments if that is most convenient. So there are a variety of ways for veterans to seek our service depending on what is most convenient to them. While we have other funding sources to help us serve veterans, the TVC funding source in particular allows us to serve 12% more veterans because of the restrictions on federal poverty guidelines. And so we have some grants that are very, very narrow. And thanks to TVC funding, we have been able to increase the number of veterans that we can serve. We also require proof of service and photo ID. Most of this is done either through showing their Texas driver's license with proof that they are veterans, or we look at their DD-214 and their photo ID. And then 90% of the funding that we receive from TVC is specifically going to providing direct client services. The other funding, the other 10% covers mileage, supplies, all the necessities needed to provide those legal services. Next slide, please. The service members covered by TVC funding include partially covering 3 attorneys, 1 program coordinator, and 1 intake manager. We also help what is not covered, but what is also needed is our pro bono team that help us coordinate with pro bono attorneys. And so we are able to amplify the services that we provide to veterans through mentorship of volunteer pro bono attorneys, which allows us to serve more people. We do not utilize contract attorneys. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I apologize. It didn't click over on my screen. I'm sorry, my screen must have frozen for a second. Describing the services we do provide, our benchmark is to serve 400 veterans a year. On average, we see 100 veterans a month. So 1/3 of this will be our veterans that we are able to serve because of TVC funding, which is therefore 100 veterans a quarter, which helps us reach our 400 a year goal. And again, as I mentioned, that 90% of the funding goes to direct client services. So that is approximately 17,000 per month. We're looking at about $50,000 per quarter, which goes up to the $200,000 that we're asking for. Now, next slide. I apologize for that. As I mentioned, there are a variety of ways for veterans to seek our services. The primary way is our partnership with the DeBakey VA Hospital. We have VA staff that make direct referrals to us, and they know we're there. They ensure that if a legal need comes up, that the veterans know and are connected to us. And if they can't make it to us, they coordinate with us to figure out how we can make sure that the veteran is getting the services that they need. We use other funds to purchase online and print advertising.
Okay, time's up. Are there any questions? Dusty? No. Mr. Ball.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation today. Question for you. On your grant application, it says you're statewide, but can you clarify when you started your presentation that you were focused on just a few counties in and around Houston?
Of course. While we can provide advice and counsel statewide, if anyone needs our services, we limit the extended representation, so full representation on a case to the service area of the VA DeBakey Hospital.
That need to be clarified somehow with staff or
Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm thinking through your answer. I'm a little bit on the slow side. I'm from East Texas, so it's okay. So if somebody was to call you from the Panhandle, you'd give them some legal advice, but you're not going to represent them, say, if they go to court in Amarillo.
Exactly. In part is because we don't have attorneys up in Amarillo. We can't get a volunteer attorney up there, but we can help at least provide the advice they need to know what they need to look for to get things started.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
My pleasure.
so here's going to be the order of questions. Dusty's going to go, then I acknowledge Jamila, James, and then I acknowledge you, Mr. Delgado. Okay? Dusty.
Thank you. Legal needs, the legal needs they have. Can you kind of like give me a good idea about what the most acute common legal need you address?
Sure. In 2023, the biggest need we saw coming through our doors were family law services, divorce, custody, things like that. After that, we saw housing, consumer issues.
Like evictions or
housing includes evictions. It might, in particular, especially with COVID, it was high in evictions at that time. But there may be other issues that come up of, if they have questions on their rights, renters' rights, things like that. Consumer issues is another high need. Assistance with veterans benefits. We also do a lot of estate planning, and then some probate.
Yeah, that's all kind of pretty general. You talk about wills, that kind of thing, as far as
Estate
estate planning
planning.
goes.
Yes. So we don't limit it just
powers
on
of
wills.
attorney.
Power of attorneys, exactly. We'll do the whole packet. Power of attorney, wills, letters of heirship. If depending on depending on what property, if they have any property, what we'll do all of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Miss
My pleasure.
James.
That was my question. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Delgado.
So along those same lines, so question for you. I know you have part of this is three attorneys on salary. But I know the Bar Association recommends every lawyer volunteer 50 hours. So how, working with the lawyers that, that you have, how much time is spent with a veteran? Like, give me an example of the longest case or the longest issue that a veteran is going through beyond just a quick call.
Sure, we have some, it depends on the type of case. At the moment, I can't pull off the top of my head which veteran specific case we've had the longest, but we have cases that we've had for 2, 3, even if necessary, 4 years. So we don't put a time limit on the case. If the case is dragging on and we're serving that client and that veteran, we keep the case. So this isn't you've hit your year and the case isn't finished. We're moving on. We will represent the client as long as we need to represent the veteran.
And then a follow-up question. So this, most of this grant money, you said is 90% of salary. So this would be, even though it's pro bono for the veteran, just clarifying, you're still paying the attorney handling the case.
So we're paying our in-house attorneys to provide services themselves and also to provide mentorship to pro bono attorneys. So we're able to see more veterans every week at our clinic. We're able to serve and represent more veterans because we have this mentorship program. And so we do not pay the volunteer attorneys who want to help veterans. We keep our staff so that they can evaluate the case, they can provide services, they can make sure the mentor attorney is providing high quality representation or advice and counsel. So that is what we do.
And all of those are barred, barred.
Yes, we check the credentials of all our volunteer attorneys.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
So, when do you guys hold office hours? Typically.
So
at the
we are
VA hospital.
We are at the VA hospital every Friday from 1 to 4.
Okay.
And then if there's some reason, I mentioned the partnership we have with the DeBakey. If somebody reaches out saying they have a veteran on hospice care, of course, we will help. We will immediately go and try to figure out how. We've met clients wherever we need to meet them to help them execute whatever documents they need to execute, given the situation at hand.
So the list of counties served, I honestly don't know if those are all in the catchment area of DeBakey VA hospital, but I would imagine some of them are quite a ride in for people. Or do you try and make those phone contacts and do I don't know, can you do a power of attorney over the phone?
We can't, but that's one of the benefits of this partnership that we have with the VA hospital, because this way, if somebody is coming in seeking treatment for something, they don't have to try to figure out another separate trip to speak to an attorney. And so, we are able to make it as convenient as possible by being someplace that they need to go to anyway. And then, of course, where, if phone consultation is more convenient, they don't have to drive in to meet with an attorney. We can schedule something on the phone.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am. I have one more follow-up question.
Sure, Ms. James.
Ma'am, can you tell us why do you think this service is a critical part of supporting veterans? We don't have a lot of items like this in this category or any category. If you were to just subjectively share with us why you think this is so important, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Civil legal needs impact all of us at some point in our lives. We talk about it in terms like estate planning or evictions and things like that. But what we're really talking about is protecting generational wealth. We're talking about financial security. We're talking about a safe place to sleep instead of having to navigate a shelter system, being able to stay in your apartment, having the benefits you need. And so the impact of these civil legal services that we're talking about really impact the safety, well-being of the veteran's life. You know, we're helping provide comfort and reassurance as they plan for end-of-life services if they're in hospice, and we've seen the impact that this has, taking that worry about what happens to those I'm leaving behind off their shoulders. We know the difference of having the benefits that they're entitled to if there's an issue with that. The opportunity to have a fresh start if we're doing a record clearing case and they're eligible for an expungement. These are legal issues, yes, but the ramifications and the impacts on the quality of life for the veteran is huge. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very helpful.
Okay, anybody else? Thanks, ma'am. Have a great day.
My pleasure. Thank you all.
Thanks, Jessica. Adult Youth United Development Association, Juan Garcia, you are up right now. Then we have the Salvation Army that is online. Jennifer Phillips, be ready. Juan?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. Can we go ahead and change the slide? So at Adult Youth United Development Association, or AYUDA as we call it, we are requesting $190,000 for general assistance, for financial assistance, and to help out 65 veterans in 2 counties, which are El Paso and Hudspeth counties in Texas. Next slide, please. Services we are planning to provide in these 2 counties regarding financial assistance are veterans that might be behind or delinquent on rental, utility payments, and then some that need assistance with their taxes, their property taxes as well. 90% of our services will be directed to client services. Next slide, please. We will go ahead, let's see. Go ahead and do the next slide. Right, we plan to serve 5 to 6 clients minimum per month, and that's a total of 16 to 18,000 per month at $2,000 to $3,000 per client, per veteran, assisting him with either rental, utility, or both. And at times, those that own their own homes that might be behind on their taxes, we will assist them with that as well. If somebody needs more than the minimum amount that we will be providing, we are able to leverage those with other programs that we have, as well as to put them in touch with our local partners in the area that also run programs similar to this one, where they do rental, utility, and property tax assistance. Next slide. We plan to promote this like we always do through flyers with our local partners, attending job fairs, health fairs, informational fairs. A lot of the clients that we are going to contact are from a list that we have. We have provided these services in the past, and so people continue to call our offices, our organization, asking to see if these services are still available. Out of the list, we do have, I want to say, about 10% are veterans. And so we have them on the list. Once we acquire the funds, we will start calling them back to see if they still need the assistance so that we can start providing it. Next slide. And that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Any questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Jennifer, you are up right now. Then we have Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County. This is in person. Alyssa, I see you right here. So you'll be right after that. All right. And you're going to be presenting at this podium. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Captain Jennifer Phillips with the Salvation Army of Lufkin. We are making a request for $100,000 for financial assistance for rent and utilities for veterans. And we anticipate to help 105 beneficiaries, 75 veterans, 25 dependents, and 5 surviving spouses. We assist in 2 counties, Angelina County and Nacogdoches County in East Texas. Next slide, please. So we do have several other grants and donations that we utilize throughout the year, and our intake process would include all the IDs listed on the grant application, including a DD 214 or veteran ID cards that might come on a Texas driver's license. Spouse would include marriage certificate with veterans information. Right now, our direct client services is about $80,000 that will be included in the total grant. Next slide, please. So right now we have one full-time staff member that we've used partial of their salary at 26%, our lead case management specialist who works directly with the veterans. And then we also have a receptionist that streamlines calls to the lead case management specialist. We do not request back a portion of that employee's salary. And also if we get online requests via our website that or complaints, those come through me, and then I oversee and send that direct information as needed to our staff or handle those any kind of complaints. There's no other contractors or subcontractors that are utilized. Next slide, please. So the benchmarks for services, we anticipate that we would serve 9 clients per month, and then the amount per month would be a little over $8,000 a month. Next slide, please. So the way we get information out to clients that are in need is we have a day shelter here for homeless clients. We utilize our website. We utilize the VA clinic, the Charles Wilson Clinic, and we utilize their caseworkers there. We also work with the VFW locally, Burke Center Mental Health Resources that's local, the Coalition, which is about 35 other agencies in our county that meets monthly. And then Deep East Texas Council of Governments refers to us as well through urban housing, and then HUD-VASH. We have a lot of referrals that we receive both internally and externally from other organizations. And then we ask most of clients that come in through our veterans, we ask them where did they hear about us, and so that we can work alongside and utilize those direct referrals from other agencies. Next slide, please. These are some of our other programs that we utilize and that we get referrals from. We do hot meals Monday through Friday from 12 to 1. In 2023, we served over 25,000 hot meals. We're only hot meal provider in our county, and we serve a lot of veterans and minority populations through that program. We also do food boxes and in conjunction with a relationship with the East Texas Food Bank. And we're able to provide food boxes with fresh produce, meats. We've worked really closely with several other case managers that are overseeing veterans and been able to give them direct food boxes or hot meals, especially if they're going out to provide other client services, or vice versa. When clients come in here, they get direct referrals to us through for our program services. Next slide, please. We also provide rental and utility assistance through other grants that we have via United Way. We've had several grants that are more than 15 years that we've helped multiple households. And then we have some other grants for rental assistance, legacy grant, and emergency solution grants that we utilize to help people. And then we ask on every intake if someone is a veteran or has someone in their household, so we can streamline services for those that are veterans or their dependents. Next slide, please. That's it. I just wanted to let you know through the 2 counties, the Salvation Army has served over 1,500 households in the last year, and over 3,000 individuals have been assisted and duplicated. Any questions?
Okay, any questions? Mr. Delgado.
Yeah, I got a quick question. So the number that you just mentioned, that's not veteran specific, correct?
No, that's our total size. Those are our total clients served. And we utilize those total services to help specifically streamline to veterans. So we're taking the large population and then trying to target specifically veterans and their households that are in need as well.
So when they call the receptionist, and that's part of what this fund, what this grant will fund, is there an ask immediately? Are you a veteran, or where does that, how do you move them to the case manager?
So, yeah, so there's an ask that is done specifically with our rental assistance process. We usually do an ask and ask if they've got an eviction, or are they a veteran, or someone in their household a veteran with the rental assistance. And then also is asked whenever they come and do the intake. So if they're calling and they're saying they need utility assistance or rental assistance, once they come in and have an appointment, then that part of the intake process is to specifically ask that again in the intake to make sure that because we're able to provide more services with the Texas Veterans Grants, because it's more than like once every 12 months, it's up to 6 months, and there's more leeway so we can provide additional services. So we want to make sure that we're targeting the veterans and being able to give them more wraparound services.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County. Alyssa is at the podium. Then up next, we have Catholic Charities of San Antonio. That's in person. Elizabeth, good to see you again. All right. Alyssa.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Deaton, and I am representing Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County, and we're requesting $300,000 to serve 175 beneficiaries in Tarrant and Johnson County. And this money will be used to provide 52,659 home-delivered meals to homebound veterans. Next slide, please. Meals on Wheels serves home-delivered meals for clients who are homebound, unable to prepare nutritious meals for themselves, and who have no one to assist them on a regular basis. There's no waiting list for services, and every client who meets the criteria is able to begin receiving meals 2 business days after intake. We're currently serving around 825 unduplicated veterans annually at Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County. Case managers verify veteran status during home visits, and we can do this by collecting documentation requested from TVC, including driver's license with veteran designation, DD-214, and other qualifying documents. This grant request is 94% direct client service with 6% administrative cost. Next slide, please. This grant proposal includes 2 partially funded roles, 1 case manager at 30% salary and benefits, and 1 veteran case manager at 70% salary and benefits. Every client who's interested in meals receives a case manager who assists them with meal services, who can sign them up for other service offerings provided by Meals on Wheels, and who connects them to outside needed services. Meals on Wheels contracts with Trio Community Meals for meal preparation, but these meals are facilitated in-house at our commercial kitchen. Next slide, please. To reach our benchmarks for this grant proposal, we intend to serve around 175 veterans per month, which translated to meals is 4,388 meals per month, and we'll need to spend about $23,446 per month. Next slide, please. Meals on Wheels receives intakes over our website at any time and on the phone during regular business hours. Meals on Wheels keeps our community informed through multiple avenues, including printed materials, community presentations, and we're also a partner agency on Combined ARB, so veterans can find us there. And we also receive direct referrals from our local VA. Meals on Wheels has an annual client satisfaction survey where clients can tell us about the job that we're doing reaching them. We also recently completed a community assessment as a part of our current strategic plan that included 3 focus groups throughout Tarrant County. So we're always trying to reevaluate our communication methods in order to reach as many people in need as possible. Next slide, please. According to the U.S. Census data, by the year 2034, which is just 10 years from now, there will be more adults 65 and older than there will be children 0 to 18. So the need for nutritious home-delivered meals, while is high now, it's only going to rise. Meals on Wheels wants to have reliable, healthy meal services for veterans. Meals on Wheels client. Meals on Wheels gives every client meal choice, meaning that the client gets to decide between 2 different meal options every day. By offering meal choice to veterans, we take into consideration their food preferences, any religious beliefs that they may have, any health restrictions, and then other just cultural preferences. So meal choice gives every veteran the opportunity to enjoy a meal that they will eat that will also be healthy for them. Every veteran client is also available. There's free nutrition counseling from a registered dietitian available to every client. According to research from Meals on Wheels America entitled The Escalating Issue of Senior Hunger, 1 in 2 older adults who live alone don't have enough money to pay for their basic needs ever. By providing these meals to veteran clients, you're providing them food security in a way that will help them to stay in their homes as long as possible. So thank you, TVC, for this opportunity to present our request to serve over 50,000 meals to veterans in Tarrant County. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Dusty?
So the criteria is homebound, not able to eat.
Yes.
Go out and eat veterans?
It's anyone who's homebound and then who doesn't have someone to assist them with meal preparation on a regular basis for this particular grant. We also have 20 congregate sites for veterans who are mobile in the area that they can go and have meals in Tarrant County.
Is that included in the?
No, this is just for the home delivered meals for the homebound clients. Yes.
Anybody else? Okay, thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thanks, Alyssa. All right, Catholic Charities, Elizabeth, you're heading to the podium. Then we have Salvation Army San Antonio, that's remote. Robert, be on deck. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Lizzie Perales. I'm the Vice President of Programs for Catholic Charities of San Antonio. And although I am not a veteran myself, I have served veterans for the last 10 years with our agency, which has been a true honor. We serve over 18 counties. We serve all, regardless of race, religion, or any other demographic factors. We are grateful to TVC for previous support that we received in 2017 through 2019 and served over 799 beneficiaries with love, respect, and dignity. Yet we need your help to continue meeting the unmet need in the community. You can go to the next slide. So we provide over 50 different programs and services to 18 different counties. All of these programs and services already operate and serve veterans. In fact, in the last year, we have served 593 veterans through the different programs I have listed. The TVC funding would specifically support rent and mortgage assistance, utility assistance, and transportation assistance, which have been notated as an unmet need in the counties that we serve. You can go to the next slide. The funding would support our staff. Catholic Charities is a proud employer of veterans, and we also have strong ties to veteran families in our community. The grant would partially fund our senior director, who would oversee overall program execution and compliance to ensure we're meeting our goals. And it would also fund a program director and a case manager whose main jobs would be directly serving the veteran clients. All staff funded by TVC would preferably be a veteran themselves or a direct family member of the veteran to provide peer-to-peer support. You can go to the next slide. To ensure that we meet our quarterly benchmarks, Catholic Charities already has in place a robust PQI department that validates, tracks performance of all programs and quarterly benchmarks. 44 unduplicated clients would be served per month to ensure we meet our annualized goal of 525 beneficiaries. We project of those beneficiaries, 131 would receive rentals assistance and 65 would receive utility assistance. You can go to the next slide. Catholic Charities has a robust outreach network that's already been established in 18 different counties. This includes other veteran service agencies, local joint bases, universities, as well as access to over 170 different parishes throughout those 18 counties. Most importantly, we have 11 physical office locations, one of those which is in Del Rio, Texas, and the other 10 throughout the San Antonio area. We also have a Veterans Advisory Board that can help assist with projects and assist with outreach. So why fund Catholic Charities? Well, as you know, in 2019, we were a recipient of the General Assistance Grant, and we were able to assist 426 unduplicated veterans. Our goal was to serve 218 veterans with rental assistance, but we were able to exceed that goal by 71%. I'm sorry, sir, you can go to the next slide. And as well, for utilities assistance, we were able to exceed our overall goal by 2%. And the other unique thing about Catholic Charities is because we have over 50 programs, 100% of the veterans we serve had access to all of those different resources to ensure that they weren't seeking duplicative assistance and that they were successful. As you know, you can go to the next slide. As you know, Bexar County and the surrounding counties is known as Military City, USA. Catholic Charities has served 593 veterans in the last year. Despite the fact that we have not been a recipient of these funds, we are still not turning any single veteran away and ensuring they receive critical resources. Yet the 211 data shows that there is still a large unmet need for housing assistance, utilities, and food. Our hope is that with these TVC funds that we can further provide for these needs and continue to serve the veterans who most critically are in need of these services to be successful part of our community and to thank them for their service. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Okay, so we'll have Mr. Delgado, then Mr. Martinez. Go ahead, Mr. Delgado.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lizzie, for the presentation. And want to just make sure I understood. So even though you haven't received a grant, you were still serving veterans last year and the year prior, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. All of our programs and services are available to veterans, and we're able to leverage other grant funding that we possess through other grants to provide for all of those needs: rental assistance, utility assistance, food, legal services, you name it. You see, like I mentioned, we have over 50 different programs. So that number I presented is specifically veterans that were served.
And then one other follow-up question is the positions, if you go to I think it's the next slide, the positions that you would fund with this, one you already have, if I understood the grant, keep going, next one. This one. So the senior director, are any of these positions you already have, or these would all be new ones?
So the senior director is already in existence. Because we've had this grant before, we know in order to be successful, we would need to onboard someone specifically to ensure that these goals and benchmarks are being met. And so therefore we'd propose to hire a director and a case manager. Yet I will tell you internally, we have many veterans on our staff already that would be highly interested in one of these positions. So we would be able to quickly execute the project if funded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes, ma'am. So I noticed so I think you already answered this, and I'm just gonna just humor me, I guess. You don't take care of dishonorable vets, but you take care of other veterans, bad conduct and stuff like that. But and it takes 30 days for a veteran to start using your services. I'm assuming that you're going to go ahead and during that time from when a veteran comes in for mortgage, utilities, rent assistance, you already have funds to take care of immediately.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we already have funding in place through other grants. And if we were able to get this funding, it would just mean that we could actually more swiftly assist veterans. Because we've had this in the past, we know what worked and what didn't work. So like mentioned earlier with some of the other agencies, as soon as the call comes in, we'd identify immediately that they're a veteran so we could fast track and provide the assistance in a very timely and efficient manner.
Okay. Because, you know, sometimes when a veteran comes in, it's an immediate need. It's not, hey, I'm just
Oh,
gonna,
yeah.
in 30 days, I'm not going to be paying my rent.
Yeah, we know that. And we have very strong policies and procedures in place. We've been recipients of ESG funding, other rental assistance grants, and we have partnerships with many different landlord entities throughout Bexar County that will work with us to ensure the veteran doesn't get evicted. And then we also partner with legal service providers that advise on any type of eviction court.
And then your
item.
dishonorable vets, you will slide to your other grant programs instead of.
Correct. Yes, sir. We would not turn anybody away. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question, and you probably just answered it going through your answers from Mr. Martinez. But what's the difference between legal services and pro bono legal services if we already heard a briefing from them and guess they're only available or they provide their service on Fridays from 1 to 3?
Sure, I can answer that. So for at least for our agency, Catholic Charities, we provide legal services. This funding would not go towards the legal service. That's a service that's already available through our agency for veterans. And the difference would be for pro bono, that would mean we would take the case at no charge. And our staff attorney, and these are all licensed attorneys, would actually be, their salary is covered through grant funding. Versus a pro bono would be if we took the case through like a volunteer attorney or some other method.
Okay, so two different entities.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Dusty has
I
a
mean,
question.
I think pro bono means they get it for free. So I don't know if you have to have separate entities or whatever to, if they're getting their legal services for free, I think that's what they mean by pro bono.
Mm-hmm.
You're a lawyer too.
Well, that's what I would say. I guess I heard you answer Mr. Delgado's. You already have this staff on staff that are covered in your request.
So
funding that's
so yes and no. So we have a senior director already in place. We have other case managers that are already assisting veterans through other grant funding that we have. But based on our experience, we know that it's critical to have a good, solid program director and case manager that would just be dedicated to this grant and to veterans. And so we would onboard those individuals.
So you have people on staff already. You cover these veterans already if they come in. It's just that in order to manage this particular grant, you're going to have a little bit more specialized attention to it, more paperwork, I guess, and therefore some of this grant has to go to that type of activity, and that's why it's 40% of the.
Yes, that's precisely because, as you know, to meet the number, and we want to ensure we meet the benchmark, we have to have someone that's just dedicated to serving those individuals. And we learned that through, again, prior grant experience and with other grants that we provide. And one other thing I want to note is you may say, well, you're already helping so many veterans. However, as you know, after COVID and some of the federal funding that was available, like ESG CARES and other appropriations through the American Rescue Plan Act, those funds are now gone. And so our community is seeing that even though there's an increased need for rental assistance, the funds aren't there to match the need.
Yeah, I'm just sorry that with this money to carry with it so much administrative duties too,
Yeah.
when you already have the staff.
Yeah, well, I don't see it as much administration. It's they're going to be specifically serving the veteran, walking hand in hand with them. They're not just going to be pushing paper. They're going to be directly meeting with the veterans, ensuring that from the moment they walk through our door, that they're quickly assisted and provided the rent check.
I just thought you did that already. See,
we do, but we do it at a very large scale. So if we have, 300, 400 people calling a day for rental assistance, and we have 2 case managers, we wouldn't want a veteran to get missed because we have so many people seeking that same type of assistance. We want to ensure that it's fluid and provided in a timely manner.
Okay. And then I would like to know what you do use lawyers
At Catholic Charities?
The legal services, what do they do really?
Our attorneys, they will take cases for anyone that needs a will, power of attorney, deed. We also do like deed upon death transfers, heirships, guardianships for those that may have a family member who needs a legal guardian. Those are kind of like our niche. And then we have in the past taken like civil cases as well. So our attorneys provide all of those services and sign a contract with the client, take the case, and execute the document or adjudicate the case if it goes to court.
I mean, I kind of, your first series of them was more like what I was thinking. It would be a general assistance type,
Yeah.
not proactive litigation on behalf of a veteran.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I got you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Thanks, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, right now we have Salvation Army San Antonio. I do not see that Robert Galan has checked in. Ileana, Noah, is Robert Galan online?
Hi, Elaine. No, he is not in the Zoom room.
Okay, then if you end up seeing him, please send him a message and we will come back to him at a later time then. So moving on, San Antonio Metropolitan Ministries, also known as Sam, Rex Bryan up to the podium. And then after Rex, we also have another in-person presentation. Gavin Naples, I see you right here, and Linda Cox. I have both your names. All right, Rex. Oh, let me do some housekeeping because I think y'all stepped in the room. James right here will be your timekeeper. And then our folks online are the ones moving your slides. Please give them like 1 or 2 seconds, but just let them know next slide and they'll get that for you. Okay.
Yes,
thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you all today. My name is Rex Bryan. I'm the Vice President of Programs with SAM Ministries. We are a 40-year-old homeless service provider in San Antonio, Texas. This year, our requested amount through TVC funding is $300,000. We've been able to provide support to the veterans in our community since 2015 with TVC funding. So we will be serving in financial assistance and rent and utility payments. We anticipate to serve 252 individuals with a breakdown of 110 veterans, 140 dependents, and 2 surviving spouses. And we operate exclusively out of Bexar County. Next slide, please. So we do offer homeless prevention services independent from TVC funding. However, that funding is very restrictive. And, you know, as mentioned earlier, there's such a demand that veterans sort of get lost in the shuffle there. So we have a very high volume of requests for assistance. This funding will allow us to pull those qualifying veterans out and be able to serve them quicker for the needs that they present with. How do we verify their veteran status? We have a very close relationship with the Healthcare for Homeless Veterans and the street outreach social workers with the VA. So we're able to get DD-214's award letters, fairly quickly from them. If the veteran doesn't have it, also in our community, in the HMIS system, once a veteran is verified by any veteran service organization, then that documentation is uploaded into the system because it's been verified. Our budget allocation for client services on this ask is a little over $229,000, which is 76% of the total budget for direct client services. Next slide, please. Eligibility criteria is the veteran household must be a resident of Bexar County. They must be at imminent risk of losing their housing. So there has to be documentation with that. A notice to vacate. They've already been served and have gone to court. Maybe there's a writ of possession that's already filed, a notice to quit, a notice to pay, some kind of documentation that shows that, you know, we're at the point of housing being lost. They do have to have an honorable or general honorable discharge status. Again, we take in documentation with the DD-214, NGB-22, VA award letters. And for surviving spouses, we ask that they have the Uniform Services ID card, marriage and death certificates, and then also that proof of veteran status for the deceased service member. Next slide, please. We'll have 2 grant-funded staff in this program. 75% of their salary is paid for or allocated to the TVC funding. And that staff handles all aspects of the interaction with the veteran from that initial request to the verification or of the verification that they meet the criteria for the program, all the way through rendering that assistance, and then the case management that goes with it. We do conduct a needs assessment with all of our homeless prevention clients so that we can identify the needs in the home and make appropriate referrals in connection to different service providers, and that we don't have any contractors included in this grant. Next slide, please. As far as our benchmarks and how we'll track, we have weekly tracking of our expenditures across our programs. Excuse me. And then we have our monthly reporting to TVC. We also have internal monthly reporting for all of our programs as well. In order to spend what we need to spend and meet the benchmarks for this grant, we would need to serve 21 beneficiaries a month, and a little over $19,000 would need to be spent in financial assistance. And then as far as our data collection, all of our case management activities, all of our data collection from the veterans is stored in the Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. Next slide, please. And then as far as program outreach, getting the word out there, in the city of San Antonio, there's a bi-weekly veteran support group that's facilitated by the city. We attend those meetings. We also will leverage our existing partnerships with some of the veteran service organizations that we work with right now. We use the Bare Necessities Network, which is a virtual social services network, and then the City of San Antonio's Homeless Connection Hotline. We also have prevention providers meetings on a monthly basis within our community. And then we engage in community resource events for our veteran services programs. Excuse me. We review all of our monthly activities.
Okay, anyone have questions? Mr. Ball.
Thank you, sir. Good presentation. I appreciate you showing up today. Could you help me walk the dog on this one, though? By definition, you stated that the veterans that come to you are in imminent need of funding because they're about to be evicted. That's your criteria. But then it takes 30 days for them to get their funding. Obviously, there's an intermediate step there that you're going to prevent them from being evicted. Can you explain that to me?
So because we offer prevention services, we have some longstanding relationships with property managers and landlords. It doesn't take us 30 days to cut the check. If the veteran has all the documentation that they need, our turnaround time is we submit checks on Wednesday and checks are cut the following Friday. If there is any extenuating circumstances where maybe a property manager doesn't want to work with them, they want the check today, they won't take a promissory note for us, then we can also expedite that process within a day, just given the circumstances.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
I have a question.
Dusty?
Thank you. You mentioned that you sort of identify those veterans who can't qualify for a different. I'm new to this. You're saying there's a type of veteran that would get housing but somehow doesn't qualify, so they come to you. What's the distinction there?
Right now, there's a lot of, as the lady before me mentioned, a lot of these funds that came into play through COVID to support, people who were losing their housing. All of that is going away. So the CARES money has gone away. There's some other funds that have come in. With those federal funds, there's a lot of restrictions. The biggest one being that it's HUD mandated that they go through a process that's called coordinated entry, even for the rental assistance side. And so essentially what that does is there's one access point for everybody for these requests. So in the city of San Antonio, it's the hotline that the city has. So all of these requests come in. I think they've tracked in like a 3-week period up to 6,000 requests for assistance at one time. So mixed in that would be those veterans as well. Veteran specific funding allows us to pull that out and get those requests sent directly to us.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question. And so if you get yourself in any, so I want to understand the math of this is really how much money you're having to put out, I guess, or if they go through the qualifications and that. So if you get yourself in an eviction thing, let's say an apartment complex, how many months are you behind?
It depends on case by, there's some places, some property managers, some private landlords that the first month they're sort of done. There's some that'll work with people and stretch it out. It really depends on that property manager. Typically what we see when, if we had to put a number on it, is about 90 days. When somebody's about 90 days behind in rent,
Okay.
then they're filing that.
So you would be covering down on 3 months rent is really, and then, so that they can get themselves to where they can start paying rent again, or you figure out how to make them whole. Really, how many months are you winding up helping the person?
So on average, right now what we're seeing, and this isn't just veteran specific, but across our prevention programs, anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And that's because we have a funding stream that allows us to do 6 months of a week. So that's sort of skews the number. But on average, again, we're about $3,800 of assistance.
Wow.
It has been as high where I've seen $12,000. Again, it just depends on where the individual's living, what the market rate is for that unit. Just a lot of different factors come into play. With our veteran clients, we also see a lot of people who are on HUD VASH. So those numbers are reduced drastically because they're only paying a portion of it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Yo.
Thanks, Rex. All right, so next we have Tunnels to Towers Foundation. That is Gavin Naples and Linda Cox coming to the podium. Then up next, we have After Military Service, DBA Camp Shield. That is a remote presentation, and Angela Dixon is online. So Gavin and Linda, you ready to go?
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate you allowing us to be here today. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation began in the wake of the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and over the last 22 years, we've provided over 1,000 homes to catastrophically injured service members, the families of fallen first responders, and Gold Star families throughout the United States. Our newest program, which is why I'm here today, is our Homeless Veteran Program, which seeks to eradicate homelessness amongst veterans nationwide. A tall order, to say the least, but what we've done is developed a two-prong model. The first is we are going to the largest metro areas throughout the United States where the rates of homelessness are highest, and we are acquiring hospitality properties and repurposing them into permanent supportive housing facilities, as well as developing apartment complexes on raw land in these large metro areas, 24/7 supportive services on site, permanent housing for veterans. In Houston, Texas, on Tomball Parkway, we've repurposed a 161-room hotel into 131 units for 77 transitional clients and 54 permanent clients. The first floor is completely retrofitted out for a full suite of supportive services for our veterans 24/7. We're a 501c3 organization that gives 95 cents of every dollar away. We are requesting $300,000 from this grant to provide the transitional and permanent housing at our facility in Houston, Texas. The second prong of our program is outside of these large metro areas where we're effectuating these veterans villages. We have our National Case Management Network. That is anywhere in the United States where a veteran is experiencing homelessness, they can call our foundation, and our internal team of case managers and employment specialists and behavioral health clinicians and housing coordinators rapidly house these individuals in their area in 2, 3, 4, 5-bedroom accommodations for them and their families. And then we work with an interconnected web of over 1,000 supportive service organizations to provide that supportive service model on a little bit more of a remote basis. So in North Dakota, if a veteran and his family are struggling, we can house them that night. And then once that crisis element is removed from their life temporarily, we work with them on a path of sustainability to get them housed. And then we have attorneys and landlords and mental health clinicians and drug and alcohol rehabilitation clinics in North Dakota and these other areas throughout the nation, especially obviously in Houston and in the state of Texas, to provide not only for the veterans that are at our sites, but also families throughout Harris, Montgomery County, and the full state of Texas. Next slide. So 82% of this will go to our direct client services, which is the transitional and permanent housing for our Veterans Village, and will allow us to sustain the maintenance and operations of the village as we build out our phase 2 of our Veterans Village in Houston, Texas, which is going to be a community of 17 comfort homes, 500 square foot tiny homes, but about twice the size, on concrete pads hooked up to utilities for an older class of recipient. Think your Vietnam War era veterans that may have a little bit more trouble reintegrating into the community based on their age, but are looking for a place of comfort and dignity to live out their golden years while also having access to the supportive services on site. We substantiate all of our clients' veteran status through DD 214 squares and working with the VA. We also, in instances where we have found fraudulent behavior, we've called commanding officers and substantiated through those means. Next slide. So these funds will go directly to the housing needs of the Harrison Montgomery County homeless veterans. We work with 15 service providers in the Houston area. And our main service provider at our Houston Veterans Village, US Vets, provides the direct supportive services. And we want these facilities to be conduits of all organizations in the area to direct their services to veterans. Next slide. We have on-site staff 24/7 at the Veterans Village that can obviously meet all reporting requirements and performance standards under these guidelines. Next slide. And the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has a robust communications plan that includes a dedicated website with over 1 million viewers a year, digital and social media. We have community outreach directors that sit on site to funnel services to our veterans, media relations, interaction with the VA, other organizations, and creating this web of best practices and information and services to create the most therapeutic place possible for our veterans. Next slide. Next slide. Some images of our Veterans Village.
That's time, sir. Anyone have any questions? Mr. Ball?
Only because you were going to get to your ribbon cutting on your slide. You mentioned at the start of your brief that you had repurposed a new facility in the Houston area.
Correct.
How many rooms was it again?
It is currently 131 beds. It was formerly a 161 room hotel, but the first floor where a lot of these units are, we built out for the supportive service suite.
And when did you complete that?
November. It opened on November 9th.
Okay. What's your occupancy rate?
It's fully occupied right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Delgado, and then Ms. James.
Hey, thank you, Chair. So question that, and you just said it. So this is full already, correct?
That's correct. We have many others planned, throughout the United States and in Texas, Dallas, and Austin, and other large markets where these, homeless rates are very high.
So you wouldn't be adding what? So I'm a little confused and I'm trying to get my question. So if it's already full, this is where that support would, or are you trying to add on to that where it's just mortgage and rent for those that are in flux?
So this is for the maintenance and operations of the site so that we can better dedicate our funds towards the build out of even more housing at that Houston facility, this phase 2 of Comfort Home 17 that we were going to be beginning in the next few weeks.
Okay, so let me just make sure I'm clear here. So this 300,000 would be to maintain what's already there. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. James?
Thank you, ma'am. So acquiring buildings is a really capital intensive activity. How are these projects financed? That's my first layer question. And then are these properties fully paid off at this point? So for example, the one that we're talking about here in Houston area, or do they have a mortgage on them?
So there's no mortgage on the property. We fund each project before we begin it to ensure that we can move as quickly as possible. Every night that these don't exist is another night a veteran may be on the street. So we have a robust $11 a month campaign with hundreds of thousands of subscribers throughout the nation that fund the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to allow us to effectuate these.
And then I'm not sure you're the best person to ask this question, so you can just tell me, I don't know if you don't. So I'm looking at the organization's total assets, right? And I'm looking at about 270 million. And then the total liabilities are roughly 61 million, which represent about 30% of your assets. So going back to my original question, I guess, what are these liabilities that are sitting here if those physical locations are funded before you ever even begin work? What is that 30%?
You're correct. You're correct in that I'm not the person to ask that, but I do know that we provide grant funds to other organizations such as the West LA campus build out, which is 388 acres, which will house over 3,000 veterans. We've been substantial contributors to that project, which will be completed by the end of this decade. So I believe those types of grants are booked as liabilities. But again, that's with the caveat that that's not my department.
Okay, thank you. And then just last point of clarification is that what you're asking for here has nothing to do with these capital projects. It just has to do with the operational cost. So it would be the equivalent of, I guess, in an apartment complex, paying a co-op fee or with built-in utilities and other things like that.
We wanted to provide metrics of what exists today. As I said, in about 6 weeks, we're going to be beginning the build out of our phase 2 village, which will be capital expenditures, which will require capital. Before this, it's for the ongoing operations and maintenance of the facility. That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Dusty.
So, yeah. So this grant, it's in the mortgage, rent, and shelter services category, because the veterans that move into these facilities, do they have a financial obligation when they move in, or
They do. In order to have them have some skin in the game, it's artificially low rents that are always within the affordable housing guidelines. But you're correct. And a lot of them do come in with HUD-VASH vouchers or other governmental assistance, and they'll never pay more than 30% of their income. But you're correct. And then for the veterans that
and this money here, how does it help facilitate, subsidize that part of it?
To
mortgage, rent?
Yeah. So for the veterans that come that are not allowed at the site because they have a family, these are studio apartments, we, through our National Case Management Network, provide housing assistance to get veterans housed, also pay rental arrears and mortgage arrears to make sure that veterans aren't backsliding into homelessness, and help with rapid housing and then those services.
Okay, so I think that's new. I thought that sounds new. Some of this money can kind of cover their back costs before they move in.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you were, and you've been around since 2001, I guess.
Correct.
And if you wanted us to sort of reflect on sort of the benchmark successful project that's sort of the poster child for your organization that's perpetuated itself and shown, year after year kind of, success, what would we be looking at? Where would we be directed?
Any of our 4 premier programs, our Gold Star home program, where we construct and design homes or pay off the mortgages of Gold Star families, fallen first responders, police officers, firefighters.
Like this, though. These communities.
This would be our Houston facility.
This is sort of the new thing for y'all.
But we have projects currently in development in Bradenton, Florida, and Atlanta, and Mobile, and Memphis, New Jersey, Harrisburg, Riverside, multiple places throughout the nation.
So they're all a pilot right now.
Houston is operating very well, but that's correct. We began this program about 1.5 years ago. So,
thank you.
Okay, Omar.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Earlier, you mentioned the difference. Sorry. Earlier, you mentioned there are a number of rooms that are held for temporary tenants and permanent tenants.
Correct.
What is your organization's working definition of temporary versus permanent? you kind of touched on this a little bit where you provided the example of an elderly veteran who may have difficulty adjusting and eventually became a permanent resident. But can you explain that a little bit? And then also, are there instances in which temporary tenants become permanent?
Yeah, absolutely. So it falls under, the designation of transitional housing for veterans. Our permanent units are all fitted with individual kitchenettes and bathrooms. There's no communal living at the facility. Everyone has their own safe space. But one floor is dedicated towards those permanent clients, and then another floor is dedicated towards transitional clients that are a little bit closer to street homelessness, that are, in very intensive case management supportive service protocols right now, but a lot of them do, matriculate into our permanent housing program. Our ultimate objective, to be frank, is reintegration into the community. We want our veterans to go out and buy homes and reconnect with their families and get gainful employment opportunities. We work with large-scale employers all over the nation. The employment component is very, very important to us. But for veterans where that's troubling, or maybe too large of an obstacle, they can stay at our facility as long as they wish.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. After military service, DBA Camp Shield, Angela, you are presenting right now. And then My Possibilities remote. Brenda, you have checked in online as well, so be ready to go after Angela. Angela, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Angela Dixon. I am a retired Air Force veteran and a Camp Shield board member. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Camp Shield is a 501c3 organization that supports women veterans and their children, and we've been in existence since 2017. This TVC funding request is for $150,000, which will help provide services for 340 women veterans, as well as 60 of their dependent children. We support all 254 counties in Texas with services in financial, transportation, life skills, community integration, family support, utilities, and all of the areas that you see there in the category. Next slide, please. The grant would fund 62% of direct services. Now, these services are currently in motion, and they are workshops, personal development, and resource referrals. Our women veterans are asked to provide proof of service by way of a driver's license or an ID card, which has a designation of veteran stamped on it, or their DD-214. And Camp Shield utilizes password encrypted digital folders within SharePoint to maintain privacy of that data. Next slide, please. Camp Shield has a very small staff, and they are now using AmeriCorps Vistas, which is a program that allows employees to be shelled out to different agencies. But the CEO right now is the only full-time employee, and she is not fully paid. The VISTA programs will end this summer due to AmeriCorps' loss of funding. Therefore, the TVC funding is vital to continue the services that utilizes the staff in positions of outreach, grant, Salesforce administration, social media, as well as marketing. All of these are coordinator positions. Next slide, please. The financial assistance that you see on the screen, the $93,400, will be utilized to increase the clients that we currently serve by 60% annually. And there you see in last year, 2023, we were able to serve 466 households. Next slide, please. So Camp Shield partners with various other veteran serving organizations. We also participate in community events that are relevant to the needs of women veterans. One recent success was our Women Veterans Holiday Party that we had in December. All of the funding for these events are by donations only. At the holiday party, we had over 200 women veterans in attendance, along with about 50 children. We used volunteer services to help with childcare, volunteer services to help serve food, and raised funds so that we could buy toys and gifts for these ladies and their children. The upcoming event is our Women Veterans Empowerment Expo, which we hope to draw in more women due to community collaborations and media outlets. Now, Camp Shield also collaborates with the Women Veterans Day, which is a Texas special that comes in June. Next slide, please. So lastly, we utilize quantitative and qualitative metrics to get data to understand what we need to improve or what needs are being met sufficiently. We also use surveys. We combine focus groups to listen and hear what the ladies have to say. We also have inventory such as the post-traumatic growth inventory, and then other validated methods to assess the impact of our program. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for considering this request.
Okay, Mr. Ball.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation today. My question pertains to how you BIN your BIN your qualifications. You say you serve women veterans or family members. That's the qualification to be, but you don't service surviving spouses. So the question would be, I can understand the veterans and a family member. How do you qualify somebody as a family member? First of all.
So when we note here dependents, those are the children of the women veterans. That's
Okay,
what we
so
consider a family member.
You don't have independent family members. It's a dependent family member of the female veteran.
Correct.
Okay, super. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, ma'am. I have
Oh, Ms. James.
Thank you, ma'am. So you're statewide. Is there other funding coming in from elsewhere for this organization? I know you mentioned some donations for like parties and different things like that. How does the organization sustain such a broad scale, I guess is my question, because Texas is a pretty big footprint.
It is, and we are either number one or number two for the largest amount of veterans. Now, what we've been fortunate to receive are grants from Easter Seals. We received a small grant from the Texans Foundation, PTSD Foundation. We have a conglomerate of different small grants that we've been able to secure. And this is what sustained us, especially for 2023.
And then you mentioned that, I forget what the title was, I'm just going to reference CEO or the person who manages the organization, that they are the only full-time employee. Is there a physical location within proximity to that person, or is everything virtually done?
No, we have rented space at Combined Arms, which our founder, she lives in the downtown area, and Combined Arms is 10 minutes away from her. So we have a desk. If you know anything about Combined Arms, there's a lot of agencies that sit in that one space, and we're there with all of those agencies.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Angela. All right, Brenda, you are up right now for My Possibilities. And then also online, we have Jose Lerma, Meals on Wheels, San Antonio. And Brenda, you have the floor when you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to present today. You can go to my first slide. I'm Brenda Rosinski, Grants and Foundations Officer at My Possibilities, a North Texas nonprofit serving the Dallas metro area. My Possibilities is the largest provider of services in North Texas for adults diagnosed with intellectual or developmental disabilities, which throughout this presentation I will refer to as IDD. Our program serves adults with IDD with over 100 different diagnoses, such as autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, seizure disorders, traumatic brain injury, and many, many more. We're requesting $190,000 in general assistance funding to support veterans' families who have adult dependent children diagnosed with IDD. The grant funding will serve 30 dependents through a year-round program that provides a variety of holistic services to foster community integration, build skills, and enhance the overall quality of life for these individuals and their families. Next slide. Currently, My Possibilities serves 540 adults with IDD across all programs. We have the capacity and capability to offer a veteran outreach program in partnership with this grant opportunity that will cover the cost of the program at 100%. While many of the services listed are 1-hour wraparound support sessions, the day habilitation and online program are a continued learning environment with over 100 courses to choose from each semester and can be chosen as either a full day or half-day program. The budget includes 92% to direct program services and 8% to facilities and administration cost. The administration cost includes our admissions team, who will work to ensure the funds are directed at veterans and their family members with a documented diagnosis of IDD, and the veteran status will be determined by a DD 214 or military ID. Next slide. This is a list of our staff members that will support the grant and the percent of their full-time equivalent hours we anticipate will be charged to the grant. All of the staff identified are full-time employees that are current, with the exception of a speech therapist, which could be a staff member or a contracted position. The project will have several departments that will interact with the veterans and their family members that include admissions, billing and support staff, program staff and leadership, and individual instructors and therapists. Next slide. The grant funding will support a year-long program offering many types of services. We will need to serve 30 adults with IDD each semester in the following program types to meet our monthly spend down of $15,833. So on the left, you're seeing kind of the breakdown of the program types. In order to ensure we're meeting these projected goals, we'll monitor these key items such as enrollment by program type by semester, and then making sure that we're meeting our goals with the monthly reimbursement calculation. Annually, we'll also collect program feedback from the participants and their family members. Next slide. Starting with our extensive network within the IDD community, My Possibilities will connect with veteran families. We will also establish outreach through veteran organizations and get programs listed on veteran resource pages. Our staff will also participate in veteran events and utilize our established social media platforms. We will offer on-site tours specifically designed for families of veterans to ensure a broad and effective outreach strategy. Next slide. Securing funding for My Possibilities to help veterans and their families is crucial, especially considering the current situation with Medicaid waiver funding in Texas. For more than 10 years, Texas has ranked 50th in the nation for supporting families that have adult children with IDD. This struggle hits close to home for veterans that are moving from the strong support system in the military to find out that the civilian sector does not provide comprehensive funding or supports. It's disheartening to think that anyone is stuck with a massive 26-year wait list for services in Texas, but particularly for veterans who have moved around for their country and were not even able to get on these wait lists. Next slide, please. This general assistance funding will help My Possibilities address systemic shortcomings with the Texas Medicaid waiver funding through targeted assistance to those who have served our country, ensuring that they receive the support that they deserve without enduring decades of waiting. With the help from the Texas Veterans Commission, we can ease the challenges and create a tangible way to honor our veterans, offering them a timely and crucial resource that will significantly improve the lives and well-being of their families as they deal with the lifelong challenges of IDD. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. James.
So this is a year-long program, and can I ask you, are the majority of these participants you mentioned they're adults. Do they require lifelong supervision or assisted living or other resources like that?
Yes, over 85% live with their family into adulthood throughout their adult life. Once their or their parents are no longer here, they usually go to live either in a group home or with another family member. But it's very rare that the adults that we're serving actually live on their own.
And then how long has this program been in place?
We have been around since 2008.
And so far, like so since 2008, the folks that came into that program in 2008, how far into the future are you kind of keeping track of the family and measuring outcomes on a continuous basis?
Yeah, so if you think about our program, we call it lifelong learning. So many of our participants will not leave our program. They'll renew year over year and stay in the program. In the past, it was the only options that were really available when we were founded in 2008 were adult daycare programs, and that's not what we are. We are lifelong learning. So they're out in the community, they're learning skills, they're getting opportunities for socialization and interaction. We provide a lot of support, wraparound services like the therapies and things like that. So it's just a little bit different program, but of the original 15 that we served in 2008, we still have 9 that are with us today. And this is just a long time commitment for any family member that has an adult with IDD.
Thank you. And then my last question is, so do you also have partnerships with local businesses so that as they gain these skills, they're able to perhaps get a job or something like that?
Yes, we do. And that is one of the reasons why the timing for this grant would be really beneficial. We've actually opened a second building in October that is focused only on employment. So we have over 100 employment partners now. Many of the clients that we serve work in the community or volunteer in the community, but they also come back to us. It's very rare that a person with IDD at the level that we serve will have a full-time job. So what they're doing is getting part-time jobs or volunteer opportunities, and then they still come back to the lifelong learning side or some of the wraparound services for that continued support.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Meals on Wheels, San Antonio, Jose online, and then after Jose, the Salvation Army Corpus Christi. Kyle, you are checked in already. Meals on Wheels?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jose Lerma. I'm the Director of Special Initiatives here at Meals on Wheels San Antonio. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to apply for funding and services, provide services for our veterans. We are requesting $300,000 to provide meals to 150 veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses in Bexar County and 8 surrounding counties, and these are directly for meals. Next slide, please. 100% of the funding will go to just the meals. So that will provide about 38,000 meals to that number of veterans. These meals are nutritious meals. You know, our goal is to make sure that the people we're serving are living as independently as possible in their homes. That's where they want to be, and as safely. So these meals are hearty meals, they're nutritious meals. On top of that lunchtime meal, we're also going to provide breakfast. And it's something that we noticed that our clients need more than just that meal. So we provide breakfast packs, and then we also provide emergency shelf-stable meals. If there's ever a case where we can't get to them because the roads are icy, they have this safety net in their shelves. Next slide, please. So like I said, the funding is not for staff time. 100% will go to the meals. And then all of the meals are prepared here in our kitchen, our production kitchen. Next slide. So quarterly, we survey our clients to make sure, are we doing a good job? You know, how are the meals? You know, the meals don't taste good, then, you know, why are we doing this? But in previous years, we've thanks to this funding, we've been able to provide meals to over 400 veterans and their families. And really, there's no other agency that, goes to the level of care that we do for our senior veterans. We make sure that they're taken care of, on the meal side, but also we're combating isolation. Every time a volunteer knocks on their door and with a smile, it is helping in more ways than they could think. Next slide, please. So we do a lot of outreach, but we also have a lot of partners that we work with, a lot of medical partners, a lot of other nonprofit organizations that we refer to each other, right? If someone needs meals and they're at another service, we could get that referral and help them out and make sure that all these medical clinics know that we are a resource for them and in the community. Next slide. Any questions?
Mr. Ball.
Yes, sir, I have a question for you. First, thank you for your briefing today. You talked about your sustainability packs. You provide those in case there's inclement weather or one particular reason why you can't get to one of your beneficiaries' homes. How do you check on that? What's the shelf life for those sustainability packs? Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, so every year we send out quarterly emergency packs. And so we go by season. So we have a spring, summer, fall, and winter. And so the shelf life, we basically tell them before you get your new one, make sure you eat it or look at the expiration date. They can last a long time, but we send these out quarterly. And we know, in Texas the weather it could be windy or snowy or whatever, and flooding. So this is the reason why we send them out quarterly. You just never know.
No, super great idea. I just really was focused on the shelf life and how often you replenish them. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jose. All right, we have Salvation Army Corpus Christi remote presentation. Kyle, you are on right now. Then up is Goodwill Central Texas online presentation, and we have Nathan Gilmore on deck. Kyle, you have the floor. Once we unmute you.
Hello, my name is Kyle Knutson. I am the social service manager with the Salvation Army here in Corpus Christi. We are a 501c3. We are requesting $300,000 in financial assistance. TSA will provide shelter, supportive services, intake assessment, intensive case management, referrals. Specifically with the TVC funding, we'll be looking at homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. The program is designed to stabilize clients' physical, psychological, and financial situation and place them in permanent housing with skills and resources to remain independent. Our goal is to, of course, help 180 veterans, 113 dependents, 113 veterans, 64 dependents, and 3 surviving spouses. We will assist the counties of Aransas, Bee, Jim Wells, Clayburgh, Nueces, Refugio, and San Patricia. Next slide, please. The client services that we provide out of the Center of Hope. We are the largest family shelter in Corpus Christi. We have 123 beds for families and singles. We also have a partnership with the Healthcare for Homeless Veterans, which is a 10-bed per diem program, which both of those complement the TVC grant tremendously. We also offer other rental assistance through our COC and ESG rental and utility. We have a PSH and RH program and homeless prevention. TVC, homeless prevention and rapid rehousing, 65% goes directly to client services, and we're helping veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. And like I said, the partnership of individuals coming into our shelter, and when they're housing ready, we're able to rapidly rehouse them quickly. I would say within 3 to 5 days, as long as they can find a place. And we have a lot of landlords that work with us in a very good capacity. We also have, like I stated before, we have a partnership with the VA with the Healthcare for Homeless Veterans program. It is a 10-bed program. So if clients don't qualify for HUD-VASH or they have a bad conduct, because we accept all veterans, no matter what their discharge status is, we will slide them into TVC and be able to get them into an apartment fairly quickly. Next slide, please. Through the grant, we have one lead case manager. They're all full-time employees, one lead case manager that does the brunt of the work. We have 2 case managers that assist. We have a housing navigator that is always out looking for new housing opportunities. Then we have 1 intake specialist that does a lot of the intakes, takes phone calls, etc. Next slide, please. The Salvation Army plans to serve 180 veterans, like I stated before. We intend to serve approximately 15 households per month to achieve our goal. We plan to spend $16,300 a month in rent utilities to achieve our target as well. Next slide. Through our outreach, one service that we do provide that I didn't mention earlier is we are one of 2 coordinated entry access points. So that mainly means that every individual that's experiencing homelessness, veteran or not, are going to come through our doors no matter what. So outreach sometimes comes to us, but we also do direct street outreach. We go every other Saturday, and we serve 120 hot meals. And then we also do it during the week, which is more TVC oriented, to where we send 1 case manager out, 1 or 2, and we just go to the hot spots that we know of. Like I stated before, we are the largest family shelter and single shelter in Corpus Christi. So we have a plethora of individuals coming to us for assistance already. So that makes our outreach a little bit easier. Our HCHV program also brings veterans into our facility. We also outreach through media relations. And then I'm the president of the only HUD recognized homeless coalition. It's called Homeless Issues Partnership. And that is where I meet with all organizations in Corpus Christi, and we talk about gaps in services. We have a by name list meeting for veterans we kind of troubleshoot and try to figure out best case scenarios for those individuals. So we do a lot of outreach. I really take pride in that. Next slide, please. So our history, we have been providing services for veterans and dependents and surviving spouses with TVC since 2016. The Salvation Army has provided 1,366 services through homeless prevention and rapid rehousing with TVC funds. We have assisted 916 unduplicated individuals who back in 2016, I don't know that every single individual was registered in HMS at that time, but when I run the HMS report, it was 916 unique individuals since 2016. We have remained compliant with the program since inception. We've been monitored several times with no findings, and I take pride in that as well. We stay very compliant and do our best to help those individuals in need, specifically veterans. And that's all I got. I kind of spoke fast. I apologize.
You're good. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Goodwill Central Texas. Nathan, you are on right now. Then after that, next step, Lakeisha, you are on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Gilmore. I'm the program service supervisor of our TVC grant here at Goodwill Central Texas. And I've been in this position for about 3 years now. Next slide, please. We're requesting $300,000 for general assistance, financial assistance. We want to provide mortgage payment, rental and utility payments, food and transportation assistance. We want to serve 120 beneficiaries, which include 100 vets, 18 dependents, and 2 surviving spouses. We serve 4 counties, which are Travis, Williamson, Hayes, and Bastrop. Next slide. We want to use $215,533.95 for direct client services. We use DD-214 as proof of veteran status. Our grant does not serve dishonorably discharged. And like I said, we want to assist with mortgage, rent, utility payments, food, transportation assistance. And Goodwill does provide other services through grants. So for instance, we can redirect clients after we assist them financially for job search assistance. Next slide. We have 1 career case manager who is a veteran himself, covered 100%. And we have a program administrator that's covered 10%. And we do not have any contractors involved in this grant. Next slide. We want to serve 10 to 15 clients per month, spending about $25,000, including personal and operating expenses per month. Next slide. We had some issues with this slide, so it should say we've been serving veterans for 14 years. We notify our community via social media, our organizational website, veteran events, flyers, and community events. A lot of our clients hear about our services through word of mouth. We do find that word of mouth is our best form of advertisement for all of our grants here. We track client engagements monthly to collect information on client enrollment numbers. We adjust our outreach strategies based on feedback from clients. So for instance, our CCM is often in the community at outreach events, and he's usually given tips by other veterans on where to find more veterans. And it really helps us that our case manager who is out in the community is a veteran, because veterans tend to gravitate towards other veterans, as we all know. Next slide. Our strategy is we're trying to transition back to financial assistance program. We had a financial assistance program last in 2021, 2022. We did a great job. We served a lot of vets. We transitioned away from that, focusing more towards job search assistance, and we weren't able to serve as many vets. So we're trying to get back to that financial assistance program. And like we said, we can direct our vets to our other programs for job search assistance or training as needed. Next question. Next slide. And this last slide is just an example of how we did the last time. Our goals, we had a goal to serve 100 veterans. We ended up serving 136. Our goal for direct financial assistance and case management was 100. We had 131. We redirected veterans to other organizations in certain situations where we couldn't help them. Our goal was 20. We did that with 30 different vets, and we provided assistance with utilities to 32 vets when our goal was 30. So that's why we're trying to get back to that financial assistance iteration of the grant. And that's all that I have. Thank you very much for allowing me to present today.
Any questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks, Nathan. All right, next up, Lakeisha Bates, you are on. Oh, good. I'm glad to see you on there. Thanks for emailing us. We're running a little bit behind. And then there's administrative error at 2:52 p.m. We have Houston Area Urban League. That organization presented earlier this morning, so they were a duplicate. So next on deck is the Salvation Army El Paso. It's a virtual presentation for Jessica Porter. So Jessica, please be ready. All right, Lakeisha, floor is yours. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Lakeisha Bates. I'm with the Next Step Incorporated. I'm the program manager or director of our professional skills development program. What we're requesting funding for is $80,000 to go towards beneficiaries of served in the amount of 300 and the greater Houston area counties, 7 to be specific. We focus on providing upskilling and a reskilling opportunity through Google. Next slide. Our organization has been in existence for over 40 years. We primarily started with an educational upskilling program back in 1990 to help individuals who were incarcerated transition, and then later on to those receiving state funding to transition. And so now we're focusing our attention on anyone ages 18 or older who need to be upskilled with digital literacy and with the opportunity to reskill once again through Google. So our program costs are associated. We do deliver our program online in a digital platform, and we also offer a hybrid session in which one day a week they meet with us in person in our Conroe training facility. And at that level, there's different costs associated with that, and we want to eliminate that cost for veterans who want to participate. As I mentioned, our program is Microsoft Office Basic is what we're currently offering. It's an upskilling opportunity to make sure individuals are proficient in Word and Excel. But we also incorporate emotional intelligence lessons and self-awareness, self-regulation, and empathy to help individuals with the transition into an online learning platform or even into an online workspace. All of our emotional intelligence is directed into how that can apply into the workplace setting. Once individuals complete with us, which is a 10-day program, is quick in nature. However, it is project-based. Everything is all hands-on with only pre-test and post-test to identify learning gains. When they complete with us, we are able to award them a Google Career Certificate Scholarship as a Grow with Google partner. This gives individuals an opportunity to reskill in a high-growth field that does not require a degree. However, it gives them the training and the practical application they need for the entry into that field. There are 6 professional certificates ranging everywhere from UX design, project management to cybersecurity. And when they go through us to receive that scholarship, we remain with the individual all the way until their completion. We give them approximately 6 months to complete with monthly virtual coaching sessions, which are required and also a part of our own program. Monthly virtual coaching sessions, in addition to job preparedness webinars. We do intend to identify veteran status by way of our veteran organizational partners. However, we are prepared to securely obtain personal identifiable information through the DD-214, or we are willing to use other IDs that are listed on this slide. Next slide. As for staff, we are a very small organization in which we only intend to partially fund the program director position. Only 30% of the time used would be going towards this particular grant. We do employ contractors, and so we would have 3 contractors on staff to address our outreach coordination as well as our marketing efforts. Our marketing is measured monthly by conversions. We identify conversions from individuals that we may do a lead generative form to our website, from our ads, as well as our in-person events. Next slide. We intend to serve approximately 25 veterans through this grant each month. There will be a variation between online and hybrid. Since our program is our hybrid program is in Conroe, there may be a variation each month in the amount exactly spent, depending on the need of the veteran, whether they can meet online or in hybrid session. Next slide. Our outreach plan, as I mentioned, would be collaborating with our contracted marketing, but as well as our collaborative partners, our veteran organizations, and our community outreach efforts with other veteran agencies, especially VA and clinics, in order to reach individuals who qualify. Next slide. And last is just an identification of our program success, and also a link to our YouTube where we can see different success stories and videos and highlights of students who have participated and completed our program. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Mrs. James?
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell me, so this is the upskilling portion of it. Is there an apprenticeship or job placement element that goes along with this, even if it's not through your organization?
Yes, so through our organization, once they complete and receive their Google Career Certificate Scholarship and they complete that program, Google actually works with them to place them into employment. They do it through Career Circle. So anyone who actually completes their certificate and signs up through their Career Circle platform, they're directly connected with employers who recognize that Google Career Certificate. We are also collaborating with the Houston Mayor's Office and other organizations throughout the area to identify employers who would be willing to hire individuals that complete even our upskilling portion without pursuing the reskilling through Google.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Omar?
Thank you for that presentation. My question pertains to the upskilling course options. The Google course, or the Google certificates in particular. Now, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe those Google certs, that program is offered to veterans at a premium already. So what is the added benefit of veterans going through your program to use these or to obtain that certification? Is it you and your staff are facilitating the course and aiding them along, or?
Yes, so the primary focus for us is the upskilling through our program. The veterans that we have served have been individuals who needed a refresher in Word and Excel, or needed an entry point into online education. And then when they go into the Google Career Certificate program, we really pretty much stay with them with academic interventions and support throughout so that they can complete in a timely manner. Since they are self-paced, there's a limited amount of time in which they typically are able to get these certificates, even as veterans, a limited amount of time in which to complete. And so we make sure that they actually complete with a certificate rather than lingering beyond the time frame in which they would lose typically the funding under Google. So we're able also to ask for extensions where there is an extended need.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thanks, Lakeisha. Okay, the Salvation Army El Paso, Jessica, you are up right now. And then we have Rise Center for Independent Living and all Seth. Okay, there you are. Jessica, take us away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Porter. I am the Area Program and Grants Coordinator for the Salvation Army of El Paso. We are requesting $250,000 for financial assistance. This will help us with rent, mortgage, utilities, and transportation for veterans in our area. We will be having a goal of serving 240 individuals, which would be 85 veterans, 150 dependents, and 5 surviving spouses. We do serve 2 counties here in West Texas, which is El Paso and Hudspeth. Next slide, please. So our Veteran Services Program will serve veterans, surviving spouses, and their dependents in El Paso and Hudspeth counties who are homeless. We will provide food, shelter, and supportive services, including intake, assessment, ongoing intensive case management supportive services, referrals, rapid rehousing, and follow-up. These services are currently provided without TVC grant funding as we utilize several grants aimed towards ending homelessness. During the intake process, the caseworker will verify the veteran's status by obtaining a DD-214 member 4, VI identification cards, Texas driver's license veteran designator, etc. And 70% of our budget is allocated to direct client services. Next slide, please. So the Salvation Army would use funding from TVC for 4 staff members. We have 2 caseworkers who would work directly with our veterans. 1 caseworker who is a full-time employee would handle all referrals and walk-ins for financial assistance, and they would be at 75% of their salary. We would have a second caseworker who would be at 20% of their salary, who is also a full-time employee, but they would focus on veteran clients who are residents of our Red Shields Family Center homeless facility. The monitor will also work directly with our clients and our veterans, and they will assist with intake documentation that will be reviewed by caseworkers, as well as data entry into our HMIS system. We do also have funding for our kitchen supervisor, who ensures all meals are served are of nutritional value and has contacts with our veterans who are residents of our Red Shields Family Center. Next slide, please. So to meet our quarterly benchmarks, the Salvation Army will serve 22 veterans, 1 surviving spouse, and 38 dependents every 3 months. We will also follow the spend rate of $15,872.50 in rental assistance, $22,500 in mortgage assistance, $4,125 in utility assistance, and distribute 75 bus passes each quarter to expend all funds. We do work very closely with several other programs with other groups who serve our veterans to make sure that we are serving our veterans in our community to the best of our ability. Next slide, please. So we do network with area agencies. TSA is a member of United Way and El Paso Coalition for the Homeless. We operate a mobile canteen to provide food and clothing to homeless. Our case manager provides direct outreach for those. We also issue PSAs, distributes information to Continuum of Care and community partners, make public presentations, media appearances, maintain social media, and we are also listed in 211 Texas. For part of this, our community partners, we do work very closely with the Coalition for the Homeless. We have a weekly meeting, which we call our Veteran Master List, where all of the groups in El Paso who serve veterans meet once a week in order to evaluate what services we provide, who has funding for what, and how we can also work together and partner to serve our community. Next slide, please. And that's it. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Dusty?
Thank you, Ms. Porter. I'm kind of new here, but you identify the target veterans and the dependents are homeless, right? They're homeless people, homeless veterans. That's kind of what you
So-
kept.
Yes, that's part of what we're doing. We are focusing on homeless. We do have our shelter here, and we do work with several transitional living centers that are specifically for veterans in El Paso. But this would also go towards veterans who are facing financial hardships or who maybe have
Okay.
eviction notice, things like of
Okay.
that capacity.
Sure. I guess I misunderstood. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Seth, you're making your way up for Rise. Then on deck, we have Juan Jose. You are up for Nueces County. So be on deck, Juan. Seth, let us know when you want to advance your slides. The people online will do that. And then James is your timekeeper, okay?
Thank you.
All right, and make sure to talk into the mic, please.
Yeah.
I know you're tall. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Seth Wells. I'm the Executive Director of the Rise Center for Independent Living. We're a non-residential center for persons with disabilities to live more inclusively and accessibly in their own homes and communities. We service Hardin, Jefferson, and Orange counties with our federal funds. We are requesting $145,000 for transportation assistance for veterans to attend medical appointments in our service area and outside of our service area, mainly to Michael E. DeBakey, Houston, VA Medical Center, Lake Charles, for some even to Baytown. So both in intra and inter-county transportation. Next slide, please. So the services will be provided is direct door-to-door transportation services to medical appointments for veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses residing in our 3 counties. This includes local intra and intercity transportation. In addition, there will be increased transportation services to Houston, mainly due to the fact, a large reason is our local community-based outpatient clinic does not now nor has ever had wheelchair accessible or any type of accessible transportation for our veterans to attend required medical appointments in Houston. Also, there is a lack of local medical facilities that accept TRICARE, TriWest due to lack or delayment of payment. So many of our veterans are forced to go to Houston for extensive medical appointments, and especially those that are non-ambulatory or don't have a good support system. They're then farmed out through social workers to local nonprofits for transportation. Next slide, please. So we'll have 3 grant-funded staff members with this, myself, the executive director, our financial manager, and our project manager. Our project manager will have the most direct contact with our veterans and their dependents that are looking to get transportation services with us. Our financial manager will also be managing. We have a history of working with HHSC. We no longer have our IL purchases programming through the Department of HHSC, but we do have experience with that. We use it's called SIL Suite. That's our data management system to manage all our consumers. It's completely 100% HIPAA compliant, and with our transportation providers, we use Microsoft Teams to provide forms and authorizations between each other. And nutrition, our 3 main providers are nutrition services for seniors, which also does the Meals on Wheels in our area. United Hands Adult Daycare Center, which is a veteran owned, and for those who are ambulatory, we use rideshare such as Uber or Lyft. Next slide, please. So at the beginning of our program, how we started the transportation program was through CARES Act funding, and it did exactly what it was supposed to do. It allowed us to show a proof of concept for a transportation program, where in the first 12 to 15 months we were providing around $12,000 to $15,000 worth of direct transportation assistance to all persons in Hardin, Jefferson, and Orange counties with disabilities. We then noticed an uptick in requests for trips to Michael E. DeBakey, and we began to investigate and found that there is no wheelchair accessible transportation from our local CBOC, and there has been zero even volunteer transportation services since November of 2022, due to the fact that many of the volunteers were seniors and COVID told them to stay home, and they have not come back, and for one reason or the other. So there's just a big void in transportation services, especially those with significant disabilities. Next slide, please. Our outreach plan, we have our finger in a lot of different areas. I'm also the commander of American Legion Post 33 in Beaumont. I'm the founder of another veteran organization. It's called Southeast Texas Veterans for Veterans, which assists in putting on 4 different stand downs across our area, which attract between 300 to 600 attendees each, with about 50% of those being veterans. We assist them, homeless veterans, veterans in need, and just general assistance. We house all the surplus DoD items that we pass out for those events at the American Legion. So we have plenty of referrals. We get calls constantly about transportation, and we just cannot fill them at our current capacity. Once our CARES Act funding ran out, we kept the program, but we had to reduce it by 200%. So we average about $5,000 a month in transportation services at this time. Next, please. And finally, this is gotcha.
Okay, sir. Anyone have any questions? Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Seth. All right, Juan Jose, I see you all ready to go for Nueces County. Then on deck, we have Goodwill, North Central Texas, Miss Adrienne Kirkland, if you can be ready.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to take a short break after Nueces.
After Nueces? All right.
So
I'm good with that.
yes, ma'am. So if we'll just go ahead and go with the presentation.
Sure. Juan,
Yes.
floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is JJ De La Cerda. I'm the Nueces County Veteran Service Officer. We are requesting $150,000 in financial assistance for mortgage, rent, and utility payments, transportation assistance, and food vouchers. We hope to serve 300 beneficiaries, 270 of them being veterans, 15 dependents, 15 surviving spouses. Of the $150,000, of the requested $150,000, $124,600 will be utilized for direct client services. Next slide, please. And again, within the grant, the assistance will be offered to veterans, their dependents, and surviving spouses who reside in Nueces County with the discharge status of honorable, general, under honorable conditions. Services offered will be mortgage, rent, which include application fees, late fees, and payments in arrears, utility payments for electric, water, gas, garbage, including connection and reconnection fees, late fees, and payments in arrears, food vouchers, and transportation. And those that apply must meet income guidelines. Next slide, please. The grant will fund one part-time employee, which is a Navy retired veteran, to verify eligibility of veterans discharge status, and to provide transportation assistance with bus passes to eligible beneficiaries. If additional assistance is being requested, eligible beneficiary will be assisted by our Social Services Department. Next slide, please. Nueces County will meet the quarterly benchmarks for services by setting a goal to provide financial assistance to 25 beneficiaries at an expense of $9,000 to $10,000 a month. Next slide, please. We do have a robust outreach program. We do distribute brochures throughout the collaborative partners. The grant is also promoted very heavily through social media, press releases. We do also have a weekly veterans radio show. We also have a veterans town hall every week. And so we do promote this heavily. Next slide, please. And again, thank you for allowing us to present. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair, I do.
Hey, hi, Pete and Mr. Bryce. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned about the assistance services, and there was a pretty wide variety of options. Is there any one that skews maybe more dominantly or is more favored or more used as the veterans?
I would say the mortgage and rent and maybe even the utilities, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And any idea of like the size of the average payment by chance?
I would have to check on that, but the average size is about $800 to $1,000 for mortgage and rent in our general area.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? So, sir, can I ask why you wouldn't get your VCSO, so that's Veteran County Service Officer, to apply for a VCSO grant?
Yes, ma'am. That's
which
something
then
that
would
we've been.
assist-
Yes, ma'am. That's something that we've been talking with our grants administrator. We're kind of unique in my office specifically. We actually operate and manage a state veteran cemetery through my office with our limited staff. So not only do we do claims, we do also manage and operate the veteran cemetery. With the current staff level that we have, this is why we applied through the financial assistance this route. But we are working on
Okay.
discussing that in the future. Yes, ma'am.
So I would recommend that maybe if you call Miss Zavala or some of her staff, they may be able to provide ways to explore from the VCSO to assist your county.
Yes, ma'am. I sure will.
And that goes for anyone else that happens to be listening. I put that out to the other counties that have already briefed or will be briefing.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody
Thank you very
else?
much. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so thank you, sir.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break. It's 3:56. Why don't we come back at be 4:06, 10 minutes?
4:05.
Yeah, okay. Ms. Zavala suggests 4:05. So I'll tell you what, we'll see y'all at 4:05, okay? Thank you. Can't be 4:07.
It's 4:07.
Okay, so we're back. Mr. Delgado, you there? Miss James? Mr. Delgado, Miss James? Mr. Rispoli? Thank you. Mr. Delgado?
Present.
All right, thank you, sir. Miss Pete? Okay, we've got everybody here. Let's go ahead and go, please.
Adrian, I see you online already. Let's go ahead and get you an unmute request. And then on deck, we have Heroes Night Out. That is Brandon Crook online as well. You're on deck. Goodwill, North Central Texas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Adrienne Kirkland, and I'm the grant administrator at Goodwill, North Central Texas, and we are located in Fort Worth. I am presenting our grant application for $50,000 in job training and education, and that is going to cover the cost of putting 10 veterans through our CDL professional truck driving course. That course is fixed fee for service at $5,000 per student. And CDL is in particular a very strong in-demand course that we have. It's a strong income earning profession. And as just an example, we have had since January, 17 veterans come to us for CDL specifically. So that'll give you a sense of how popular it is. We are a 501c3. And we serve 18 counties in North Central Texas. Okay, next slide, please. Our CDL program is funded through a combination of both self-funding and grants, and 100% of the funds requested will be spent on direct client services. We verify our veteran status through DD 214s or 215s, and disabled veterans are verified through the VA certification of disability. In the course, the veterans receive CDL training in classrooms, which are located on campus at our Fort Worth location. So they are in the classroom. We also have a virtual simulator here at campus, and in our parking lot, we have actual rigs that they drive as well. So they have 3 different modalities in which they're learning. The veterans also receive career training, career planning, job placement, employment training is needed, and then referrals for other services throughout our community partners, whether that be for, let's say, medical or housing or other support services. We have an extensive network of community partners, so we are able to get both referrals in and send veterans out for services. As mentioned earlier, this is a fixed fee-for-service grant. And we have had a 54% increase in need overall from 2022 to 23. So we have a high demand for services, and we are pivoting to meet that need through self-funding and more grant applications. Veterans will interact directly with our intake specialist, student services specialist, employment specialist, instructors, job placement specialist, and then, of course, fellow students. And we do not use contractors. All the services are directly through Goodwill North Central Texas. So our goals are to recruit 15 veterans over the course of 9 months. And that will help us meet the goal of 10 veterans completing the program in 12 months. And the average completion time is 7 weeks to 2 months. And we manage our cases through Caseworthy, which is our online management system for participants, and they're tracking their outcomes. We're going to do outreach through regularly scheduled events like job fairs and community partner events. We get referrals in from our community partners, as mentioned before, and then walk-ins at our various job resource centers. We have great effectiveness meeting community need because we measure and track daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly. So we constantly have a pulse of what our community is looking for, what we need, and how we can meet that need. And as mentioned before, that meant pivoting to meet a 54% increase in community need overall last year. And I also wanted to mention that we proudly employ veterans throughout Goodwill North Central Texas. So we're committed to veterans, not only serving them through the community, but from within our organization as well. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you to do the slides. If you could progress the slides, please. Thank you. Again, could you just forward it to the last slide so that it's up in case there are questions?
Okay. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, can I address the committee?
Sure.
Okay. So Mr. Danball and Luis, y'all are saying you can't see it?
David Fort Worth guy?
Fort Worth? Yes.
Yes.
North Central Texas?
Yes.
Yes. See, Adrian, we have you in our application in flux as Fort Worth, Goodwill Fort Worth. And on your slide, it's Goodwill North Central Texas.
I see. So it's Goodwill Industries of Fort Worth doing business, but are doing business under the name Goodwill North Central Texas. Could that be?
That is exactly what it is. And we've had a couple organizations today do the same thing. So again, I'll make the announcement. Organizations, please be using the names of your application in flux, just so that there's, no confusion there.
Certainly.
Thank you for addressing that.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Oh, yes, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, so you guys have been working on the CDLs, right?
Yes.
Now, do you take veterans' disabilities into account as well too? Like, let's say a veteran who's going to try for a CDL through Chapter 31, due to lower back, depending how severe the lower back injury is, they won't approve them. Now, do you guys take in the veteran's disability account as far as CDL? Because you don't want to exacerbate the injuries.
Correct. We don't. So when a veteran comes to Goodwill for services, the first thing we do is intake, correct? So during intake, the veteran will be asked, what they're interested in. If the veteran were to say that they were interested in CDL, then the next step would be with our employment specialist when they start career planning, talking about the different career paths that are available to them. If due to a disability, like you're saying, lower back injury, CDL might not be the best choice. I mean, that's something that they can talk through employment with. We don't turn anyone away because of a disability. Obviously, we're accepting, you know, all people, but there will be that opportunity to discuss, you know, what is the best career choice given if you do have limitations. Does that answer? Is that the question you're asking?
Yes, it does. And then as far, I know you're using North Texas Institute for the CDL training, correct?
Correct. And
Then
so
are you gonna go
that's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, are you guys also taking into account other veteran education benefits before utilizing your funds, such as like the Hazelwood or 33 or 30?
So the North Texas Institute, that is our career institute that we have here as part of Goodwill. And so we have self-funding, and if veterans have other funds available to them, then that is their choice, but we don't apply for those things for them.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes, Ms. James.
Ma'am, are all of these graduates typically job placement, or do any of them fall into the owner operator bucket? Does
That's an
anybody
excellent,
go?
that's an excellent question. As far as I know, I don't know of any students who have been owner operators because they would have to purchase their rig and they would have to have their own rig. We have a job placement service that is part of the wraparound service we offer at NTI. So once they have completed their training and they have their license, they then work with a job placement specialist to get them placed into a position with a commercial provider. And then we do follow up with them for 90 days after job placement, just to make sure things are going smoothly, help with anything that needs help with.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Adrian. All right, Heroes Night Out, Brandon Crook, you are presenting right now. Then on deck, we have the Salvation Army Midland. Robert Corsten is online as well. Brandon?
Hey, good afternoon. Everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'm the executive director at Heroes Night Out. We're Heroes Resource Center, DBA now. And our organization type is a 501c3, and we are requesting $150,000 for the financial assistance program. Services we want to provide are mortgage, rent, utility payments, transportation. We'd like to serve about 116 veterans. Beneficiaries, 35 veterans, 76 dependents, and 5 surviving spouses possible. Number of counties, predominantly we serve Williamson and Travis counties just because of the location that we're located in Cedar Park. But we also service Bell, Caldwell, Corel, and Lampasas. Pretty much driving distance. Next slide. Okay, so we are planning to provide emergency financial assistance and financial literacy to eligible veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses on a case-by-case basis, giving priority to the emergency. The application process will be used to determine eligibility for this program, formal documentation showing proof of service and relationship to the veteran, such as a DD-214 or driver's license. We also serve we serve all veterans. We don't discriminate. And so some sort of proof is what we're looking for here. We currently provide, we actually currently provide these services on a limited basis. However, the grant funding will enable us to do more. 114,000 of the 150,000 will be allocated toward direct client services. Next slide. We have 2 staff members, myself and my program manager. We have requested a split to about 21,000 for partial compensation. split between her and myself. She will be handling more of the intakes. Both myself and the program manager will interface with the individuals in need. We don't have any contracts at this time, but we do have 2 financial advisors who have volunteered to assist us with that financial literacy portion, helping them with budgets and things like that. Next slide. So our goal is to serve at least 2 clients a month, up to $2,500, or up to 10 clients, depending on the amount of assistance needed. The $2,500 cap is to ensure that we can properly assist veterans in Williamson County and surrounding areas due to high rents and increased cost of living. The majority of the grant proceeds will be used to help clients. There will be some costs for partial salaries, administrative needs, and our monthly and quarterly. Our monthly of $37,000 and quarterly to be estimated to allocate $12,500 to the program. Next slide. Okay. For those of you that don't know us, we specialize in peer support events. And so we're coming into contact with roughly 7,500 veterans, first responders, active military, and their family members a year at over 145 events or so. Our biggest event is our barbecue host in May. We typically have about 2,200 veterans at that. So a lot of word of mouth advertising. We also utilize social media marketing as well as our newsletter. We'll measure effectiveness based on the number of applicants and requests that we receive. And we're constantly seeking feedback from our clients and community partners to improve our communication efforts. Next slide. I think that's it. Questions?
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Mr. Ball?
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your presentation today. Question for you. You said there's only two people in your organization that are working this, and you are offering, I just lost it here, but you're offering counseling services by licensed counselors. Do you outsource that, or how do you work that? And you'd also mentioned peer-to-peer. So are these peer service providers that you're going with?
I'm not sure that I mentioned, we do have on-site counseling resource. It's not it's through it's through the vet center. I'm not sure if I mention, I don't know that I mentioned counseling, but peer support, we do, most of our events are peer support. So like we have a weekly coffee and donuts group that meets, as well as most of our outdoors programs are peer support related.
Okay, but not professional. They're not licensed peer support personnel.
No, sir.
They're just, like you say, coffee and donuts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And I apologize. I misspoke. It's licensed mental health providers.
Understandable. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Dusty?
Would you mind, Mr. Crooker, would you mind telling me what the legal services that you know specifically are provided? And how often? What's that about?
Every Wednesday we have a representative from TLSC that works out of our office, and he provides pro bono legal support for veterans. They have a grant that's assisting with that. On top of that, we do host, we try to host monthly clinics for wills, end of life planning and things of that nature. And that's through more of a community partnership.
Do you know how those services are paid for at all? Or are they just volunteered by the lawyer?
Yeah, so the volunteer, I believe he is paid through their grant, through the TLC grant. And then the resources, like we hand out end of life planning binders and things like that, that ends up getting covered through our fundraising efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if that's it, thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Salvation Army Midland, Robert, you are presenting right now. Then on deck, we have Grace After Fire. Tana Pletcher, you are on deck. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon, committee. This is the Salvation Army of Midland's first request for this type of funds. We just wanted to kind of explain what we have been doing and what we want to continue to do, as well as share a success story of what we've been able to do in the veteran community. Over here, we're in West Texas, and this is kind of big oil town. A lot of veterans come here for employment, and then when it doesn't work, the cost of living is very high, and they end up being displaced and come to us for our services. We've built up a network through our local homeless coalition, which I'm co-chair of, using different other agencies, including the VA, Catholic Charities, the other feeding programs in town, to find a way to connect everyone to the resources they need so that we can get them into permanent housing. We started our rehousing program with little resources, all just kind of networking 3 years ago. Last year was a success where we got 39 people into apartments, with 7 of them being veterans. We found that the veteran homeless population are very well connected, and kind of when word got around, we started seeing a lot more of them come to us to see if we could help them as well. So we have 2 homeless shelters, one in Midland County and one in Ector County, where we can house them there as we work on more permanent solutions. We have both of them are both feeding programs as well. So the ones that aren't quite willing to stay with us still come for the services to eat with us 3 meals a day, which allows us to actually meet them and hear their story and get them to trust us a little more. Some of them, they just wanted to know that we were really going to help them. We started a program to find their documentation. Some of them haven't had IDs or birth certificates or social security card in over a decade. So we started that program first. Then we were able to find their other documentation. We were able to get them into the right counseling that they need. If there's disability they can get, we track down all of those funds. We have a great team of caseworkers, and all the local agencies use the same network charity tracker where we can pass files and recommendations. So it's not just the Salvation Army, but all of us working together. I wanted to share 2 stories. I did get their permission to say their names. I hope that's okay. One that we were able to get housed, his name was James Menefield, and we'd always see him come in and eat with us, and we kept trying to talk to him and see. He was kind of real closed off, and the more that we talked to him, the more that he was like, okay, I'll let you get my ID. Okay. The reason he wasn't staying with us was he had a pretty severe case of PTSD. He did not want to be stuck indoors where he couldn't leave or felt isolated. But the more that we worked with him, we were able to go 34 years on the street. He's now been in an apartment for over a year now in Big Spring, Texas. We bring him a food box still once a month just to check on him and see how he's doing. But we found all his documentations. We were able to get him some income. And we did all of that with very little resources. So the excitement of maybe having more resources, I believe that we could do a lot more. Currently in our shelter right now, we have a family of 7 children, a veteran, who we've been able to work through the VA, and we got his housing voucher, and we're ready to get everything we need to get them out and going. When you're talking about the people we get housed, we find a way to get them furnished. We find a way to make sure that they have continued casework and after casework through our Pathway of Hope program. And now with seeing the uptick of the veteran population here, now we're just looking to amp up those services, and we got a full team that's committed to making sure that that happens. And with that, I would just open up for any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martinez, then Mr. Ball.
You said you had 2 facilities, right? One in Ector and Midland County.
Yes, sir.
How many beds does each one hold?
70 in Midland and about 40 in Ector County, which is Odessa. And we don't turn anyone away, so we have also about 70 cots at each location for cold weather and just if they're just willing to come in. So both of them are over capacity right now, and I would estimate 20% are probably veterans.
And then, because I know you guys don't utilize the SSVF program down there in that area in Permian Basin. How many vouchers do you guys have through HUD-VASH?
Elsa?
The vouchers that we ended up getting for the HUD-VASH in 2023 when it was open, Section 8, was a total of 35. And that's how many people we actually housed. That's including everything. Now, when it comes to the VA HUD-VASH, we were able to house about 7 of them.
And then does the Salvation Army in the Permian Basin in your guys' area, do you guys have a certain time frame when the veteran or anyone got to check in, and what time do they have to be out of the building daily?
So if we're working on housing, they get something called we give them a lanyard, which allows them to stay in. And that's not just the veterans, it's anybody who is willing to do our rehousing program. Because we got computers here, and it allows us to, the whole idea of having them on the streets was so they could, go apply for jobs, and all jobs are online now. And, there's other agencies, so we'll set them up with appointments, and, they'll get to those appointments. We'll help them get to those appointments, but we allow them to stay in, especially with the families. They got little kids and everything, and so we try to do that. We also don't put a time limit. So our emergency shelter has a 60-day time limit, but if they're working on letting us get them housing and walking them through the steps, we don't put a time limit because often it will take 60 days just to get the Social Security card. So
when a veteran comes into this Salvation Army and they are working your rehousing services, I know it says it takes a day for services when requested. How long to get a veteran or the veteran's family into long-term living facility?
About 6 months.
Yeah, and
6 months.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it took, like, for instance, it took James. It was almost a 2-year process, because we are really grassroots trying to figure it out. We're a bunch of agencies working together with what the resources that we have. We didn't have any veteran grants to go by, so the fact that we built this network and this relationship with, say, the Midland Housing Authority that will put our clients to the top of their list. It is just a testament of the heart and the people that we have in this community. So with more resources, I believe we could go even further with that.
Okay, so just to clarify, if it takes 6 months normally for a veteran to get into permanent housing, that just means like the veteran and possibly his family or her family is living in the Salvation Army for 6 months.
Correct.
Okay, anyone else?
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Ball.
Robert, thank you today. I'm looking at your grant application, and from it, I take that you're a senior captain in the Salvation Army.
That is correct.
Okay. Is Carol at the table with you?
Yes.
Oh, good. How you doing, Miss Carol?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Hey, I'm looking at this grant and I noticed that your name is plastered all over this thing as executive director, the chief financial officer, the project manager and coordinator, the project accountant, and the media communications coordinator. I just wanted to ask you a question. How do you separate all those responsibilities and what checks and balances are in place since you own each one of those silos to ensure that the money's being spent appropriately?
First of all, I'm not all those things. I think I had to put them down to get in. I'm the grant writer. I'm a professional grant writer. So that's how I do it. I write the grants for them constantly. So I didn't even realize I had done that. Principal participants. Sorry.
Okay, well, I will accept that you are the grant writer. But then that leaves a big hole for all those positions that are going to execute this grant should y'all get funded. But okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
We are both heavily audited internally and externally. We have a great finance department, and you know, we've dealt with these kind of grants before, and we will make sure that every penny is stretched out and spent accordingly.
Super. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert and team. Jana, I see you online, so you're ready to go. Let me state West Texas Regional Foundation, West Central Texas Regional Foundation. Alicia, you are on deck, all right? So Tana, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Tana Plesher. I'm the president and CEO of Grace After Fire. I'm going to look at my larger screen with my old eyes. Grace After Fire, we are here today requesting $200,000 for financial assistance to continue our financial assistance resiliency program. Those services provided or covered by this financial assistance include rent, mortgage, utilities, vehicle repair, and auto insurance. Those are all financial assistance. Our beneficiaries served will be 200. We will serve 100 women veterans and 100 dependents. Our current coverage is 27 counties for this grant. Let's see. So for direct client services, with this grant, Grace After Fire provides a holistic peer-to-peer approach to women veterans and their families as they transition from active duty into civilian life. And that means once they're a member, they're always a member. It's not a one and done kind of thing. Each assistance that is provided, of course, additional support services oftentimes follow with that as well. So not only are they coming to us and we're evaluating and assessing them for their financial needs in that moment, we're also looking for ways to help them break that cycle to achieve financial independence. We vet all of our veterans via DD-214, and of course, you know, the required documentation for paying any beneficiaries with this grant. All of the financial assistance is paid directly to the creditor, never to the veteran. And just to give you a perspective with our current grant for 2023, we served $62,322 just for housing, which covered mortgage and rent, and over $16,493 in utilities. We didn't incorporate our auto repair and those types of things because they are smaller, but it is in one of the slides. Next slide. 2 full-time employees are fully funded on this grant. Both are peer certified, both are also veterans. These employees will be engaging with our veterans and their families, attending, planning events, actively collaborating with other community partners throughout all covered counties throughout the entirety of this grant time frame. Each coordinator maintains ongoing direct communications with the clients throughout their journey, reminding them that they are never alone. And once they are a member, they are always a member. And keeping them informed of other holistic services and possible opportunities that would promote growth and strengthening the family and success in civilian life. New for us this year, we are also implementing financial education with collaborating community partners. They will receive, depending on what that woman veteran, whatever her path is. If she's on a path to entrepreneurship, we have community partners that we've collaborated with to assist her in that path. As well as if she just needs basic financial education, we have partners in place and programming in place to support her on that as well. And as well, we're also implementing to start engaging the children in these important conversations as well. And the goal, of course, is to achieve financial resiliency and ultimately financial independence. Breaking this up. How we achieve our benchmarks, Grace After Fire reaches, we estimate we would have to attain at least 17 clients, including dependents, each month. That has never been a problem for us. We average 81 new veterans every single month in our database. So 17 is not a problem. To meet these goals, we have monthly reviews of metrics, and that includes our accounting firm, our board, and as well as our full team. And we make any adjustments as needed. Grace After Fire has and will continue to meet and exceed those metrics should we achieve this grant again this year until the need has been fully met. Our outreach plan, we have implemented a new technology system with a new CRM. So our analytics and data collection is just amazing. It's a dream, actually. We're so excited to have it. And we also achieve our benchmarks through our annual marketing plan where we identify.
Okay, time's up now. Any questions?
And can we forward to slide 7, just so everybody can see?
That's if you'd move it to slide 7. Is that 7 right there?
The next one. The next one.
Oh, next one, please.
Or the one prior to that. My apologies.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Dusty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, Ms. Pritchard, I see that you cover quite a few areas, a lot of the state, and I guess because of what you do, and obviously the knowledge that people have about this, what I'm sure you know what's happening in the other regions as well. What prevents you from, doing more, spreading that out a little bit to the whole state? I mean, what's with the other regions that are problematic for you, I guess?
Absolutely. So, just like all other nonprofit organizations, funding becomes an issue. So to be able to fund staffing positions with a relevant salary to live in today's world. So that has really been kind of the hindrance. Moving forward, we have a multitude of opportunities to engage in all of these areas across Texas. We just don't have the staff. And of course, to do that, we need the funding. So we heavily utilize volunteers and other community partners, and we do our best, of course, throughout the year, make sure that we are within the counties that are currently served, but also making efforts to reach those other counties that we are currently not covered under because there are women veterans there, but we just don't have staff.
So it's like a resources desert out there in some of these counties.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you utilize legal services in any way? Lawyers that have to help you and your clients? And if you do, how do they do that? What do they do exactly?
Certainly. So we do not have any lawyers. We have a lawyer board member But we do not offer any legal services. We are very much a collaborative organization. We know we are experts in the field of women veterans and the needs of women veterans. Legal services, we look to our community partners and we develop those relationships to make sure that we have direct, warm handoffs to any of our ladies that need those services. So again, we walk
Do you
the
know what
path.
those needs are exactly? Do you know what those needs might be?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
are they current needs that you do that for, and what are they?
Certainly. So I can give you an example of kind of most requested need that we have seen. Again, we do a warm handoff to whomever, you know, legal resource that is. But the most common legal needs that we have seen are eviction, family family legal needs. So whether that's child custody or divorce or whatever that look, child support, things like that. Those are generally the top two. Other things might be, you know, an action of regarding some type of financial charge off or, you know, disagreement, you know, a way to solve some type of financial issue that they've had. Dispute. Yes, thank you. Dispute. Those are the generally kind of the top three that we see our women asking for.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tana. Up right now is West Central Texas Regional Foundation. Alicia, you are online, and we have Green Doors Community Partnership for the Homeless. Kristen Nolan, I see you in the room. Thanks. Alicia, it looks like you are unmuted, but we do not hear you. Can you check your mic settings? No, we can't. But your mic is unmuted, therefore it's probably just not connected to your headset. Nope. Nope. Ileana, Noah, can y'all send Alicia maybe like a phone number to call in, something like that?
She's got the mouse.
No, I don't.
Well, who's got my mouse?
You can't fix it.
I know, but you.
No, this is completely, it looks like it's Alicia's, and typically something like that, it's usually when you go to the mic settings, it's connected to a wrong mic. Yeah, so that's her. So Alicia, no, we can't hear you at all. So what we're gonna have to do, go ahead and restart your computer, check all your mic settings, do a test on your speaker and mic as well. Oh. Well, I mean, I don't know if I could ask her that and she would know since we can't hear her. So let's move on. Let's have her handle her technical difficulties, and let's bring up Kristen Nolan for Green Doors. Thanks.
No.
Yeah. Carrie, move the mic. Tell her. Krista, will you actually check that mic? See if it's live? Yeah, it is. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Yep.
Wherever you feel comfortable. There.
Oh, I'll stand behind the podium. Thank you, though. I'm
Light
good.
humor. Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
All right. My name is Krista Nolan. I'm the Executive Director of Green Doors. On our application, it's Community Partnership for the Homeless, DBA Green Doors, just in case there's any confusion. Sometimes that happens. We found in the neighborhoods that we develop properties, people kind of become alarmed when you get a zoning thing in the mail when it says Community Partnership for the Homeless. When it says Green Doors, nobody runs. So We changed our name. All right. I'm the executive director and I wanted to thank y'all for your past support. Y'all have been a partner of ours through the years. Some years, yes, some years, no. And we really appreciate every time that y'all come in. We have requested 145,000 this year. It's lower than our typical ask. And that is not because we're providing less services. That's because we had other funding come in that we didn't need as much of yours. So I wanted to clarify that as well. What we do as an organization, we were formed in 1990 by a formerly homeless veteran. Since we were formed, that is our prime focus. Veterans are the most priority population that we serve. On our waiting list, everything within our organization, we give priority to veterans. So if a disabled single parent mom coming from domestic violence comes along and a veteran comes along, the veteran gets housed first. So that's a question I've been asked lately. 10 years ago, we expanded to serving other disabled populations. However, veterans are still our priority population. We offer transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, and affordable rental. So somebody can come in off the street tonight and go into a transitional home. And then once they get their VA benefits, they can move to an affordable rental housing in another part of town and stay with Green Doors and the supportive services they're receiving. If there's someone that is elderly living with a permanent disability, severe and persistent mental illness, or something else of that nature, permanent supportive housing might be the best bet. And we have that at all of our properties. We are the only organization initially and the first in Texas that the VA chose to put case managers on site. So I have VA staff that are on my team, which is very odd. So when you look at the cost in this grant, it looks a little bit off. That's because the VA provides a lot of our staff members, and we're very grateful for that. Travis County, all of our housing, we have 28 properties across Travis County, which houses over 200 households, but they're all in Travis County currently. This grant has 110 beneficiaries. 105 of those are vets, 5 are dependents, and surviving spouses. We always serve. However, how do you know how many we have? So we report on them if they appear, but we don't project at this point that we're going to have them. Next slide. Okay, does your organization provide these services without TVC grant funding? Absolutely. We have done this for a long time. What we do is the houses and the apartment complexes, most of them are debt-free due to capital grants we've gotten from the city or the county or the state, or once TVC, thank you, long time ago. And so the housing cost itself, we are now tax exempt. We do not have annual housing costs, but we do still have to pay for insurance on those homes, maintenance on those homes, and things like that, utilities. So that is the fundraising costs we raise each year. All of our clients are veterans. We take DD 214s, we file them. We've never had an issue on that. We verify that before they ever come in our door. That is not a question for us. Budget is client services. The organization overall, I wasn't sure if y'all were asking overall or this budget. The organization overall is 89.8% direct service, and this budget is 88% direct service. In this, next slide, the staff that are funded, there are 3 staff funded. They are all direct service. So that is a licensed master's of social work, who is a case manager and a housing manager. That is our director of programs, Caitlin Bond, who's been with us 10 years. And that is a person that does the classes themselves, staffs the food pantry, drives the van and takes veterans places and things like that. So you are not paying for anything except direct service staff, and those positions are only 40 to 60% funded by this grant. So the other half, pretty much, I'm going with an average here, is paid by other funds. So y'all are really leveraging your dollars on that side. We don't have any contractors on this except an accountant or attorney at times.
Say that louder again. I didn't.
No contractors.
Oh, okay.
Except for accountants or
okay.
Occasionally an attorney, but not on this grant.
Okay.
So,
okay, time's up.
questions?
Okay.
Bring it.
Any questions?
Oh, come on. Really? No questions?
I
Oh,
think you're
okay.
good. Thank you, ma'am.
Will you go to the last slide, please? Just so things see it. Those are our properties. We are not a shelter. They're in the communities and they look like the house next door to you and they might be.
I think we have the,
There we go.
okay, well,
Thank you.
there you go. All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Krista. All right, let's try it. Alicia, I see you back online. Let's unmute you and see if we got any luck this time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yay!
Perfect. Great. I'm so glad we tried again. So,
Me too,
Alicia,
thank
you
you.
are going to present right now. And then we have Goodwill, Houston, Tanya. Please be ready. All right, Alicia, it's all yours now.
All right, thank you so much. And I apologize for the mess up. I blame it because I was prepared. And so I was a little overly prepared. Anyway, my name is Alicia Burks and I'm with the West Central Texas Regional Foundation. Our proposal is for $300,000 and is intended to serve 125 veterans as well as 5 surviving spouses. We will serve 16 counties in primarily rural areas of West Central Texas. The coverage area that we included in our proposal, it has some very rural areas, but also has one county with a VA health clinic, and we have 2 counties in our proposal that has both a military base as well as a VA health clinic. Next slide, please. So services provided with these funds include rental, utility, and transportation assistance. The Regional Foundation currently provides services for veterans through rapid rehousing services for veterans that are literally homeless, and also provides rental and utility assistance for homeless prevention services. But the funds for that portion of their project for our project is very limited and runs out really fast. Transportation assistance in any of the projects that we have at the Regional Foundation is non-existent. Matter of fact, transportation in a general sense across our region is pretty non-existent as far as assistance is concerned. And it makes it difficult for individuals to get to appointments, to help them maintain community living and housed as they need to be. Additionally, the outlying communities that we're covering do not offer a whole lot of assistance due to their very rural nature. This often forces families to relocate to more populated areas due to that lack of available services. Oftentimes they have to leave behind their family, or they have to transition away from friends or people that they care about in order to just get services. Veteran verification is obtained through a DD-214. We can utilize Squares, VHA ID card, Veterans Benefit Statement of Services, VISTA, or VBD Disability Award Letter. For surviving spouses, we would need a verification of some kind of the same documentation, as well as either a marriage or death certificate signifying that they were married. Preference will be granted to veteran families whose income is verified at either 50 or 30% of the area median income. A minimum of 46.5% of this proposal is allocated for direct services to clients that participate in our program. Next slide, please. There will be a 16% of a program director that will be used to verify paperwork, verify requests, and track all expenditures within this grant proposal. She will also oversee the program, approve funding requests, and monitor the budget. She will also occasionally have direct contact with veterans, depending on the situation and the availability of staff member due to the rural locations that we will serve. Because we will have one full-time veteran case manager staff that will have direct contact with all veterans on a regular basis. This person will handle all the paperwork, interactions, and submission of requests. This individual that is our primary case manager, I listed them as being veteran because that is going to be a requirement for the individual working on this project. I, as a daughter of a veteran and as a mother of an active duty son, I know that it's important to have someone that understands you. And oftentimes no one can understand you quite like someone that's been in your shoes. So anyway, next slide, please. On a monthly basis, this program will serve approximately 11 clients, spending $11,630. On a quarterly basis, there will be 33 clients served and $34,890 expended on services. All information for this project will be tracked in a series of tracking spreadsheets that provide information on expenses and the number of clients served. Staff will also hold weekly meetings to verify expenditures and ensure project success. If a problem with expenditures and/or the number of clients served exists, we will problem solve to ensure those clients are receiving services and assistance as necessary. Next slide, please. So the Regional Foundation has an established outreach plan and relationships in the community that aid in coordination of providing information and reaching veterans that need the services being provided. We regularly attend health fairs, veteran stand-downs, and other events in our region and our communities. In addition, we have access to a Facebook page, Instagram, and oftentimes free radio informational opportunities to get the word out about services being provided. In addition, our monthly meetings are conducted with FVAAC as well as other service agencies to gain referrals and also provide referrals to clients to gain access to community services.
Okay, ma'am, time's up.
No.
Are there any questions? Oh, well. All right, ma'am. Nobody has any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we should be having Goodwill Houston. And on deck is Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Texas. Go ahead, go, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon.
Or when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you also unmute Ricardo Pena, please? Are you able to?
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Tanya Majid. I'm the Senior Director for Workforce Development here at Goodwill Houston. Been with the Goodwill Houston family for 10 years, and I'm a proud mother of a active duty officer in the Navy. And I have with me Ricardo Pena, who is, I'll have him introduce himself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ricardo Pequeño, and I've been with Goodwill for about a year, and I'm also a veteran. Nice to meet you guys.
So we're going to go ahead and go really quickly through the presentation, as I know that you don't have our slides. So we are requesting $190,000 to serve 120 individuals, 70 of them veterans, 50 of them dependents of veterans. We are looking at serving 5 counties within the Houston area. We are looking at 5 counties, but we are not excluding other counties that might within the Houston area, which is 15 within our territory. We're not excluding them if they are requesting services. The services that we're going to provide include employment support, family support, financial assistance, job search assistance, placement assistance, job skills training, occupational skills training, life skills, tools, uniforms, other wraparound supports, including expunction services, transportation, furniture, housing, utilities, and work clothing. Okay, my next slide. So some of the services that we offer, I just mentioned employment, family services, financial assistance. Some of the things that we want to continue to provide through this grant is transportation, expunction, furniture service, which is a huge need amongst the veteran population, housing assistance, utilities, work, clothing, tools, and occupational skills training, which is a huge need for us, for veterans that come to see us. We have our own internal career academy where we offer 6 different occupational skills trainings that folks are able to take advantage of, and I will talk about that in a few minutes. Yes, we will continue to provide this service with or without TVC funding, but we hope that TVC will support us in our efforts. For eligibility of a veteran, we utilize a DD-214, Veterans ID card, or letter of service. This budget, 21.5% will go to those other supportive services that I mentioned. The remainder will go to cover the 3 staff members that will be assigned to this program, which will include a program manager, a career navigator, and an intake specialist. We are planning to serve 10 veterans a month. The amount we're looking at spending a month on the veterans is $15,000, a little bit over $15,000 a month. How do we, what's our community outreach? We have a huge, we have a large network of community partners. We work with the Veterans Affairs, which we visit weekly. We have on-site co-location of the Texas Veterans Commission. They come in twice a week and they're located here and serve our community, our veterans community. We work directly with Combined Arms, which we also are on site with them every Wednesday. Harris County Veteran Services, Wounded Warriors, Baker Ripley, Catholic Charities, of course, Workforce Solutions, which is our local workforce board. Local Workforce Board, Salvation Army, U.S. Vets, American GI Forum, American Legion. How do we measure our effectiveness? We are a CARF accredited entity, and so we have very strict guidelines. We are audited internally as well as externally. We do weekly KPI reports. We meet weekly with our teams that manage our different programs, and we ensure that the goals that we have set are being that we are monitoring them and keeping our staff accountable for what they need to do. How do we outreach? As I mentioned, through the partnerships that I mentioned earlier, as well as social media, flyers. We do advertising. We do television, radio, and print media as well. Just some of the programs I mentioned that we have in-house: apartment maintenance professionals, core construction, clean tech, which is a new heat pump program that we've launched this year, Google IT, Microsoft Office Fundamentals, and we also have a retail operations specialist program. Two of those programs are national apprenticeships.
Okay, ma'am, time's up.
I'm finished.
Any questions?
I know I covered a lot of material, so any questions you have, I would be happy to answer.
It looks like no one has any questions, ma'am. Thank you, and you have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Big Brothers Big Sisters South Texas, Hawthorne FAR, you are presenting right now. And then we have Endeavors, Dr. Melissa Escamilla. We see it. Thanks for patiently waiting. Yeah.
Elaine Hawthorne FAR is not in the Zoom room.
Okay, well then we'll go ahead and bring up Dr. Melissa Escamilla for Endeavors. And then Noah, just keep us in, oh, what is that message? Oh, you are Hugh Farr. Take a seat right there. It looks like we got Hugh on the line. Sorry about that. Once we get him unmuted, we'll go ahead and go with Big Brothers Big Sisters South Texas.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Hugh.
Okay. Okay, I'm starting the video. I presume you can see me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
All right. Hello. Well, it's a delight to be with you all, and I'll be as brief as I can. I believe you have the slides. If not, I can refer to them here on deck. I represent Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Texas. We are requesting $20,000. We are a 501c3 children's youth charity. We have a request to serve with those dollars 20 dependents. The service area will be Bexar County. The service category is family supportive services. That includes helping clients to stabilize their developmental relationships, reduce family stress, and promote integration with those young people and their families in the broader community. The services that we will be providing, that is the funding that was requested, is going to provide match activities. These are activities that our agency produces for the youth and families that we serve, and this will support military dependents. We support over 100 military dependent youth in mentoring relationships currently, and our agency will host what we call 15 SHARE. SHARE stands for Support, Healthy Habits, Academics, Resources, and Empowerment. SHARE activities, and these activities are what will facilitate the development of critical skills, tools, and knowledge for youth that we serve, all to receive this before they turn the age of 18. the roles and the staff members that will be dedicated to this, we have an activities coordinator whose primary function will be to plan and facilitate these outings for the youth that we serve to participate. And how we will meet the quarterly benchmark for services is that our goal is to provide 15 activities over the year, and we anticipate between 10 and 15 participants in each of these activities. The outreach plan that we have proposed to you all is, first of all, we have a dedicated advisory council called the Military Mentoring Advisory Council, and their primary purpose is to extend our reach into the military community to promote the awareness of the volunteer opportunities and the services to youth and families that we provide. We also have a dedicated recruitment team that conducts and participates in dozens of monthly outreach events that include college and career fairs, mixers, presentations, community events, where we offer information, tablings, and other venues to promote our services. I should add that within that recruitment team, there is a Navy veteran who is part of that staff. And we also have members of the veteran community serving also on our governance board. And really, that is the extent of the presentation to you all. We're very optimistic that you will find favor with our application and with the services that we wish to provide to our veteran community. And we thank you very kindly for your consideration of this request.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Delgado.
Hey, thanks, Chair. Hey, Hugh, how are you? So thank you for this. Question for you is I understand why it's dependence, but I also know the great work that Big Brothers Big Sisters provides. Is there a reason why the veteran isn't included in what your ultimate end goal there?
No, I think we just tailored this request by virtue of the Texas Veterans Commission to be reflective of leading veterans first through this request. But we're going to provide our services to anyone who comes through our doors. And we certainly know that we already serve many veterans and many dependent veteran families and current members of the military. So there is no reason for that to be omitted or in anyone's mind. It should all be included because we certainly don't discriminate with any delivery of our service to anyone.
Yeah, thank you for that. One follow-up. Would this be part, for those that don't know, would this be part of the military bigs and littles? Like how is this interjected in all the great work that y'all do?
It is. We have a signature activity that we call Operation Big Mentor, and that's an annual recruitment activity that targets the military community writ large, including veterans, of course, and their associated families and dependent children. And so this is just to augment that effort that happens each and every year, because as we have seen, irrespective of any community in particular, the single greatest need that our young people have is a male role model. It's not to say that anything wrong with the female members of our community, but there's so many young boys who are not served. And so by making a specific Operation Big Mentor targeting military, in particular men, and also in many cases men of color, that allows us to more target those resources. But in this particular case, it is specific to veteran communities, but we will not cease with regard to our service delivery to whomever comes through our doors and requests our service.
Thanks for that clarification. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Escamilla, you are now ready to go. So Making Dreams Real, that's a remote presentation. Arthur Horn, you should be ready to go online after this one, okay? So Dr. Escamilla, take us away. Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Melissa Escamilla, and I am the Program Director for Family Endeavors Doing Business as Endeavors, the Veteran Supportive Services Program. I am also a mom of a Mars Arc veteran, and I'm also a Gold Star granddaughter. Endeavors is a long-standing nonprofit organization serving vulnerable people in crisis situations for over 55 years. As one of the original SSVF providers since 2012, we have served low-income veterans at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness with housing stability. Over the past year, our programs have assisted over 1,400 veterans with a wide array of supportive services, including rapid rehousing and housing prevention. We seek to provide financial assistance to include mortgage assistance, rent and utility payments, transportation assistance, to include rides and car payments, food assistance, funeral costs, and assistive technology for veterans at risk of homelessness across the state. Next slide, please. Endeavor's Veterans Assistance Program seeks to provide homeless prevention services to 115 veterans and 2 surviving spouses across the state. We currently have 11 offices across the state where we provide in-person and virtual services to veterans we serve. Although homeless prevention is offered through our SSVF grant, funding is limited and is not as readily available as housing homeless veterans. Additionally, funding is not available to veterans with a dishonorable discharge, National Guard, reserves, and/or surviving spouses. Next slide, please. Over the past year, Endeavors has identified critical service needs for our veterans. Our team saw an influx of first-time vulnerable veteran families at risk of homelessness who had not previously sought out services. With the current grant, funding for homeless veterans is limited to 90 days and requires more intense and extended case management services due to high barrier needs of the veteran. In 70% of our service region, Endeavors is the only veteran service provider assisting low-income veteran families with case management, financial assistance, and other supported services. Endeavor seeks to provide services statewide to cover the gaps of underserved or unserved veterans. In the past year, we have received calls from veteran families outside our current service area in need of financial assistance with utilities, rent, transportation, food assistance, and mortgage to maintain housing stability. At times, we have had to resource out veterans who were in need due to program impact and being outside the catchment area, but in many cases, their other options were limited or non-existent. Next slide, please. With the help of the General Assistance Grant, Endeavors plans to assist veterans who are at risk of homelessness statewide. Our goal is to serve at least 115 veterans and 2 surviving spouses. 53% of our total budget is vested in direct services, which include 5 part-time case managers and financial assistance. Next slide, please. Veterans eligible for the program will not only be receiving financial assistance, but also case management services up to 90 days to include employment or income increase, supportive services for the family, and referrals to the community, including federal and state benefits. The program intends to serve 10 veterans per month and expend $21,856 per month. Follow-up services will be provided for up to 90 days to ensure the veteran remains stably housed. Next slide, please. With cost of living increasing and limited resources for veterans at risk of homelessness, Endeavors program staff in the SSVF and Endeavors Veteran Assistance Program will promote the program by engaging with the communities we serve through various methods such as social media, networking meetings, phone, and by email. Currently, Endeavors collaborates with over 200 partner entities across the state to conduct care coordination. Staff are actively engaged with their local continuum of cares, over 14 homeless coalitions serving in various capacities to advocate for veterans at risk of homelessness. As we engage with partners and veterans in need of services, interactions with potential referrals will be documented on the program referral log. Endeavors will utilize an approach that involves both outreach and case management to ensure all veterans who are eligible for services are served. Additionally, it allows us to connect with non-traditional partners in small rural communities to assist veterans who are underserved and unserved. This approach includes on-site outreach and case management to ensure rural veterans are being served in a timely manner. Adjustments to the outreach plan will be dependent upon the geography and service needs of the veteran. Next slide, please. In closing, why choose Endeavors? 80% of the veterans we have served have not entered the homeless response system after receiving our services. 51% of our veterans have either become employed or increased the income through federal, state, and local benefits. Our team has previously demonstrated we can meet the program deliverables and outserve the projected number of veterans with the funding allocated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I do, ma'am.
Mr. Ball.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
I got a question for you just to clarify in my mind. It says you're going to serve 100 and my eyes are bad, 15?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And then look on your grant and it says that the veterans that you serve in your organization annually are 1,395. So you have other programs out there?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And that's fine.
here's my question. You're asking for a $500,000 grant because you're statewide.
Yes, sir.
You serve over 63,000 people annually. So only 2% of all the veterans you serve, or all of your clients are veterans. Of that 2%, which is the 1,395, 10% of those, if you'll give me round numbers, are going to be using this $500,000. How are you going to make sure that that money is spent on those 100 people out of the 63 total thousand that you serve annually?
So, first things first, we're going to be working with our other programs that we have there, and we want to make sure that the veterans are eligible for the program. The veterans that are in this program will be followed for up to 90 days. And then after that, we will also ensure that we follow up with them post the 90 days. Each veteran, we plan to provide up to about 2,200. So it just depended on the services that they do need.
Okay. All right, super. Thank you.
Mr. Delgado.
Hey, Dr. Escamilla. So thank you for all you do. Similar, I'm going to piggyback off the last question, right? So in the mortgage, rent, and utility, can you give an insight of what that looks like for Endeavors now? Like how many folks off the top of your head? I know the numbers aren't in front of you, but can you tell me how many folks you're already just for those ones right there, the mortgage, the rent, and utility payments?
Yes, so in our previous grant, we were actually previously funded for the general assistance, and we provided over 100 veterans with assistance. Currently, right now, it is about 3,300 is what we try to spend on our veterans, and that is up to at least 3 months. Now, depending on the geography, it'll really depend on the rent. I know earlier the question was asked as to how much is really being spent. So example, we do cover the Corpus Christi area. It can go up to $1,200 a month for rent. Now mortgages, what we are seeing, it is a little bit higher. So mortgages can be anywhere from $1,000 to about $2,000. So that it would be limited, but we want to make sure that every veteran that is eligible for this program is served and provided case management.
And then the other question I have is regarding the funeral costs. What does that look like for y'all? Like, what are y'all assisting with? Are y'all connecting them to the VA and then just covering the over? Like, what does that look like for y'all?
Yeah, so what we've experienced is like surviving spouses, they have difficulty connecting or even meeting all of the funeral costs. So we do connect with our veteran service officers in each county, but even that might not be enough. So we want to be able to provide some assistance to the surviving spouse, whether it be to provide for services. And in some cases, it's the transport because the veteran might not be in the area and needs to be transported back home.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Arthur, I see you online already. You're ready to go. That's Making Dreams Real. You're up right now, and on deck we have Hope for the Warriors, Trisha Winklowski, and Jordan Huffman. I see y'all both online. Okay. Arthur, the floor is yours.
Okay. We're applying for $95,000, the General Assistance Program for Homeless Veteran Supportive Services. We're providing post-traumatic stress classes and counseling, substance use disorders, rapid rehousing, justice-involved veterans. I'm an approved Texas Department of Criminal Justice volunteer and mentor, Grayson County Jail, Fannin County Jail, and Hunt County Jail. I'm trained as a trainer in the Suicide Ask program, Alcohol Anonymous facilitator, Emotions Anonymous facilitator, and we're adding dependents and surviving spouses. We'll serve 37 unduplicated clients, veterans, 25, dependents 8, surviving spouses 4. We will serve Fannin, Grayson, Hunt, and Wood counties. At present, MDR provides the following services to veterans: PTS classes, AA classes, and 12-step study, Emotions Anonymous, Suicide Ask training, I'm a certified military veterans peer network volunteer. I'm on a team that conducts classes at Choice Moore Prison for veterans and other inmates. MDR prepares justice-involved veterans to reintegrate into the community upon discharge. I have meetings at Clyde Cosper, Texas Veterans Home in Bonham, Texas. I'm a mentor of the Veterans Court of Fannin County. I volunteer at Bonham, Texas VA for food distribution once a month. We formulated a plan to conduct classes at Soldiers Village, a place where homeless veterans and those with substance abuse disorders can reside. We don't handle that part. Documentation is required to prove veteran status. DD 214 veteran ID card listed on state driver's license as a veteran and other types of proof of veteran status. 80% of the budget will be direct client services. There will be 4 staff members funded by this grant. The executive director, who am I, will have oversight of the total program, interview and hiring of staff responsibilities, and conduct classes. Case managers will interact directly with the veterans, initial interview and design of a co-produced care plan, and assistance with rapid rehousing if needed. The case managers will interact with the Texoma Council of Governments to assist veterans with the HUD-VAAC program and recommend the classes needed by the veteran. The employment specialist will provide interview training, resume creation, list of prospective employers for the veteran, and proper dress and clothing if needed. In our marketing, we will contact all the veteran service officers in Fannin, Grayson, Hunt, and Wood counties, attend Rotary Club meetings, go to VFWs and American Legion, which I'm a member of, their facilities, VA Domiciliary here in Bonham, Texas, homeless shelters, VA chaplains in our area, and chaplains at the local prisons and jails. MDR will use the Homeless Management Information System. HMIS is a local information technology system used to collect client level data and data on the provision of housing and services to individuals and families. To reach the goal of unduplicated veterans, 3 new veterans will be added each month for 10 months and 4 new veterans for 2 months, although we will still serve all the veterans. Making Dreams Real will spend $9,000 per month for the first 2 months and $7,700 for the remaining 10 months. According to Texas A&M 2020 survey, the following are funds for veterans assistant needs for the North Texas Region 8. Clinical counseling services 56% and employment services 53%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? All right, sir. No questions. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Have a wonderful day.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Arthur. All right, last but not least, we have Hope for the Warriors, Trisha Wiklowski, and I thought I saw Jordan on there as well, but this is actually the application that was ineligible at first. This is the application that goes from, makes our whole pot go from 151 to 152. There was an administrative error where we didn't have one of their documents, but we actually did. And so I'm happy to announce that Hope for the Warriors is now considered eligible and is here to present.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you much. I'm Trisha Winkowski. I'm the head of Wellbeing Programs and Services at Hope for the Warriors. We are applying for general assistance, financial assistance. You see, we are requesting $215,000, serving 156, and broken down to those demographic numbers there, veterans at 55 and dependents at 100. And then we put the surviving spouses at 1. It could be more depending on our client base there. Our service category is financial assistance, and we look to support direct financial for mortgage, rent, stability for our housing, transportation beneficiary vehicles for the primary vehicle to get to work, employment, or treatment, and then utilities obviously as well to maintain the stable home. We are serving all Texas counties. Next slide. Lots going on in this slide, but I will highlight the 3 bullet points here. These are the direct client services. We help with navigating recovery for those physical and mental health services related to trauma, but those individuals are likely seeing a higher trauma due to financial stressors. So we target the financial stressors, confronting them, looking at, again, those car payments, rent, mortgage, utilities. We also support through integrated case management, financial education, psychoeducation, and obviously a lot of good resource referrals for our target population. Our annual budget, we look at and making sure that we have a diverse portfolio and funding streams so that we're not as solely relied on grant dollars alone. So our program is funded, and we are continue to work with our development team to do so. The documentation that we ask for is very similar to others: DD 214, LES, marriage certificate, death certificate, disability rating, social security benefits, etc. We want all of that information to understand the full picture of the individual's income sources, so that we can develop a sustainability plan. We are not long-term, we're short-term, and we're helping them to bridge that gap into a long-term sustainability. Our TVC budget breakdown for direct client services is 62% will be towards direct financial. That 35 is the staff salaries. Our organizational dollars is 91 cents to the dollar, so 91% of our dollars do go towards all direct or well-being services. Next slide. These are our primary grant staff members that we would have for this grant. Shelly Rodriguez is the director of our Financial Wellness and Critical Needs Program. She manages the staff and the regional social workers who provide the case management, the financial social work, and the case management there. She carries a full caseload and works closely with our intakes team, who does a lot of that screening. And she works closely with our data team and our finance and accounting in support of those third-party vendor payments. Shelley's been with the Hope for the Warriors organization for 12 years. Mario Alcala is our military and veteran program manager. He works both from a micro and a macro level on outreach and engagement. He's regularly in the community and connecting with organization, chambers, academia, VA, local healthcare systems. And he engages with the warriors and families one-to-one or small group, and conducts the majority of our specific TVC grant outreach. However, you'll see in another slide, we have other staff members that support our outreach as well. And Mario has been with us for 6 years. Next slide. This is our breakdown, our benchmarks, very similar to other organizations. We meet and have a kickoff meeting, and we meet monthly, quarterly to reach those benchmarks. Next slide. This is our outreach plan, just noting that we have staff in San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Austin, and San Angelo, and how we will operate and adjust accordingly should our outreach need to be adjusted to our benchmarks. Next slide. This is an optional. I just wanted to highlight this particular program has been operating for 14 years. And like any of our nonprofit organizations, typically our client need outpaces our available financial resources. And we would be very pleased to be considered for this. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Martinez.
Maybe you can clarify, maybe I'm just reading it wrong, but on the grant application where it says other restrictions on eligibility, it says that TDIU is a restriction, or is it just one of the eligibility requirements?
One of the eligibility requirements. Not a requirement, but we consider TDIU very seriously because of the fixed income that often happens and correlates to that overall funding for the individual. Yeah.
So, because the TDIU person is still 70% or more receiving pay at 100% rate, depending $4,500 a month, right?
Right.
And then you also have veterans who are 100% for PTSD alone, What about veterans who are 100% permanent total or just combined?
They are eligible as well. Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
Any other questions? Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You all as well. Long day.
Okay, I'd like to thank all the organizations who presented their grant application projects to the committee during the past 2 days. So we'll go on to agenda item number 8, discussing the date, time, and location of the next FVA advisory committee, which is called the recommendation meeting. At that recommendation meeting, we will be deliberating about 152 applications, ranking them for recommendations to the TVC commissioners for the FVA grant. I believe we tentatively agreed to mark Wednesday, April the 10th at 8:30 a.m. as the next committee meeting date and time. So I have a couple items I'd like to address regarding this meeting. First, it's 8:30 a.m. First, it's imperative that all the committee members are here in person for the meeting. Second, there'll be more than 30 million in funding available by the time our recommendations make it to the commissioners. Okay, so when we did our pre-chat, and now we've had about 8 hours to think about it all, I think we agreed doing a 1-day meeting, which we know will probably go at least, all day. Probably we'll be finishing up about this time. Now, so April the 9th will be the travel day. Now, I know we have some members that are up in North Texas and that, and those members that think that it's or feel that it's too late to go home at probably 5:30, 6 p.m. I will let you talk to Ms. Zavala on a case-by-case basis. So we know about that. All right. Ms. Zavala, regarding the next meeting, what does the FVA staff need from the committee members before that meeting convenes, ma'am?
Just a quick update on that because we talked about it earlier this morning. Use your spreadsheet first because anything you put into Flux is final and ultimate. So that's why we recommend that you use that Excel spreadsheet. And then include if the committee member is recommending an application for award, include the recommended funding amount. So therefore, there's an organization that asks for this amount of money, then you would recommend the total amount of that organization. If you are not recommending that grant for an award, the recommended amount should be $0, right? This organization asked for, say, $300,000. You don't want to recommend them at all. They get $0. That's how we understand whether you recommend them or not on your spreadsheet. So then after you do that, do a save as. You can, like we talked about this morning, you can send it to Irv and he'll take a look at it, make sure that you have everything answered, quote unquote, recommended or not recommended. And then we'll have you go back into the grant portal and finalize your recommendations by putting what you said in that spreadsheet into Flux and then pressing save or whatever Flux says it is. So we need that by March 31st. That's Sunday. You got 4 weeks. Or if you can use that mic if you want to say anything. Ask Madam Chair if she'll recognize you.
Absolutely, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, will you recognize me?
Absolutely.
All right, so
For how
the
many
original
years
date
now?
that we have on the calendar is April 1st. The committee members input their ranking into Flux.
I'm telling them the night of Sunday, March 31st. So it's in there for us on April 1st. So keep March 31st, advisory committee members.
Right. We do the Excel spreadsheet. Herb says, yes, you're good, your numbers, your rankings. You know what I mean? 1 through 14. Some people kind of mess that up sometimes, me. And then Herb says, okay. And then we go into Flux and put it in. Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All by April the 1st.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Irv, are you gonna have a updated spreadsheet for us really quick?
We are discussing that later this week.
That's not really quick. That's a discussion later this week, and then maybe I'll get something next week.
The email I sent was stating we'll have it by the end of this week. We ran into some issues with our risk. We had some wording that was confusing in there, and we had sent it out, and I'm like, oh, wait, it's some of you might have gotten it. Well, I believe you got it, but then I sent it out again and said, hey, do not take those risks into account because there's some wording that was, unfortunately, our supervisor that handles the risk was out on vacation, so we couldn't address that, and he
Thank
just
you, sir.
returned.
Madam
I
Chair,
have a
I
question.
hate to interrupt, but I do need to stop now. I have an appointment that I need to make. I just want to make sure that we still have quorum if I step away.
Yes. Do you have any final comments you want to say or anything?
Yes, ma'am. There were a couple of organizations I wasn't able to find in the spreadsheet, so I know Irv just addressed it. If we could have that updated spreadsheet, I was actually trying to do these rankings this weekend if possible. And then historically, the thing that has shifted days has been the availability of rooms. So is the TVC staff able to confirm that April 10th is available so that I can lock that date in, please?
We do not have a room available just yet, or we don't have a room confirmed just of yet, but they're looking at this room again. If not, we'll be in Stephen F. Austin, but I do not plan on changing the date. The date is set as April 10th. So just count April 9th and April 10th as your scheduled dates. Because I understand that changing today's date 1 day back set a lot of problems for some people, so.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one other thing, travel vouchers, make sure if you drove out here, you get travel vouchers with Julie.
No, Michelle.
Michelle, right, and you've got to sign them and give her your receipts and that.
She just wants all your receipts right now. She'll put it together and have you sign via PDF later.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so yes, sir.
So the they have you have us rank 1 through 152, or do we like in each area,
category.
each category we rank separately?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Each category you rank separately.
Just like the spreadsheet, each page, rank those, next page, rank those.
Richard first.
Oh, Richard, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm clear here, right? Because we've thrown out some different dates, right? So the spreadsheet, so I'm trying to track because my notes I can't even understand my notes. So the spreadsheet is due on March 31st, so the spreadsheet needs to be approved by March 31st with it in flux by April 1st. Can we clarify that real quick?
So Richard, so your timeline is your timeline, right? But your information should be in flux by April 1st. So March 31st at 12 a.m. at night, you should have already talked to Irv, got his approval, or, if you wanted him to even review it, and then you go in there and put it in on Sunday. Yeah. So Sunday night is that like completion night, like it's all done.
Okay, and that was my thing, because we kept saying spreadsheet due by March 31st, but it's actually in flux. So thank you for that clarification.
And you
no
understand, outstanding is the top rating you can get, then it's commendable, and you'll see the scores that Irv and them have. Then there's satisfactory, marginal, which means the application was marginal. And then there's unsat, which we all know what unsat means, okay? If the commission goes ahead and proves marginals and unsats, then that's Irv and Ms. Zavala's department to make them sat, okay? But we are going to vote all the way down in each tranches, outstanding, commendable, sat, marginal and unsat. Okay, we're going to vote those in tranches. And sometimes when we get that far down the road, we go individual. It just depends on where we're at as a committee. I can tell you how it's been done other years, and then the committee personality goes a different way. And that's fine. That's fine. But that's what we're supposed to be doing. Okay. So for you three new guys, yeah. Yeah, I want you to understand outstanding's the top, then it's commendable, then it's sat, satisfactory, then it's marginal and unsat. Okay? Yes.
I do have two questions, two clarifications, two requests, whichever it might be.
Yes, sir.
Can you go to Omar first? He was.
Omar, go right ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry,
I yield my time to the distinguished colleague from Omar.
thank you. So I think for the most part, you just addressed the question. So it sounds like outside of TVC's ranking, we're also going to develop a ranking system using the same verbiage, outstanding. No, okay. So just the one through
Right,
whatever.
but you'll see on the side how Irv or Mr. Liz and Ms. Zavala and whoever else gets involved in the ranking, that's the way the application fell. Now we just, after we've looked at them all, we rank them. Now you may think some marginal one's number one. And if you do, so be it, but no one will ever know except for these two who did it.
Okay, and that's my follow-up question to this. How much, once the risks are put in, how much should these factors weigh in the individual ranking decision? Like as I'm doing this individually myself, how much should I think, okay, well, such and such organization received a commendable, I mean, if you ordered the spreadsheet in numerical order, I mean, it's, am I nuking it?
No,
You're digging a little deep. Madam Chair, can I help?
Yes, please.
Okay. First of all, if it's on the spreadsheet, it doesn't matter if it's outstanding, superior, marginal, unsat. It can be executed. So if you want to vote, like the chair, madam said, an unsat as number one, that's A-okay. Not sure that'll happen, but if that's what you want to do, that's your call. Now, the other broad guidance, we have guidance from the commissioners, do we not, that when you take a look at the grants, we're looking to spread the peanut butter across the state. Okay. We're looking at the number of veterans that they're serving. And then, of course, the TVC puts on there some other things like, hey, take a look at risk if you want to, as you're making up your own mind. Or here's what our people graded their grant at, but that's just their grade. Your grade might be totally different. Just know that if it's on that spreadsheet, you can rank it, and you can rank an unsat or a marginal number one if you want to. That is just somebody's professional opinion who looks at grants all the time that says, hey, it's met all the qualifications, and here's where we rank it. But if it's on that spreadsheet, it can be executed.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, the other thing that I would like to put out there is there is a certain pot of money that is going to be allowed for each one of the categories. We don't know what that is. Elaine said, hey, it's going to be over 30,000, 30 million. We know that. And then each category, some categories are fully funded no matter what that cost is. It all comes down from you guys as well. But in the past, we always have at least a general guideline. It's going to be 30 million, or it's going to be 35. It's going to be approximately 33. And then that's broken down by each category just to give us a faint red line. So when we're looking at these and ranking them, you can rank them from 1 to infinity. Okay. But you also have to put in there recommend approval or not approval. And so having a soft red line in there helps each one of the committee members say, okay, recommend approval. Oh, I'm getting pretty close to that. Well, approximately $12 million for this category. Because that starts weighing in on factors. Well, this one's only 90,000 and it's satisfactory. This one's 400,000, which means I'm going to go over by, a mil. Maybe I want to swap those around. So are we still going to have that soft red line given to us?
I was not planning to do that because basically these 5 categories of grants should be all coming out of that 30 million red line. Like that's your red line for all categories.
That's correct. But is one category going to be completely funded?
It's up to you all.
Well, in the past,
Well,
who am I thinking of?
Here's
I don't think Omar was finished asking questions.
Well,
Well, I wanted to add on to Omar. If Dan's 100% correct, right? That's why important is, yes, you can look at the outstanding satisfactory stuff like that. Those are nice. TVC did an amazing job getting to that point. But again, if you recommend someone who's unsat, don't feel bad because TVC has an amazing staff that will get that organization to satisfactory. Okay. But the important thing to look at is the region. If a person covers a certain part of Texas that no one else does, and you say, okay, I'm not going to fund that, we just left all those veterans hanging.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. So that's an important part too. So when you're looking, look at where they're covering. And if there's overlappage of coverage, you want to make sure you look at all that. It's before you go and say, okay, you know what? I read that they're unsat. I'm not going to say no. It's very important that we don't leave anyone behind.
Absolutely. Thank you. And well, and this was discussed during the training, but typically with the funding amount, it's either in most cases, they're receiving all of it or nothing. Okay.
That's a good guidance. Yes.
Yeah,
That's not a hard rule, but it's good guidance.
But here's the other thing. At the end of the day, however you rank them and approve or recommend funding or not, at the end of the day, don't worry about it. You voted your conscience. You voted what you saw in black and white and what you heard in presentations, because then Elaine and I will be up there together answering questions back and forth from the commissioners. And some years it's very easy. Some years it's we go through it, and that's okay. So I just ask you, new guys, Mr. Delgado, Dusty, and Omar, vote your conscience and do what you think is best for what you've now looked at. And Elaine and I, and then Mr. Leos will somewhere get involved having to maybe fix an application, but don't worry about that. Vote your conscience and do whatever it is.
Thank you.
Yep.
No stress.
I want to go back to this red line because in the past, the VCSOs have been completely funded. Doesn't matter if there's one application or 42. There's never been 42, but
That's correct.
whatever the number would be. So if they're going to be completely funded, you still rank them, but that takes a certain
Chunk.
definite amount of money out of that. And so if you're going to ask these guys to vote, say, well, I don't want to fund that one, but we automatically know that it's all going to be funded, then you're wasting their time. So to give them, for instance, if I go to the general category and I say I want all of them funded, I'm wasting my vote because I know for a fact that only $10 million is going to be allocated. I threw that number out. I don't know what it's going to be. Are going to be allocated. So why would I fund something that I ranked 42 out of 68 when it's 7 million below the red line?
And that's where I would respond that you don't know if all of the VCSOs are going to get funded. That has just been a pattern in the past that all VCSOs have been funded. And again, y'all could start with general assistance first, right? And use all the money up in there. But would that be wise? Probably not. I don't agree with giving you that red line because I think that influences y'all's decision. Like, oh my goodness, we're almost out of money. We should stop recommending in this category versus you all looking at the $30 million as a whole pot and going category by category based on the committee's decision.
Well, we're not doing one through, that's like saying we're ranking 1 through 152.
Mhm.
Really not.
Well, yeah, you are, because what happens is the ultimate authority. What we just did here is just our recommendation to the commissioners. And what the commissioners do, I've seen it every which way. Okay, I just want to leave it that way.
Sure.
We have no earthly idea what, when they're just, we need to rank them all, and they'll figure out the funding as they do, because they will get a pre-brief before Ms. Zavala and I go up there and brief it. And they'll already have a stack of questions.
Sure.
And then they'll say, all right, well, now I'm going to do this. I had one many years ago go, that is an unsat packet, and I'm here to tell you, just like this, you will fix it. Yes, sir. And guess what? It was fixed. And that potential grantee got a grant.
Yeah, but those are one-offs.
No,
Out
not
of
necessarily.
152, it's less than 10% that they say that.
Well, I'm just here to promise you,
And
you're not wasting your time.
you're not. And I will tell you that previous leadership, by sectioning off that money, they were just making up numbers, because the VCSO category, they are allocated 5% of what the available funding is, but that's just the minimum. If we
Go ahead and
had,
drop, Pete. I'll call you later.
okay. If we had 25 million just for VCSOs, or, we could go up to 25 million, like that is just that's the floor, right? 5% of the 30 million. If hopefully, later on we would get, all 254 counties to apply for that funding.
Sure.
So you see what I'm saying? Like I could make up amounts to put for each category and give it to y'all and give y'all some red line, but really I shouldn't do that, because this 30 million is for all 5 categories.
So then we are going to rank 1 to 50, 1 to 152. It doesn't make any difference. What category
Essentially,
you're in.
but the way that y'all go
It's
through
1
the
to 7.
voting, y'all typically go through grant categories.
Well, we go through grant categories because we've allotted money in this category, but if we're not, we'll just go 1
No,
through
no, no, no,
152.
no. You must do it in those 5 categories, 1 through whatever in that category. And then from there, how the funding all comes out and the commissioners decide is, but we,
Then if we start with the GA, Madam Chair, and we go through 1 through whatever that number is, and we use up all 30 million before we get to the other 4 categories.
That you're exactly
the
correct.
Category will work. So you can't do.
You
can't have it
could.
both ways.
You can, because the committee should decide as a group where that cutoff line is for recommendation.
Hey,
Well,
can I
okay, but
just,
okay, it's a red line then, and it's the committee that does it as opposed to the leadership. I got no issue with that, but we should do that.
That's up to the committee. I think Richard has a comment.
yeah, so just quickly, so I'm going to put my grant hat on. So dealing with federal government and grants in higher ed, right? So I think to what y'all are saying, it's valid, right? So you rank them whole order, but doing it the way we're doing it, you could also pull out sections once we determine where it is, right? So you can have subsections of these categories that we can say, hey, we want to do the top 10 of every category and then list them that way. I mean, there's ways to break it down. I think we're way in the weeds here on how we're doing it, because ultimately, as the chair and Elaine has mentioned, we got to rank them all, right? And then after, when we come back to discuss all of this, then we could figure out how we do that.
well, but Dan, I'll just tell you that last year, how we as the committee decided to do it. We were answering why, Ms. Zavala in here, we were answering why we stopped there. And so I would just say that it's easy, it's best advised that we take each category and they shift around funds wherever they're going to do it, the commissioners. That's what happened. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, more funding came up, as I remember how it
Because
went.
we had ranked everything from 1 to N, it was easy to go to the next one and give them the funding.
Well, that,
I'm good, Madam Chair. Don't make me a difference.
all right, sir. Okay, anything else? The first one's always for you new guys. First one's always. Okay. All right, any other comments?
Still hot.
Yeah.
It didn't change at all.
All right.
I pushed all those
I
buttons.
I thank everyone for your time. I really do. Your time away from home, your dedication to this, and it certainly has, every committee meeting's different. So, hang in there, be safe, go home.
Thank you, staff.
Do you want
And
to
thank you.
motion?
Yeah, and thank you to the staff for all the long hours. You think we're doing long hours. So if there are no other comments, thank you for your hard work, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
I second.
So moved.
All right, Mr. Martinez made the motion. The second was by Mr. Ball. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that makes it seven yays and 2 abstain. No vote. There you go.
They want that.
All right, thanks, Joe.
All right.
Richard, y'all.
Yeah, be careful. Yep. Thank you.